time continued to roll, until finally the written exam ended, and now, the end-of-term practicum exam was finally about to begin. They boarded a ship to go to the remote island where the exam was held. There was also the boss. She was still hanging out with her two friends. Seeing that, Hajin thought, the boss was still in the cube, disguised as COE Jin. Hajin originally thought that she would not appear in the cube after the midterm exam, but apparently she appeared again. This is one of the changes from the original plot of the novel. He does not know the reason, but for the time being he will follow her, to get additional SP, but Hajin is a little worried. Will he be okay? He had tried to talk with her as if they were close friends, but all he could get was a can of soda. He put it back in the vending machine without drinking it. He wondered, was she here to watch Soho and Jonghaack? After a while, when they were about to reach their destination, Kim Soo-hyuk then appeared. He told them all to gather. He announced, the end-of-term exam rules are quite simple. They just need to survive on that island for 5 days, and get points. Points can be obtained by defeating monsters on the island, or they can steal them from other cadets. As a note, they can barter points with fellow cadets, for cadets who want to get higher points. They can get 200 points if they can snatch a name tag from one of the instructors, so they are free to challenge the instructors. Hajin really couldn't understand hearing that. How would anyone want to challenge the heroes who are still active? Kim Soo-hyuk continued, they would be dropped off at a predetermined place, so he told them to follow him. They understood. When they arrived there, the cadets then both got off the ship and headed to the island, but when Hajin walked forward, he was then surprised when he saw someone in front of him. That person is Rachel. He then immediately called her. He asked, does she want to pair up with him for this end-of-term exam? Hajin thought, it seems like it's not a coincidence that he went down together with Rachel for this exam. He noticed all the changes due to the co-author's interference. With the appearance of a villain who held a grudge against Rachel, she was the most vulnerable person to be targeted in this exam. Rachel was then surprised when she heard him suddenly ask that, with an apologetic tone. She then refused his offer. She was more comfortable alone, although Hajin had expected it. It still felt bad to be rejected. People with high rank tend to prefer to be alone. Even so, he had thought of another plan. Hajin then told her that he would share his location with her, just in case. He would not let the co-author play with him further. Hearing that, Rachel then thanked him, and they then separated from there. A few moments later, night fell. Someone's footprints were seen walking through the forest. The person walked while being careful of the surroundings. That person turned out to be Naun. Right after that, she then saw the beasts that ambushed her. The beasts had the appearance of a large ape with sharp teeth. Naun was not at all afraid of their ambush. With a swing of her sword, she then finished off the beasts with ease. She even looked quite relaxed. This does not seem to be the first time she has faced this, but that is not her problem right now. While laughing silly, she then confusedly shouted, where exactly is she now? It seems like she got lost again. Naun was really depressed at the moment. She had been killing monsters non-stop since she arrived on this island, but she didn't find the rations and resting place at all. If this continued, she might be disqualified first. But she was then surprised when she saw a bright shining light in front of her. She was very happy to see that and immediately moved towards the direction of the light. She could also smell delicious cooking from that direction. She was sure someone must have managed to get the rations. She was very grateful for finally being saved, but what she did not expect was the light turned out to be from Hajin, who was camping there. Hajin was quite surprised when she saw it. Naun then surprisedly called him. Hajin said that there were still 12 hours before fellow cadets could fight each other. But Naun had absolutely no intention of fighting him at this time. While looking at the meat he grilled, Naun then confused and surprised asked, where did he get all this? Hajin said that he bought them for emergencies. Considering the duration of the exam this time, such a smart decision would certainly never have occurred to Naun. She also regretted it a little. With a slight blush, Naun then praised his intelligence. But Hajin just looked at her silently when he heard her praise. That made Naun even more embarrassed. Hajin then suddenly asked her how many points she had. Naun was quite surprised at his sudden question. She then answered, 25. Hearing that, Hajin then made an offer to her. He would give her food in exchange for half of her points. Although Naun was surprised that Hajin wanted half of her points, but she couldn't help but agree with his offer. She was already hungry at the moment. Hearing that, Hajin then asked, she doesn't have a problem with the pork belly menu, right? Naun said she would eat it. Beggars have no right to be picky. In the end, he met Naun instead of Rachel, Hajin thought. Does that mean there has been no significant change in the story? To prove his guess, Hajin then hacked the drone servers placed throughout the island. It allowed him to see all the movements and whereabouts of the current cadets, and somewhere, a drone recorded the scene of Rachel walking towards a group of cadets. She approached the cadets to buy rations. They smiled slightly at her offer, with a sly smile. The leader of the cadets said that she didn't need to do that, she could just eat. Buying and selling between cadets seemed unethical, he asked. She would agree, right? After eating and chatting for a while, the two of them then both slept in a tent that Hajin set up. When morning came, Hajin then woke up, but he was then surprised. When he saw the sky that was still so dark, he wondered, was it polar night today? It was a situation when the sun did not appear or did not rise that lasted for several days. He also saw Naun, who was still sleeping beside him. He then saw the evangel seed that was moving around restlessly because it wanted to eat. He then immediately calmed the seed. He couldn't stand the cuteness of the seed. After feeding the seed, he silently told it to stay in his pocket as long as he moved. Hajin then tried to wake Naun up. He asked if she was still sleeping. He wanted to pack the tent, but Naun did not respond at all. Seeing that, Hajin decided not to care about her anymore, and started packing the tent. Finally, the battle between cadets was allowed. If possible, he wanted to immediately get rid of the most dangerous first. But he can't kill anyone, because the cadets that he suspects as Jin, technically still can't be called Jin. There is a difference between Jin who make contracts with other Jin and Jin who make contracts with demons. They are treated as pawns, disposable items, or experimental materials, but because they get power from fellow Jin, they can prevent themselves from going berserk. On the other hand, they are also treated as main members, but there are not many of them because of the side effects. On this island, the only cadet who survived the side effects was Ju Yohun. Hajin thought he should look for a high place. His first destination was the world tree located in the center of this island. After determining his destination, Hajin then immediately moved quickly, while Naun herself now seemed to be still asleep in her blanket. After a while, Hajin then reached the top of a hill. In the bushes on the hill, an arrow was seen aiming at a direction secretly. The direction the arrow was aiming at turned out to be where Hajin was. The archer then reported to Yona that she found someone. Seeing this, Yona then immediately stopped the archer before she could shoot. She said that she could not mess with him. The archer was then confused to hear that he was only ranked 937. Yona then explained to the archer named Rose. Even so, she would not win against him. A feeling of confusion enveloped Rose's heart when she heard that. She really didn't understand what Yona meant, so she decided to watch Hajin. Seeing Hajin who took a step, she wondered, is he going to jump? Could it be that he plans to climb that tall world tree? The answer to her question was then answered shortly after that. After taking a step, Hajin then immediately jumped and climbed to the top of that towering tree. Seeing that, Yona then said to her, she saw it right? Rose was really dumbfounded to see that. She couldn't believe what she saw. He reached the very top of the world tree in just a few breaths. Yona said that the rank was just a number to him. She thought she already knew what would happen if she shot him with an arrow. Rose then realized how serious the situation was. Yona continued, one more advice from her, keep it a secret that he is actually strong. Rose was then confused to hear that. Yona explained, one day he might become part of her group. Hearing that, Rose understood. She promised to bury this secret deeply. Right after that, her smartwatch then rang. Yona then said to her, Jin had contacted. She then invited her to come back. Hajin himself was now perched at the very top of the world tree. He then used 1,000-mile eyes. It made him able to see all the activities on the island. After observing for a while, Hajin then found the person he was looking for. He smiled slightly. It was time to make the reward fall into his lap. He needed to prepare a stick with a particular phrase and coordinates. This was all he needed. After that, Hajin then threw the stick strongly towards his target. It was not an ordinary stick, because he had poured the stigma's mana into it. The stick shot quickly towards the man. As the stick approached, the man seemed to notice it, but Hajin's goal was not to attack the man using the stick. He only targeted the ground nearby. The man was silent for a moment. Seeing that, he then picked up the stick that was stuck on the ground nearby. After picking it up, he then turned his head in a direction, towards where Hajin was. Hajin was just watching it silently. Now, all he had to do was wait. at the place where Hajin set up his tent before. Naun, who seemed to be still asleep there, then showed signs of waking up. She woke up with a feeling of shame in her heart. Her heart was pounding at this time. She then recalled Hajin's words earlier. Hajin at that time asked, "Why are you so cute?" Naun seemed to have woken up earlier and misunderstood because she thought Hajin was calling her cute. Even though Hajin asked that to Evangel Seed, Naun's mind was really confused at this time. She had heard many compliments on her appearance since childhood, but what was wrong with him, saying things like that to people who were sleeping? But she then tried to think positively. Maybe there was a cat or dog earlier, or maybe he was talking to himself. But if not all of that, then, did he really say that to her? That thought made Naun flustered. When Naun was thinking about him, Hajin seemed to feel it. He wondered, is someone talking about him? Somewhere on the island, there was a group of cadets who were walking together. There was also Rachel. Starting last night, she started to join Ju Yohun and his group from the repeat class. They refused the points she offered, shared their food with her, and looked after her, then asked if there was anything she felt uncomfortable about. They seemed very kind and attentive to her, but Rachel felt something was wrong. While the other cadets were suffering to get a good ranking in their end-of-term exam, while these people did not make any movement to get points. They didn't seem to care how many points the other cadets got, as if they were more focused on her than the points. Rachel felt like there were always many eyes looking at her when she was in the group. This was really suspicious. Rachel thought that she didn't need to pretend to be here any longer. She felt that she should just be with Hajin. But, before she could talk to them, Yohun then called her from the top of the tree. He said that he found a grizzly bear worth 10 points. He asked her if she wanted to catch it with him. He felt he couldn't do it alone. Hearing that, Rachel was silent for a moment. She then accepted his invitation. Rachel thought that she would leave once she finished helping him. Hearing her agreement, Yohun then asked her to follow him. While filled with anxiety and doubt, Rachel thought, hopefully she could escape naturally like this. When they arrived at the place Yohun was referring to, Yohun then pointed in a direction and said, "That's where the big bear he meant was." But instead of the grizzly bear she saw, a man with a mysterious appearance was standing there. Behind the man was a portal that had a shape similar to the one used by the Jin at the dinner party in Paris. Rachel was confused to see the man. He didn't look like an invigilator, but Rachel was then surprised when she saw a movement from the man. She then immediately pushed Yohun to move away from where they were standing. With a claw-like weapon in his hand, the man then launched an attack towards them. But fortunately Rachel was able to react quickly. It made them avoid injury, at least for now, seeing the man walking towards her slowly. Rachel did not expect a Jin to chase her all the way here. Rachel thought of retreating first. She then asked Yohun if he was hurt. While grimacing in pain, Yohun said that he was bleeding. This really hurt. He seemed to be slightly scratched by the Jin's claws. Rachel was confused to see that Yohun was only slightly scratched, so she was confused why he was acting so painful. But she was then surprised and confused when she saw Yohun just run away from her, leaving her alone to fight the Jin. Rachel could only sigh helplessly at that. She then realized that Yohun was the Jin's accomplice. She had felt something was wrong from the beginning, but she never thought that a cube cadet would become a bait for the Jin. Rachel could only blame her carelessness, and she then got ready to face the Jin. The Jin smiled very wide at that. He then attacked her again with his claw attack. The attack was so powerful that it caused a great effect. Rachel was quite surprised to see that. She seemed to have difficulty in blocking the Jin's attack. Rachel felt that the Jin's attack was very strong from the clash. But this was not her limit. While holding her rapier tightly, she then counterattacked the Jin. She could handle it if only this much. As their attacks continued to clash, Rachel then saw an opening. Not wasting the opportunity, Rachel then immediately attacked at that point. But, instead of feeling the sensation like stabbing a body, Rachel felt like stabbing empty air. Not only that, her legs now also seemed to be held by something that made her unable to move more freely, and the Jin who had been in front of her, now suddenly appeared behind her with a big smile. Rachel realized the seriousness of the situation she was currently facing. Panic could be seen clearly in her eyes. She was now facing attacks from two directions from the Jin. Seeing that, Rachel realized that she could not avoid this, but, in the midst of this desperate situation, a flickering light then appeared from a direction. The light then rained down on the Jin's doppelganger until it fell. Rachel was then surprised to see that the Jin looked angry and panicked at the same time. With a clawing motion, he then attacked Rachel again. Rachel was so surprised by the sudden attack that she couldn't react, but fortunately, with a slashing motion, Soho then blocked the attack for her. Not stopping there, Soho then called Naun and told her to move now. Hearing that, Naun then immediately prepared the arrow shot and aimed it at the Jin. After that, an ultimate attack then shot towards the Jin, but unfortunately the Jin managed to avoid the attack by jumping off the cliff. After successfully repelling the Jin, they then immediately approached Rachel. Although not participating in facing the Jin, Jonghaack was also seen with them. Naun then asked her, "They are not exam invigilators, right?" She asked if she was okay. Rachel said that she was okay. She thanked them for helping her. While looking down the cliff, Soho said, "It seems they went down the cliff before being hit by the arrow. They don't know when they will ambush her again, so Soho asked her to group with them at least until they get out of here." Rachel understood, while Naun herself was confused to hear Soho call Rachel so formally. After that, the four of them then walked together, but Rachel was then surprised and confused when she saw something in the bushes nearby. And when she examined the shrubbery, she then saw a bullet lying there. Rachel was then confused to see that. Seeing her who stopped walking, Naun then told her to hurry up. Seeing the bullet raised a conjecture from Rachel's mind. What might have been fired earlier, not from Naun's attack. The bullet certainly came from Hajin, who was now lodged at the top of the world tree, a sniper who could determine the fate of his target with one click. He was now aiming at Yohun, who was fleeing. Seeing Naun, who is now also carrying a sword, Soho then asked, did she decide to use a sword? Naun seemed to feel embarrassed to face his question. She then argued that this was just a spare weapon. She thought it would be bad if she was stubborn and only used a bow for the exam. While Rachel herself was now still busy thinking about her discovery earlier, only one gun user that she knew of took the exam this time, but she had never seen him use a sniper. She was also confused. How did he know that she was in trouble? Why did he help her? And also, why he did not appear even though he helped her? But, while Rachel was pondering that, Naun suddenly called her. Rachel then immediately realized from her reverie and confusedly turned to her. Naun said that they had to be together. They had to work together but remain individual. Naun then asked her opinion. Whether she was with her, or she was with Soho. Hearing that, Rachel looked hesitant. She then apologized and said that she had to leave. Soho was then surprised to see that. He then immediately told her that the situation was still dangerous. She could stay here, but Rachel refused his offer. There was someone she had to meet. Looking at the 22 points he had earned, Hajin thought. He got 12 points from Naun. And 10 points from killing monsters. He felt he had to collect about 50 points to be safe. Thinking about that number alone made him tired. He wondered how many more monsters he had to defeat, but when Hajin was about to stand up from his position, he was then surprised when he saw someone coming. That person was the boss. He was confused why she was here. He wondered, did she want to fight him? If so, Hajin realized there was no way he could beat her. He doubted if he should run, but he immediately rejected the thought. He told himself to calm down. He was sure the boss was just here to observe, so he decided to ask her, what's wrong? Hajin initially doubted the boss wanted to fight with him, but when he saw the boss pull out her sword, he then realized that the boss really wanted to fight with him. That fact really made him want to cry. The boss then told him to raise his weapon. Hearing that, Hajin confusedly asked what she meant. Hajin knew the chances of him being able to beat the boss in the fight were almost zero, but, while pulling out the ether, Hajin asked, you want me to raise my weapon? How can you say that? Hajin thought, the most important condition to win in a battle between cadets is. Hearing that question, the boss knew that he knew why she told him to do that, but Hajin still pretended not to understand. And confusedly said that she just suddenly appeared and, not giving Hajin a chance to continue his words. The boss said, if he doesn't want to raise his weapon, then she has no choice. Hearing that, Hajin asked the boss to calm down a bit and explain the situation. Hearing that, the boss asked, was he trying to find a loophole in her words? If so, would she assume he wasn't complaining if she went first? Hajin smiled slightly hearing that. He had achieved his goal. Hajin's goal from the beginning was to steal her smartwatch secretly using ether. He had a conversation with her just to distract her. But the boss hadn't realized that. Seeing Hajin holding a smartwatch, the boss asked, did he give up? Hajin smiled slightly at that. He asked her back, according to her, who does this belong to? The boss was a little confused at first, but when she checked her wrist, she then realized, she was really surprised to see her smartwatch missing. Hajin then said, she knows that in the battle between cadets, whoever takes the opponent's smartwatch first, he is the winner. She will be eliminated if he presses this. The boss was shocked to hear that. She then frantically asked who he was. Hajin really couldn't think of hearing that. She came to fight him but didn't know who he was. The boss was really panicking at this time. Seeing that, Hajin told her not to be too afraid. He would let her this time. He then returned the watch to her. This was really a rare experience for the boss to be pitted like this. She didn't even know what to say, not giving the boss time to react. Hajin then immediately left from there. She was then surprised to see that. She then asked where he was going. The boss was silent for a moment. She then asked Jane, did she see that? But Jane was confused to hear that. She said that she didn't see. Hearing that, the boss realized that Jane wasn't paying attention at all. She then said, it's nothing. Although she was half a times more sensitive than usual because of Jane's ability, she didn't believe a 17-year-old cadet could be that fast and thorough. It even made the boss wonder if she should turn on a spell release technique. After escaping from the boss, Hajin then went back to set up a tent. He felt that it was very scary. He would really die there if he fought her. His shoulders also hurt from being too tense, but fortunately the boss was in disguise which allowed him to escape from her. He was also able to find a good place to set up his tent, because for now he was safe. He had to eat and use some of his points, and while Hajin was thinking about which stat he would upgrade with his points, he then felt someone approaching him. That person was Rachel. Rachel looked relieved to have found him. Hajin then asked, was she looking for him? Hearing that, Rachel didn't know what to answer, but her stomach suddenly rumbled. Hajin could only be silent seeing that. He then asked her, did she want to eat? Rachel then hesitantly asked, if it was okay, she would give her some points. And the two of them then sat together while waiting for the dish to cook. In the midst of the awkwardness, Rachel then asked him, what have you been doing alone so far? Hajin replied, not much. He just did a few things to get points. Seeing Rachel suddenly silent while feeling embarrassed, Hajin felt she seemed very eager to ask something, but he felt it would be very embarrassing if he said he was the one who saved her. Looking at the wound on her neck, he wondered, was she injured? But he felt it was natural that she was injured because she had fought a Jin. After waiting for a while, the dish was finally cooked. Rachel was very happy to know that, but Hajin was then surprised when Evangel's seed suddenly moved. He tried to calm it down, but it was useless. Evangel's seed then jumped from his pocket towards the wound on Rachel's neck. Rachel actually wanted to ask him how he could prepare all this, but her intention was immediately shattered when she felt something enter her wound. Knowing that, Rachel then screamed. After several attempts, Rachel finally managed to pick up something stuck to the wound earlier. With a feeling of shame, Hajin then apologized to her. He said that it was his pet. He means the almonds he raised. Rachel could only feel confused hearing that. Hajin didn't know how to explain it to her. Rachel asked, shouldn't he raise things like that on the ground, instead of letting them fly around like that? Hearing that, Hajin once again apologized to her. He said he would do what she said, so he asked her to return it to him. When the atmosphere turned awkward, Hajin then invited her to eat, but when Hajin was about to prepare the food, Rachel suddenly called him. She said this might be a little late, but, she asked, if he wanted to team up with her, it'd be something like a co-op mission. Rachel looked very embarrassed when offering it to him. Hearing that, Hajin said that she said the same thing as Chai Naun. Rachel was then surprised to hear that. She asked if Naun asked him to form a team with her first. Hajin replied no, but he then accepted her invitation. Rachel was then happy to hear that. But she then realized that she was still on someone else's team. Hajin was then confused to hear that. Rachel asked, did he know Ju Yohun? Hearing that, Hajin then knew what she meant. He then said that it didn't matter. Rachel was confused to hear that. Hajin assured her that it wasn't a problem. He asked her to just team up with him. Somewhere, a silhouette of a person with a spear in his hand was seen. The corpses of the cadets could be seen scattered around the person. He was Shin Jonghaack. He seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. The people who had been slaughtered by Jonghaack turned out to be Yohun's party. He looked shocked when he just returned and saw his colleagues already lying helpless on the ground covered in blood. He was confused about what happened. Seeing Jonghaack, he wondered, did he do it? Jonghaack smiled at his arrival. He then greeted him. Without explaining a word, Jonghaack then threw something at him. but fortunately Jonghaack did not intend to hit him, it stuck right in the tree behind him. The shock could be clearly seen on Yohun's face as he faced it, and as he looked towards what Jonghaack had thrown, he then saw a twig with the word challenge and coordinates written on it. Reading that, Yohun immediately said that it wasn't him who sent it. He was wrong, the message was sent by someone else, but Jonghaack didn't care about that at all, it wasn't important. Yohun could only horrified hearing that. With a tight grip on the spear in his hand, Jonghaack then walked towards him and said, "He just doesn't like insects like him." With a quick movement that made Yohun unable to react, Jonghaack then strangled his neck. It made it difficult for Yohun to breathe. Not caring about that, Jonghaack continued, "Those who don't know the place but stick out their tongues, just like snakes." The northwest area of the island observation tower, Sonah was seen who seemed to be thinking about something. Shortly after that, a man then came and called her. The man asked, who was she thinking about? Sonah replied, Kim Hajin. The man was confused to hear that. He didn't know who Kim Hajin was. He asked, didn't she have high expectations of Kim Soho? Sonah replied yes, Soho was her favorite cadet, but she had just received very interesting information. 2 days ago, she got a very secret report, Yona's report. In that report, Yona rated Kim Hajin much more impressive than Kim Soho. Of course, there is still a possibility that the information is fake, but they have found a special situation about Kim Hajin, right? The fact that he can use the light attribute, Sonah thought, they can let cadets like him occasionally lie to them. Hearing that, the man asked, is it possible to confirm that information? Sonah said she will try when she has time. The man confusedly asked, how to do it? By fighting with him. Sonah did not directly answer his question, and pointed her finger towards her nameplate. This is a bait equivalent to 200 points. The next day, Rachel was seen sitting alone outside the tent while warming herself by the campfire. The sky was still so dark even though it was morning because the polar night phenomenon was still happening. While looking at the bullet she found, Rachel was sure that the person protecting her must be Hajin. But what confused her was, why didn't he tell her? She was also curious how he knew that she was in danger. Lancaster's figure suddenly appeared in her head at this time. Rachel suspected that today's ambush might be the result of his actions too. It made Rachel's heart filled with doubts. At that time, should she just die with them, while Rachel was busy struggling with her thoughts? Hajin herself was now hunting monsters to get points. Seeing a monster that appeared, Hajin then immediately took a position to aim at it. The monster at this time also realized a danger from a direction, but it was too late. A very loud gunshot then ended the monster's life. After that, Hajin then walked over to the monster who was already lying helplessly on the ground. She felt that today's hunt went very smoothly, although Rachel's condition did not seem so good this morning. It seemed that she recovered quickly after he gave her meat to eat. But Hajin was then surprised when he heard the sound of stagnant water nearby. And when he followed the origin of the sound, he was then surprised when he saw a lake in a place like this. Hajin smiled happily at the sight. He was sure that there must be monsters with high points here. He wondered, could it be crocodile monsters? He then cast some kind of magic from his stigma. He thought it should be easy enough to lure the monster out with a sphere of light if he shone it over the lake. But Hajin was then startled when he felt someone from behind him. He asked, who was there, but there was absolutely no response to his question. The environment was so quiet as if there was no one, but Hajin knew that there were people there. He didn't know who it was, but they were pretty good at sneaking around, but it didn't matter to him. Hajin then activated 1,000-mile eyes. No one could hide in his eyes now. The person who was stalking him turned out to be Naun. Seeing that, Hajin then shot at her. Naun was then shocked when she saw a bullet that shot and hit right beside her. Hajin did that just to scare her. Hajin then asked, why was she following him? But Naun was still evasive and said that she was not following him. Hearing that, Hajin asked her again, then what? Naun was confused about what to answer. It was clear that she did follow him. She couldn't answer, which meant she did follow him, but Naun still denied it. More importantly, she asked, what did he just do to her? Hajin snorted at that. He told her to answer his question first. Why did she follow him? But Naun certainly didn't want to admit that. She said she told him that she didn't follow him. She followed Sonah. Hajin was then confused to hear that. He then asked, was that Yun Sonah? That he knew. Naun confirmed it. She also asked him, why was he talking so casually to her? But Hajin didn't care about her grumbling at all. He then took and opened the notebook. Naun was confused to see that. Why was he suddenly squatting while talking? Was he sick or something? It was natural that Naun felt confused, because no one could see the notebook but himself. Hajin told her to just wait. He just needed a minute. He knew where Sonah was in the novel. During the first and second day, she was watching Kim Soho. During the third and fourth day, she should be watching the other promising cadets. The fact that she was after him meant. The reason Hajin opened the notebook at this time was to access all the drones on the island. It also allowed him to know Sonah's current whereabouts. She was seen silently watching him from the top of the tree. The fact that she was watching him meant that he was a promising cadet to her. Seeing him ignoring her, Naun then called him and asked, rather than that, how did he do that just now, the thing he made earlier? It was a sphere of light, right? Hajin answered yes. He confirmed it, but he asked her not to try to investigate it further, with a charismatic look. Hajin asked her to be quiet if she understood. Naun could only feel disgusted at that. She asked, what exactly did he say? Was he crazy? She wasn't even interested, so she wouldn't ask anymore. Hajin was really annoyed to hear that, even though she asked first. Hajin then said to her, because he came here first, he told her to go over there. Naun could only accept that. She would do as he wanted. Even though he seemed arrogant to her, but he couldn't tell her the truth. If he told her about the stigma, then he should also tell her about the fact that this world exists in a novel. After that, Hajin continued his hunt for points. After who knows how many monsters he had hunted, Hajin paused for a moment. It had been 2 hours since he separated from Naun. Because he was busy hunting low to medium level monsters, he managed to accumulate 15 points very quickly. But the problem was, Hajin then turned his head in a direction, with a quick movement. Sonah then came down from the top of the tree and walked towards him. She greeted him and said, they met for the first time after she was rejected, right? Hearing that, Hajin replied, he thought so. Seeing his stony expression, Sonah asked, did she appear too suddenly? She asked him to take it easy. Actually, she was here to hold an event, in order to test the cadets' abilities. Hajin was then confused to hear that. Sonah explained, the rules were very simple. She would stay in one place and only use her left hand. She could attack him at will, and if a single attack can hit any part of her body except her left hand, or make her move even a step, while pointing to her name tag, Sonah said she would give him this name tag. Sonah then asked him, it's easy, right? Hajin was tempted to hear that. The instructor's name tag is worth 200 points. You will be ranked first as soon as you get it. It was definitely a tempting offer for him, but his opponent was a very great person, an active hero, Sonah. Hajin doubted whether he could do it. Seeing his silence, Sonah asked, what is his decision, whether he wants to give up here, or accept this challenge? Hajin chuckled at her provocation. While taking out his gun, he said that this was a very sudden event. Without saying another word, Hajin then immediately fired a bullet at Sonah. But Sonah's eyes were very calm when she saw a bullet that shot right in front of her eyes. She then thought, let's see, how strong are you? And Sonah then casually deflected the bullet using her left hand, no, more precisely with her finger, although it looked relaxed, but the energy she released was so strong that it made the bullet bend. But Sonah was actually not that relaxed. She felt a slight sensation of pain in her fingers. He could create a sphere of light, and had that much power. From a gun, it seemed that the report was not unconscious. Even so, Sonah was still acting strong. She said that it felt a little ticklish. Hajin was quite surprised to see that. He didn't expect Sonah to shrug off the reinforced magic bullet so easily without using mana. He realized that a direct attack would only be useless, so Hajin then created 2 daggers using the stigma. They were not ordinary daggers, because he had tied transparent threads to the hilt of the daggers. And Hajin then vigorously threw the 2 daggers towards her, but the throw of the dagger could be avoided so easily by Sonah. She asked, before becoming a gunner. He used to be a swordsman, right? She said that it was a good choice to use both a sword and a gun at the same time. Without any pause, Hajin then returned to shooting at her with his gun, but his shots were parried so easily by Sonah, but she still praised him. His attack power was stronger than the trainee's firearms. It seems he is indeed talented in using firearms, but what she didn't realize was that the 2 daggers that Hajin had thrown earlier were now flying back towards her, and by the time Sonah realized it, It seemed a little late because the distance between the daggers and her was already so close. Hajin smiled happily at that. It would be too far for her left hand to reach the daggers, but just when Hajin thought he had won, a very powerful aura then appeared from Sonah's body. It managed to dispel the daggers and even destroyed them. The environment was suddenly silent for a moment. Hajin could only be stunned to see that. He couldn't do anything about it. Sonah was amazed by his trick. Earlier, she felt it was really amazing. She didn't expect he would change the path of the dagger with mana. She asked, "What technique is that?" She felt he was like an onion. A new side of him kept appearing no matter how much she knew. She also asked, "Does he have other talents?" Hajin was completely helpless at this time. He then reholstered his gun, and said that he would leave now. Sonah was then surprised and confused to hear that, seeing Hajin who was now walking away. Sonah then called him and asked, "Where is he going?" It was getting exciting. Sonah didn't seem to want Hajin to just leave. But what Sonah didn't realize was, Hajin then said that she was moving. Sonah was then confused to hear that. Hajin explained. She said she would only use her left hand, but now, she was using her legs too. Sonah really didn't expect that. With a feeling of displeasure she asked, did he think her offer was a joke? Hearing that, Hajin just said that he was just trying his luck. He felt it was a waste of time because the stat difference between them was so big, so he decided to give up and say goodbye to her. Seeing him walking away, Sonah then called him back. But Hajin ignored it. Actually, he was half serious about him really losing earlier, but she was so scary that he couldn't continue. He was really scared earlier, seeing him who continued to walk away without caring about her. Sonah said that he would really regret this. The interaction between the two of them was witnessed by the boss who was now on a tree near them. Right after that, Drun then contacted her. He asked, "Was the infiltration successful?" The boss replied yes. Hearing that, Drun said, he didn't think it was a good choice to move separately with her team. Jin's friends might think she was acting strange, but the boss felt it would be a bad choice to get around with them. But the boss suddenly felt something. Drun also felt it. He was confused. What happened? The boss said, "This is a heartbeat." Somewhere on the island, in a tree there was an object that looked like a fetus. The fetus seemed to be carrying a creature. The boss said, "The butterfly sapling will rise." The butterfly sapling, it's a spirit-type monster that clings to trees like a parasite. It appeared on the last day of the end-of-term exam and was killed by the main characters. In that process, Kim Soho got the dust of the sapling, and Rachel got the clue about enlightenment. That's how the original story goes, but Rachel is currently teaming up with him to help her enlightenment. He had to get her to join the fight against the butterfly sapling, but the problem was, feeling confused. Rachel then asked him why he was circling around this area. It was because Hajin didn't know when and where the butterfly sapling would appear. He never wrote such details. Hajin didn't know what to answer her question. After collecting and stacking all the monsters they had hunted, Naun thought, maybe she would get first place in this exam if it was like this. She wondered, what was the remaining 20 hours until the exam was over? Yonghan looked exhausted after doing all that activity. He told them that he wanted to drink first. When Soho was about to stand up, Naun suddenly called him. She asked, in his eyes, "What is Kim Hajin like?" Soho was then confused to hear her suddenly ask that question. Naun said, "Doesn't he seem to be hiding a lot of things? He continues to feel suspicious, both at the museum and in Paris. Moreover, he might be strong enough to be on par with high-ranked cadets despite having a weak-looking body." Hearing that, Soho felt she had a point. He suddenly remembered Hajin's words at that time. At that time Hajin said that he knew more about Naun than him. Soho suddenly smiled when he remembered that. Naun was then confused to see him suddenly react like that. Soho just chuckled. He said it seemed like Hajin was hiding a lot of things. Hearing that, Naun then asked him, did he know anything? She asked him to tell her now, but what they didn't realize was, there were currently many creeping roots approaching them. Soho just told her to find out for herself. Why did she even ask him? Suddenly, many giant creeping roots suddenly appeared enveloping the two of them. They were then shocked and confused to see it. They were shocked when they saw the roots of a tree that was there suddenly moved to attack them. This incident did not only happen to Soho and Naun. Hajin and the other cadets also experienced it. They seemed overwhelmed in repelling attacks from the tree roots. Rachel herself was now confused when the place where she was standing suddenly shook violently as if hit by an earthquake. and when her heart was filled with feelings of confusion, Hajin suddenly called her. He invited her to go to the source of this vibration and kill the monster. Hajin also asked her to protect him when they were near the monster, although Rachel still felt confused. But she accepted his invitation without asking. The cadets who felt this vibration must be heading straight to the butterfly sapling now. He would not let them get the opportunity, and the two of them then both moved towards it. Seeing the large tree with its roots swaying around it like it was protecting something, Sonah knew that it was a butterfly sapling. Her colleague then asked her over the intercom, monsters like that shouldn't appear, right? Should they stop the exam? Sonah was silent for a moment hearing that. She then said, it will probably be fine. The ability of the cadets undergoing the current exam should be able to defeat it without any problems. Hearing that, her colleague could only lament her barrenness. Hearing that, Sonah asked, did he really think so? She told her colleague named Vieri not to underestimate them. The cadets are the seeds of heroes, and heroes always thrive in times of crisis. With a sword in her hand, Naun then jumped and cut the roots of the tree with one slash. With a happy smile, she then asked their opinions about her action just now. Soho was amazed to see that. It was really amazing. But he told her that the cutting power would increase if she flowed sword energy around the sword. Naun was upset to hear that. She told him to be quiet, tell her about it later, looking at the roots that kept appearing. Jonghaack was confused. Why did they keep appearing no matter how many times they cut them? Hearing that, Soho said, if cutting the roots didn't work, then they had to destroy the main body first. As the cadets moved closer to the tree, they then found something strange in the tree. Something inside the cocoon was moving, and shortly after, a creature then came out of the cocoon. The creature had a shape like a giant purple butterfly. They were then puzzled when they saw a butterfly coming out of the cocoon on the tree. After fully exiting the cocoon, the butterfly sapling then flew to the top of the island. Not only that, it also released a kind of powder that spread throughout the island, and when the cadets inhaled the powder, they then felt strange. Naun was confused about what this was. She lost her strength after inhaling the powder. She couldn't stand up straight. It wasn't just her who experienced these symptoms. Other cadets were also the same. Some even fell down immediately when they inhaled the powder. As Naun continued to inhale the powder, her condition worsened, until she couldn't stand up anymore. But fortunately Soho immediately came to help her. He put Naun and Jonghaack, who fell unconscious, in a tree nearby. Seeing their condition, Soho wondered if they were just asleep. He felt like the powder was not poisonous. He realized that he could not continue to move while holding his breath. He doubted, could he defeat that creature before he took another breath? But while Soho was confused about how to deal with that creature, he was then surprised when he saw two human figures moving towards the butterfly sapling. The two people were of course Hajin and Rachel. He really took this exam with full preparation. He had even prepared a mask to deal with the butterfly sapling powder. Soho could only be dumbfounded at that. He was really surprised at the appearance of the two of them. As the two of them moved towards the butterfly, Rachel then saw the cadets collapsed on the ground. She wondered if Hajin had predicted all this and prepared everything. But her attention was soon distracted when Hajin suddenly called out to her, while pointing towards the butterfly sapling flying above them. Hajin said that he was going to defeat it, so he asked her to protect him from the roots. Rachel understood. Hearing her confirmation, Hajin then aimed his gun and shot at the butterfly, but unfortunately, his shot failed to hit the butterfly because of how fast it moved. Realizing that there was someone endangering the life of the butterfly sapling, the roots then immediately moved to attack them. But fortunately Rachel was able to block the attack of the roots. But the problem they faced was certainly not that easy. Rachel was then surprised. When she felt movement coming from the ground below her, she knew that the roots would emerge from under there. Realizing that, Rachel then immediately pushed Hajin away from there. But even though she managed to save Hajin, her own situation was serious at the moment, because the roots managed to wrap around one of her ankles. After that, the roots then threw Rachel strongly. It made Rachel hit the tree there strongly. Seeing that, Hajin then worriedly called her, and what made him more worried was, when he saw the roots again moving to attack him, he was really in a desperate situation right now. Because he was a sharpshooter, he wouldn't be able to fend off the roots as easily as a sword user like Rachel, and when the roots finally landed on him, the impact was devastating. But fortunately, Soho immediately came to his rescue. Hajin was then surprised when he saw him. He asked, what was he doing here? But Soho couldn't answer his question at the moment. doing a little movement earlier had made him inhale the powder a little. Realizing his situation, Hajin then asked him to hold on, looking at Rachel who was lying on the ground unconscious. Hajin wondered if Rachel had fainted. He was really confused about what to do at the moment. There had to be someone to protect him from the root attack while he focused on defeating the butterfly sapling, and in the midst of his confusion, the evangel seed that had been hiding in his clothes suddenly came out. Hajin was shocked to see that. He then asked the seed, "Where are you going?" But Evangel's seed completely ignored his call and continued towards Rachel. The goal was clear, it wanted to suck the blood that came out of Rachel's wound. Hajin could only feel annoyed at the behavior of the seed. Soho then asked him, he was here to defeat the butterfly, right? He said he would help him even though he seemed to be unable to move for a long time. Hearing that, Hajin thought, he could only make 3 fire element bullets with the stigma's mana. So he should be able to defeat it with that. Hajin then stood up and asked him to help him. He asked, earlier he saw his bullet missed, right? The monster moved very fast, unlike ordinary spirit-type monsters. If he wanted to kill it, he had to aim at it when he was close enough. He wanted him to distract it until he was close to it. Hearing that, Soho understood. He then put his mana into his sword. Seeing that, Hajin knew it was the sword Saint Mana. He wondered, had it become stronger since the incident at the museum? Soho then turned to him while smiling slightly. He said that it was really fascinating. Hajin was then confused to hear him suddenly say that. He did not understand why Soho suddenly said that. Soho said, whatever secret weapon he took out, he was always not surprised. He also asked, did he already know Naun's talent? Sometimes when he saw him, it felt like he was seeing someone who knew everything about this world. Soho smiled very brightly. Hajin could only be stunned at this time. Soho then said he would leave the rest to him, and he then jumped up to face the roots. Hajin could not wake up from his shock at this time. Seeing Soho who was now busy facing the roots, Hajin then thought, how would I know that? It's only because the person who created this world is me, the author. Because of that, a problem has occurred. Hajin's current goal was to go to the top of the towering tree on the island. He looked a little difficult in climbing the tree, but finally, he made it to the top. The sun was shining very brightly there. The world he made as this novel now was right in front of his eyes. When he heard Soho's words earlier, he then realized that he became a character he had never made before. With an aiming position, Hajin then pressed the trigger, and fired at the butterfly sapling. The bullet burned the butterfly. Soho was surprised to see him could use the fire element. He wondered, this should be enough, right? The butterfly sapling was burning badly at the moment. Even so, it was still alive. Hajin was then surprised to see that. He felt anxious at this time. He wondered, was the attack power a bit lacking? But just as he was about to shoot the bullet once again, someone suddenly moved at this time, and attacked towards the butterfly. The attack from that person was so strong that it made the butterfly sapling unable to fly anymore. Hajin was then shocked by the sudden change, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. The boss then appeared. Her body seemed to be enveloped by a pitch-black aura at this time. Seeing her appearance, Hajin wondered if she was aiming for the butterfly powder. Seeing that the butterfly was about to fall to the ground, Soho didn't waste the opportunity. With a quick movement, Soho then slashed the butterfly to ensure its death. A very loud sound was then heard as the giant butterfly fell to the ground. Seeing that, Soho smiled happily, seeing the monster was defeated. And he then just fell unconscious. The slash seemed to drain the remaining strength in him. The boss herself then walked towards the corpse of the butterfly sapling, but when she was about to take something inside the butterfly corpse, Hajin suddenly told her to hand it over. He said that it was an item that she shouldn't take. She still didn't know what the butterfly powder was for. She might be here to target the powder because drop items from spirits could be sold for a lot of money. In order to fight the spirits that will appear in the future, Kim Soho must get the butterfly powder. The boss then turned her head and looked in his direction, looking at Soho and the other main characters who were unconscious. The boss thought, even though the butterfly was dead and the sleeping effect was not that strong, she could not believe that there was a cadet who was still strong standing. She felt that Kim Hajin was really strange. She decided to observe him more. Hajin could do that was because he covered his breathing path with ether. Even so, he already felt discomfort at this time. He wondered, had he reached his limit holding the powder with ether? He was also having trouble breathing. He couldn't go on like this. He had to wear the mask. But Hajin was then surprised when he saw the boss suddenly attack him. The boss enveloped him using the black aura. the black aura then formed a kind of black ball that surrounded the two of them. The boss now no longer needed to be afraid of someone seeing her true form because there were only two of them there, after removing her disguise. The boss then asked him, he knows who she is, right? Hearing that, Hajin then answered, she is Li Xiaopeng, right? That was the name on the business card that the boss gave him during the midterm exam. The boss was silent for a moment hearing that. She didn't know who Li Xiaopeng was, but she then remembered that it was a fake identity that she used when she approached Kim Hajin that time. The boss then confirmed it. She asked, according to him, why was she here? Hajin asked her back, wasn't she here to observe? The boss didn't answer and asked again. How long had he known that she was Li Xiaopeng? And when Hajin was about to make an excuse, with a threatening look, the boss said, if he dared to lie, she would kill him. She means, beat him up. Hajin was very scared to hear that. He then immediately said that he found out when he stole her smartwatch. When he looked at her more carefully, he noticed she was a little different. The boss was confused to hear that. Hajin said that he had sharp eyes. Hearing that, the boss then thought, Jane's talent could not see things with just sharp eyes. But Kim Hajin could not only see through Jane's talent, but also the consciousness barrier device. It raised a guess in the boss's mind, perhaps, his mana was anti-magic. A special case where all mana in the body is anti-magic. If true, then it makes sense that he can see through Jane's talent, because he only needs to focus his mana on the optic nerve to do so, and if this theory is true, it means that he is a very valuable resource that she cannot let go. Realizing that, the boss then removed the black aura that surrounded them. Hajin could only be surprised to see that, but his surprise did not stop there. The boss then gave him the butterfly powder. She said she would give this to him, in return, but the boss suddenly shut up. Hajin could only be confused to see that. Jane, who was watching, then asked her not to say anything strange, just do as she said. If she didn't know what to say, she asked her to calm down, don't rush, just slow down. Hearing that, the boss was silent for a moment. She then suddenly asked Hajin to give his phone number. Hajin could only be stunned to hear that. After successfully escaping from the clutches of the boss, Hajin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to die earlier, although it was a bit dangerous, but he managed to get an important object. But he was confused. How did he give this to Soho naturally? Because the boss suddenly intervened, he had to think of a way, but, Hajin then finally remembered something. He momentarily forgot about Rachel and Evangel's seed, but when he saw their current condition, he was then surprised. A bright light appeared from Rachel's body at this time. Hajin did not expect that to even happen. It was an indication that Evangel would hatch. The light continued to shine brighter and brighter until Hajin was unable to see it directly. Rachel herself now felt very sleepy. She was still thinking that she had to quickly defeat the spirit. She had to be ranked first and become the pride of the royal family. But she was confused. What was happening? It was so bright, and what made her more confused was, when she saw a little girl in front of her. The little girl then hugged her. Rachel was confused about who she was. She also felt that her wound had recovered. It felt very warm. When looking at the little girl, somehow Rachel felt that she was very familiar. It felt like she was like her as a child. Her face was really exactly like her. The little girl seemed to say something to her, but she didn't hear it clearly. Rachel was then confused to hear that. She was confused about what she had just said. She thought that she should ask her about it, but it seemed that she couldn't do that now. She was too sleepy. When Rachel fell back asleep, she muttered, "What did you just say?" Seeing Hajin coming, the little girl then called him Dad, and said that Mom was asleep again. The little girl is of course Evangel. After a while, the instructors then came to evacuate them. Hajin also brought Soho, who also fainted. The instructors brought the sleeping cadets back to the ship. The fourth day of the exam had ended. 9 o'clock the next day, Hajin was seen pensively looking at the sea. The grueling final exam had finally reached its end, although there was a slight interruption about the appearance of the butterfly sapling that even the instructors did not expect, but it was agreed that the 4 cadets who contributed to defeating the creature would be rewarded with points. Hajin then opened his smartwatch, but there was no new message that he got, no contact from the chameleon troop. He was confused why the boss was interested in him. He really couldn't think of a reason. But Naun suddenly approached him and called him. She asked how he could do it at that time. Hajin was then confused to hear that. Naun said she didn't remember anything because she fainted, but Kim Soho said he destroyed the butterfly's wings or something. Hearing that, Hajin pretended not to understand. He just answered, how could he destroy the butterfly's wings with just a gun? Naun also felt that it didn't make sense. Hajin then remembered. He asked, why did she use a sword instead of her bow? His question really surprised Naun. She was very upset with him, but she didn't know what to say. Hajin said, he meant, if you are a person, you have to be consistent. It is dangerous to use a weapon that you are not good at. Naun could only feel upset hearing that. She was not that bad that he had to worry about. Hearing that, Hajin decided not to care anymore. He then asked her again, then, how did she feel after using the sword? Naun seemed to feel hesitant to answer. Seeing that, Hajin asked, it was still scary, right? But Naun didn't want to admit that. She stammered, who is scared? Idiot. Hearing that, Hajin knew she was lying. Naun was very bad at lying, but somehow he didn't think of changing her nature, but still. Hajin said that she would get better if she continued like that. She was a natural swordsman. Naun was speechless when she heard that. When it was time to eat, Naun then gathered with Yona and Soho. I don't know what they were talking about earlier, but Yona said that according to her, it seemed that Hajin was interested in her. Naun said that was not what she meant, not caring about her reaction. Yona then asked Soho. He is close to Hajin, right? Did he hear something from him? Soho was even confused to hear that. Is he close to him? Soho then recalled his conversation with Hajin at that time. He said that Yona was not wrong either. Yona continued, Hajin was very cold and blunt to anyone even if they tried to approach him, but that kind of person showed a lot of interest in Naun. Hearing that, Naun embarrassedly asked her, wasn't she very close to Hajin from the beginning? Yona confirmed that. He approached her because he wanted to say something to her. But didn't he show interest in her in a different way? Naun was embarrassed to hear that. Her face turned red from blushing. She said that wasn't what she meant. Yona then asked her, so, what will she do? Naun was then confused to hear that. But Yona then suddenly saw Hajin. She then immediately called him. Yona and Soho then both greeted him. Hajin also greeted them back, while Naun herself turned her face in embarrassment. Hajin looked at her for a moment, then just left from there. Yona realized it. She asked her, she saw that right? He just looked at her when he left. Hearing her banter, Naun immediately told her to stop. She was really blushing at this time. After a while, Hajin then arrived in his room. He asked, are you inside? Right after that, Evangel then came over to her dad. Hajin was still not used to being called daddy. He asked her not to run around. Evangel asked, where did he come from? Hajin said that he already said, he bought food for her. Evangel was happy to hear him buy her food. By the way, Hajin asked her not to call him daddy from now on. Evangel was then confused to hear that. Hajin said that people could misunderstand later. Hearing that, Evangel once again asked, why? Hajin asked, can she call him uncle or Kim Hajin? But Evangel once again asked, why? Hajin was really helpless to hear that. He thought, looks like she needs a little education. As he looked at her, Evangel then smiled sweetly at him. Evangel hatched next to Rachel that day. He called her daddy and said that mommy was asleep again. Hearing her call him daddy, Hajin was confused. She had just hatched herself, but Evangel said that he was her daddy. It was true that he took care of her, but did not give Hajin the opportunity to speak further. Evangel suddenly hugged him. She seemed to really consider Hajin as her parent, but Hajin was then surprised when he saw a helicopter patrolling the island. Seeing that, Hajin then asked her, could she go into the seed again for a while? But Evangel didn't seem to understand the word seed. He said. Hajin explained, the shape was round and small, like herself before. Hearing that, Evangel then asked, what about mommy? Hajin was really helpless to hear her call Rachel mommy. He then just said that mommy was busy. Evangel seemed a little sad to hear that, but she then obeyed her daddy's words, and she then returned to being a seed. That's why Hajin managed to smuggle a small child into the ship. Hajin was really confused at this time. He was an adoptive parent or what? Seeing Evangel who was playing around, Hajin then told her to eat first. Evangel was very happy to hear that. Hajin then prepared the food he had bought for her, and when Evangel ate the food, she looked very happy. Seeing that, Hajin then told her to sit down and eat properly. Evangel understood. After taking care of Evangel, Hajin's gaze then turned to the butterfly powder he had obtained on the island. He wondered, what should he do with this? The powder was called the powder of butterfly sapling. It attached to the target with magical power, and helped awaken their hidden potential. The description is simple. But the subject of the hidden potential to be awakened depends on the target. In other words, the awakened potential can be a person or an item. Originally, it should be taken by Rachel and Kim Soho, but the story this time is different. Hajin thinks that he should be more careful about who he should give this to, while Rachel herself is now pensively looking at the ceiling of her room. She is still thinking about what she saw before she fell unconscious on the island. She is confused. Who is the little girl she saw? She was more like feeling her than seeing her. She can still feel her energy clearly. She wondered, was she the spirit of the tree or something? Her spirit beast powers were still unknown, or was she just hallucinating? But she didn't feel that she was just hallucinating. Rachel smiled as she recalled the little girl's face. She was confused. Why did she keep thinking about the energy she felt, as if she would meet her again someday? Somewhere in the cube, there was a statue of a soldier carrying a sword in his hand. Yona is seen around the statue. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Shortly after that, the person she was waiting for finally came. Yona was then happy to see that. She then greeted him. The person turned out to be Hajin. She thought he wouldn't come. Yona said that there was one more person who still hadn't come. It seemed like she would be a little late. So she invited Hajin to come in first. Hajin understood, but he was quite confused about who else was coming. Yona didn't seem to tell him that. When the two of them were in the car and traveling, Yona then opened the conversation. She said, "It seems like he finished the end-of-term exam very well." Hearing that, Hajin replied that he only got 67 points, although his tone was like that, but it was a lot of points. Yona said that if he didn't want to look conspicuous, he should get less than 20 points. She also said that other guilds are starting to pay attention to him now. Hajin just stayed silent hearing that. After driving for some time, they almost arrived at their destination. And when Hajin saw their destination coming into view, he was then surprised. Yona then welcomed him. "Welcome to the essence of the strait." Some time before Hajin met with Yona, he suddenly got a message sent by Cube, Guild Tour announcement. At 6 p.m. this afternoon, each guild will announce their cadet tour list. The cadets on the list will be contacted immediately through their smartwatches. Guild Tour. This is a system that gives cadets time off to see the work of active heroes, and domestic guilds have the right to recruit the cadets they want, starting from the highest-ranking guilds. After reading the message, he is also curious about what the heroes are doing. There must be a number of side missions like he wrote, but only 3 people can be recruited by each guild from grade 1 and 2 cadets. That's why grade 1 cadets below the top 300 have no chance, based on his entrance exam ranking, no matter how well he finished the end-of-term exam. He felt that maybe he still couldn't enter the top 300, it was a little disappointing, but he was then surprised by the sudden notification sound from his smartwatch. He got a message. He was confused. Who sent him a message? And when he opened it, to his surprise, it turned out to be a message from Essence of the Strait, the second best guild in Korea. He has been selected to do a guild tour. If he does not want to participate, he is requested to contact them, but such an offer would certainly not be rejected by him, and that was the story of why Hajin could go with Yona to the Essence of the Strait. When they were there, a guide then explained. Although this event was called a guild tour, as they could see, there were actually a lot of missions that took place here. Missions that are of a certain difficulty level and above can only be taken on after the office has completed its analysis of the mission. Hearing that, Hajin then silently glanced at Yona. He guessed, maybe Yona put his name on the list. She is the daughter of the guild master, so she must have the right to do that. Realizing that, he wondered, isn't that an abuse of power? After walking for a while, they then arrived at a place, and when they went inside, they then saw a lot of people there. They looked very busy. Seeing that, Hajin realized that this was the analysis room. The guide then said to him, he heard he was ranked first in theory, that's why they wanted to show him this room first. The name of the guide who guided them was Park Sang-do. He was a hero with a grade between intermediate and advanced. He was also Yona's left hand. He was the hero assigned to be a guide on the guild tour this time. When looking at him, Hajin felt that he really seemed like a nice guy. If it wasn't for the story he wrote, he wouldn't have expected this at all. He was a bastard who would betray Yona later, and someone suddenly approached them at this time. She asked Park Sang-do if the cadets were here. When she saw him, she asked, so he was the cadet named Kim Hajin huh? Seeing her, Hajin knew, she was Lee Jina. Just like Park Sang-do, she was also a hero who was at a grade between intermediate and advanced. Lee Jina then sarcastically said to him, isn't the world too good? didn't expect a 934 ranked person to be able to do a guild tour at the essence of the strait. She wondered who managed to help pull that off. Hearing that, Hajin realized that there was no way she would have a good impression on him. Lee Jina was currently a direct subordinate of Young Hoseok, the vice guildmaster of Essence of the Strait. She was hostile to Yona, who was the guildmaster's daughter and potential successor, but that was only for now. Later, Lee Jina would work under Yona, and climb to the position of the vice guildmaster with her own strength, the most outstanding person within the guild. Hearing her unhappy tone, Sango immediately told her that Hajin was the #1 ranked cadet when it came to theory, but Lee Jina didn't care about that at all. She was also #1 when it came to theory. She also said that the theories that cadets learn about aren't even that crucial. Don't you think so, theory #1 kid? Hajin just silently heard her insulting tone, but Lee Jina suddenly thought of something when she saw the papers she was holding. While handing the papers to him, she then asked, if he was so confident in his abilities, could he try to solve this? Sango really didn't understand her behavior. How could she just show insider information? Lee Jina said that it didn't matter, it's nothing important. She then told Hajin to check it out, let's see what he can do. Hajin was really annoyed to be constantly belittled like that, but with this, he at least became excited now. While raising his hand to her, Hajin asked, could she lend him some paper? Hearing that, Lee Jina then disparagingly said, even if she gave it, does he know what to write? Hajin was really annoyed at her attitude. While seeing the dispute between the two of them, Yona suddenly got a message. She said, it looks like the last person had arrived on the first floor. Hearing that, Sango then invited her to pick her up together. Hajin was now left alone. When looking at the things Lee Jina gave him, Hajin knew. The content of this was about the variables that could occur when raiding a dungeon. This was definitely a question that a cadet wouldn't be able to answer, but as long as he had observation and reading, he only needed to write the calculations that appeared automatically in front of him. He really finished that difficult thing quickly, but when Hajin was about to write the last part, his paper was suddenly picked up by someone. That person was of course Lee Jina. She asked, was he still not finished yet? Didn't he see that they had already left? She told him to stop doing anything unnecessary, give up and leave already. Hajin was really annoyed at her current behavior. After that, Hajin then followed Yona to the first floor. He still regretted that he wasn't able to write that last part down. He also annoyedly thought that she better not ask him to do that last part later on, and when the elevator reached the first floor, the door on the elevator then opened, and the person he saw when he just got out of the elevator surprisingly turned out to be Naun. Naun also looked unexpected to see him here. She then immediately asked Yona why he was here. Yona carelessly said, who knows? Hajin also didn't expect that the last person who came was Naun. Yona seemed to do it on purpose, but what made Hajin confused was why Yona didn't say anything about her. After doing various kinds of activities, the afternoon finally arrived. At Yu Jinhyuk's office, Jinhyuk was seen who looked confused at this time. He really didn't expect. The result of spending a month digging into his past turned out to be just a few sheets of paper. The figure of Kim Hajin now turned out to be very mysterious in his mind. He was really confused. How many people were in his past, who his parents were, and why he became an orphan? No matter how deep he dug, he didn't find much. He could only sigh helplessly at the moment. His nephew really gave him a difficult task, but he certainly wouldn't give up so easily. In fact, the more he hid in the shadows, the more he felt attracted. After all the cadets on this guild tour gathered, Sango then explained. The guidance this time was an activation mission. They had to be on standby until they got the activation order. He also asked Naun, why was she late? Hearing that, Naun then embarrassedly scratched the back of her head. She replied that it was because she was meeting with her grandfather before coming here. Hearing that, Sango then excitedly asked, did she mean the great hero, Chai Jukil? When they were about to continue their guild tour activities, Yona suddenly got a message. She then asked them to go first. She wanted to call someone. After going to a quiet place, she then called the person. The person she called was Jinhyuk. She asked, what about her request? Hearing that, Jinhyuk laughed awkwardly. He said that he still hadn't started because lately he was quite busy. Yona then got annoyed hearing that. She scolded him. Was he just playing with her? Hearing her annoyance, Jinhyuk then confusedly asked her, why was she trying to find his parents? No, from the beginning, did he even want to find his own parents? Hearing that, Yona replied, it was possible, that person had memorized the wanted list. She thought his parents were involved with a crime. Hearing that, Jinhyuk wondered, could it be the Gwango refugee camp massacre incident? Seeing his silence, Yona then called him. She asked, so when would he start looking? Jinhyuk apologized. He reasoned that a guest had just arrived. He said, they would talk about this later, and he then ended the call just like that. Yona was then surprised by that. Jinhyuk was really dizzy at this time. He suspected Kim Hajin might be involved with that incident, the Gwango refugee camp massacre incident. 16 years ago, monsters flooded the territory of the Gwango fortress. It was a massacre incident of 87 ordinary citizens who were in the refuge, and also 9 heroes who tried to defend it. He was caught trying to investigate this incident more than 10 years ago, and was later expelled from the Yu family. Although the government and the association concluded that it was all caused by Jin, that's only what was revealed on the surface. The real culprits behind the incident were the president of South Korea at the time, Kim Seoko, the director of Daehoon, Choi Jukil, and also his brother, Yu Yona's father, Yu Jin-young. What's worse is that they went as far as hiring an assassin to do it. For them, it's probably an insignificant matter, but what if there are survivors of the incident? If Kim Hajin's parents are really victims of the incident 16 years ago, then what if Kim Hajin is planning revenge now? This is dangerous. Jinhyuk realizes this problem will not end easily if he keeps digging. Once that crazy old man Choi Jukil realizes what he is doing, he will definitely suffer a terrible death. Just thinking about it already made him tremble. Back to Hajin and friends. They continued their guild tour activities. An announcement sound was then heard which announced the destination of their mission this time. After hearing that, they then immediately headed there. Hajin was seen trying to catch up with the 3 of them from behind. He was very tired at this time, realizing Hajin's absence. Sango then asked, where is Hajin? Naun told him to just relax, he would catch up. But what made her confused was, why Yona put on such a dull face all this time. It was certainly because she was still very upset with her uncle's behavior, and as they continued to walk forward, they then saw the golems that were the target of their mission appear. 2 civilians were seen in front of one of the golems. Their situation was very dangerous at this time, because the golem then launched a blow towards them, but fortunately, before the attack from the golem landed, Yona had first tied the hand with her whip. Seeing that, Sango then praised her action, not wasting the opportunity created by her. Sango then threw the spear in his hand strongly towards the golem. The spear throw was so strong that it destroyed the golem. Hajin at this time also finally caught up with them. He was happy to finally catch up, but his friends seemed to have started to fight the golems, with a position aiming at the golem. Naun then estimated its height. It was about 2 meters tall. She felt that maybe she could defeat it using a sword. With thoughts like that, Naun then put her bow back. With a quick movement, Naun then moved to attack the golem. Usually, the golem's weak point is its ankle. With her eyes fixed on the golem's ankle, Naun then attacked. But, even before her attack could land, the golem had already attacked her stomach with its big hand. Naun spit out a mouthful of blood due to how strong the golem's attack was, and fell to the ground. She really didn't understand why the golem could be so fast. Not giving her time to think further, the golem then attacked her again. Hajin, who witnessed it, then immediately warned her. But he was then stunned. Seeing Naun, who was now in his arms, Hajin wondered what really happened, because he really wanted to save Chai Naun. The ether reacted automatically. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Hajin thought that he had to say something, so he then advised her, if she continued to stand still at crucial moments like that, you should fight from a distance. He asked, her sword should be longer than that, right? Naun was stunned for a moment to hear that. With a feeling of shame, Naun then told him to mind his own business. She reasoned that she made a mistake because she was careless. Now, she told him to take a good look. After turning her face away from him, Naun then thanked him. The reason why Chai Naun should be a swordsman is because her mana capacity is several times greater than an ordinary hero. Her talent is mana C. Her mana capacity is even greater than Kim Soho's. It even has no limit when she uses the sword as her medium. Naun really went forward alone to face the golems. After a while, they finally managed to take care of the golems, because the rescue unit had arrived. Sango then took them back, but Hajin suddenly noticed the presence of someone from the top of the building behind him, and when he looked at the person, he then realized who it was. Seeing him who was still standing there, Naun then told him to hurry up. while glancing at the person, Hajin silently apologized to her for hitting her with the ether. Seeing Hajin who walked away, the person then left there. At the guild building essence of the strait, Lee Jina complained because her shoulder was very sore. She seemed to be working all the time. Seeing that, her colleague asked her if she was still calculating, even though she had said it was fine to leave it to the people in the office. Lee Jina snorted at that. She haughtily said that she was smarter than those people. After all, she was almost done. Seeing a paper with scribbles beside her, her colleague then asked, "What kind of paper is it? Does she use paper and pen to calculate?" Hearing that, Lee Jina then remembered. She said that this is the scribbles of that arrogant boy. She then decided to look at it. With a disdainful laugh, she said, "Shall we see how he do?" But when she started to examine the paper, the shock in her heart could not be described by words. When Hajin had arrived at his dormitory, he then received a continuous message from Lee Jina. She asked him to chat for a while. Seeing no answer from Hajin, Lee Jina then anxiously asked him to answer her call, but she then remembered that tomorrow Hajin would come again to the guild. Then, they would talk tomorrow. Reading that, Hajin mockingly thought, how could he go? He already knew roughly how the guild operated. He had no more business there. He then sent a message to Sango that he could not join the guild tour tomorrow. Sango was then confused to read that. Hajin was silent for a moment. He then ignorantly thought, should he tease her a little? Hajin then sent a message to them. Someone said that he was on the guild tour list because of the support network, because he was the 934th ranked cadet. Instead of being treated like that, maybe it was better to give a chance to other cadets. He also apologized to them. Sango and Lee Jina could only be stunned to read that. They then looked at each other in confusion, feeling upset. Sango then blamed Lee Jina for this. Seeing that, Lee Jina immediately said that she didn't mean for it to be like this. Hajin chuckled. He felt this should be enough. He could imagine how angry Yona would be when she found out about this. After doing the little prank, Hajin yawned because he felt sleepy. He was very tired today. He thought it must be because he went to many places today. Looking at the evangel who was asleep on the floor, Hajin wondered, what had she done to fall asleep like that? Even though he was very sleepy, but there was something he had to do today. He had to do it as soon as Evangel fell asleep. After placing Evangel on the bed, Hajin then took something he had hidden in his room. It was a bag containing the powder of butterfly sapling. After opening the bag and looking at the amount of powder inside, Hajin did not think that this was more than he thought. If there was this much, he could share a little with Soho and Rachel, then he could also use it too. He then divided the powder equally into 3, the 2 of them were important, but he also had to survive. He had to use this when the opportunity arose. He must strike when the opportunity arises, and do it when it was well planned. Hajin knew that it was useless to use this with his physique like this, because he only had SP instead of strength. So he had to use this powder on the ether. After deciding that, Hajin then poured the powder into the ether. After that, he just had to wait until it finished absorbing it. But he suddenly got a message at this time. It was from Naun. Hajin was then confused to see that. Naun thanked him for today, but Hajin was then confused to read the hanging message. 10 minutes later, Naun still hadn't sent him another message. One of the 2 things that could annoy other people was to stop talking in the middle of a conversation, so Hajin decided to immediately ask, "What?" But Naun asked him back. "What?" Hajin asked again, "What is it?" But Naun asked him, "What do you want from me?" Hajin was speechless reading that. Even though she was the one who started the conversation, Hajin then just told her to sleep. Naun laughed amusedly reading the message. Hajin could only sigh helplessly at her silly behavior. While smiling slightly, he then silently called her stupid. He did not expect to exchange messages with Naun like this. This was a new emotion for him. He started off as an extra character unrelated to the main story, but somehow he ended up here. If he thought about his role now, he was like a supporting character, because nothing was certain. He couldn't change anything, even though it was late. But Yona was still busy at this time. She has a lot to take care of. She has to write the guild tour report and upload the guild recruitment. There is indeed an information team in essence of the strait, but that's not enough. They need people to take care of the information. The system is ready, so they just need to recruit someone. She is still annoyed when she remembers the answer from her uncle, instead of waiting for that lazy human. It's better for her to do it herself. But she was then surprised when someone called her at night. It was from Chai Naun. When she picked up the phone, Naun then called her. Yona asked, What's wrong? Why did she suddenly call? She was busy. Naun said that she wanted to go to the seminar with Kim Soho on Tuesday. She asked if she wanted to come, and when Yona was about to reject the invitation, Naun quickly said that Jonghaack was also coming. Yona immediately changed her answer and accepted the invitation. She then confusedly asked, was that why she called her? Naun replied no. She looked a little hesitant. Naun then cleared her throat for a moment and asked, had she seen the footage of yesterday's battle against the stone golem from the drone? Hearing that, Yona replied yes, because she had to write the report too. Hearing that, Naun still looked a little hesitant. Realizing that, Yona asked, did she want to discuss the part when Kim Hajin helped her? Naun immediately panicked when caught off guard by her. She then immediately denied it. Yona continued, it was clearly recorded. It seemed like she landed right in his arm. Naun was really very embarrassed to hear that. She then warned her, just watch out if she dared to spread it. Yona just chuckled at that. She said, why would she spread it? But, she asked, is it good? Naun immediately asked after hearing that, what did she mean? Yona laughed out loud at her answer. She then said that she was busy, so she would hang up first. Naun was really annoyed with her behavior. Seeing the call ended, Naun then hugged her legs with embarrassment. Yona's mood immediately became good after teasing Naun, but when she was about to return to her work, someone suddenly called her again. But this time it was not from Naun. When she heard the words of the person, she then stood up from her chair because of how surprised she was. She was surprised to find out that Hajin did not join the guild tour. It seems that Sango was the one who called her at this time. He reported everything that Lee Jina had done during the guild tour to her. Yona could only sigh helplessly. She was very upset with Lee Jina. Even though they were almost able to get Hajin to sign the contract, she also lamented Hajin's unpredictable movements. A notification suddenly appeared in front of Hajin at this time. His SP increased by 89, the luck bonus was active, he got 12 additional SP. Hajin was then surprised to see something unexpected like that suddenly appear. He wondered, did he gain interest somewhere he didn't know? Whatever it was, he was happy because he had gained SP. If so, he wondered, should he invest this SP too? No matter how hard he tried, his physical stat would drop over time, so the best thing he could do was to choose and focus. Since he had used sapling powder for the ether, he decided to use all his SP on weapons rather than his physical. By increasing the random enhancement system, cognition, specialized equipment is recognized. Random enhancement, the concept of the specialized equipment is enhanced by 1 to 100%, the chosen percentage lasts for 24 hours and after 24 hours, it's set randomly. If you invest SP into the talent you can enhance the random enhancement system. Although from the outside it looked like a Dreg's talent, but since his luck was above more than 0.1% of people, the effectiveness would be good for him. Although success in writing was another story, after deciding that, Hajin then began to write his talent. He then closed his eyes while hoping that it would work, and when he opened his eyes slowly, he then saw a series of notifications. Due to insufficient SP, the quality was reduced. Hajin could only sigh in disappointment reading that. He had expected he did not have enough SP, but he was then surprised when he read the notification that appeared next. Luck has been activated, chance of failure has been restored. Random enhancement system, at most, 5 weapons will be recognized. The concept of the specialized equipment is enhanced by 1 to 44%. The chosen percentage lasts for 24 hours and after 24 hours, it's set randomly. When recognition of a weapon is removed, after an hour, IT will revert back to normal. Reading that, Hajin was honestly not very satisfied, but since this was an unbelievable setup, he had to be grateful for that much. The preparation was complete. The reason for speeding up the enhancement preparation was because Hajin then opened his smartwatch. There was a notification telling him that the destination of the travel club next Friday was England. This was a sign that the main story would soon begin again. Over the past week, his summer vacation felt like a series of continuous training, because he still had to train even though he had used all his SP on his weapon. Despite training so hard, his stat was still average, but the ether was fully developed, it could materialize, it had no concrete form and would strengthen when with its owner. Part of it is potentially detachable due to the power of the mysterious spirit. The summary of the changes is, physical strengthening increased by 0.7, and this is when 2 additional functions. Details manifestation that can manifest a number of colors and flavors. Hajin wondered, should he try it, it would be difficult to make a gun because of its complex composition, so he then formed a simpler object, which is a knife. Hajin was then surprised, because it was unexpectedly successful. When holding the knife, he felt that its form and texture were like a normal knife, but his experiments did not stop there. He then used random enhancement to strengthen the knife. The action succeeded in strengthening the knife 31%. After that, Hajin then tested the knife. By throwing it forcefully towards the boulder in front of him, its power is nowhere near normal, and when the knife finally landed on the stone, it really broke it. Seeing these results, Hajin thought that the details manifestation and random enhancement were really very useful. The knife throw earlier even split the ground and the stone in front of him. This is not as strong as a relic. But the important thing is the external appearance. Items with normal form can catch people off guard, and when the dagger would pierce the heart of one of them who was caught off guard, that's good enough. The next day, Hajin then gave Evangel the spirit friend as her toy. He told her that she had to be a good and quiet child when he went for club activities. Okay. Hajin also said that he would buy her delicious food. Evangel was very happy to hear that. Hajin also warned her that if she could only make animals with the spirit friend, she could not make humans. He asked if she understood. Evangel playfully covered both ears hearing that. She then said that she understood. So she asked him to stop bothering her. Hajin laughed at her cute behavior. He then said goodbye to her. Evangel also waved her hand at him. In a luxury building in Cube, a servant reported to Rachel that she didn't have to worry anymore. Their contract with Cube has ended and they decided to recruit a trusted agent. Hearing that, Rachel then thanked the servant named Henry. Henry continued, and regarding the cadet who saved her, if she didn't mind, he wanted to meet him by utilizing the Imperial Guild. Hearing that, Rachel said that she was happy to hear that. She invited him to do so. The Hajin she saw earlier was definitely not just a 934th rank cadet. She was sure that other guilds would want to recruit him, but she then remembered that recruiting someone too early was illegal, so she had to observe for now. Although the Imperial Guild was lacking when compared to the famous Korean guilds, with the priority recruitment rights that the Imperial Guild had, they could legally recruit better than other guilds. Seeing that all the club members had gathered, Hanhyun then invited them all to go straight to England. The weather was very hot there. Naun even complained about the heat. Hearing that, Yona asked, why is she wearing a cadet uniform here anyway? Seeing Hajin who was wearing a jacket, Naun asked, doesn't he feel hot? He is wearing a jacket that covers the top of his cadet uniform. Hajin said that he really felt comfortable. What he was wearing was the royal black coat, which had the highest rank function in controlling temperature. Hearing his answer, Naun felt it was very annoying. When they arrived in England, they were then amazed at the scenery presented in front of them. While pointing upwards, Hanhyun then said to them, the place they saw in the sky was their destination today, Clancy Islet. They would enter the portal together to go there. Hearing that name, Hajin thought, that place was made by the British government using the floating crystal they had. It was a place where everything related to money was located, such as entertainment, auctions, and events for the release of new items. It's the Golden Island, which is basically like the Las Vegas of England. This is where the main story this time will begin. When they arrived there, Naun looked very happy when she came back to see the activities in that place. It had been a long time since she had been here. Yona also said that she was the same. Hearing that, Soho then asked, had they been here? Hajin said that he was here for the first time, while Naun herself answered yes. She came here with her brother when she was 11 years old, and she hadn't been here since then. Her mood suddenly turned sad when she remembered her brother. The atmosphere between them suddenly fell silent for a moment. Realizing that, Soho then tried to divert her attention. He said that he was here for the first time. He asked, could she be his guide? Naun happily accepted that. She asked him to leave it to her. After they all gathered, Hanhyun then explained to them, there will be a big event at the islet at 7 p.m. tonight. He had asked them if they could participate in the event and they happily allowed them. He said that they were free to wander around and have fun before the event started. He also asked if there were any questions. Hearing that, Naun then immediately raised her hand high. She asked, can they go to the casino too? Hanhyun replied yes. Cube cadets are already considered adults. Naun was very happy to hear that. She then invited the three of them to go to the casino together. When they arrived there, a room full of gambling machines and equipment was then presented in front of their eyes. Hajin said that the place was more luxurious than he imagined. Naun then enthusiastically said that she would exchange some chips. When Hajin went to the reception desk to exchange some chips, the receptionist then asked him to show his identity card before making an exchange. Hearing that, Hajin then showed his identity card to her, but, he asked, "How long has she worked here?" The receptionist turned out to be Jane, who was in disguise. Hearing that, Jane replied, 6 years. Hajin said that it was really long. He also thanked her for the chip. Hajin had expected Jane to go undercover to this place. The event that Oh Han-hyun said will start at 7 p.m. tonight. Honestly, it's a big deal because it's a very big event, because all the beasts from all over the world will gather there. Eyeing that, Hajin clenched his hands tightly. Even though he wanted to cool his head, he couldn't help but get nervous, because this place is the best place to earn money for people like him who live in luck. The incident will occur at 7 p.m. He still has time. Hajin has already decided what he will do during that time. Hajin's plan is of course to gamble there. After exchanging some chips, he decided to play the slot machine first. But he then heard the sound of complaints from someone he knew. It was Naun. She said that it was really unfair, it was really just a little bit left. Seeing that, Hajin thought, if Naun was there, it meant that the man was Vert. With a feeling of resentment for losing the gamble, Naun then decided to finish and leave from there. The people who were at the table with her then said goodbye to her. But Vert suddenly asked her to wait a minute. He said that he felt bad about winning from the children's money so easily. He said he would return 25% of the money. Naun was really upset to be belittled like that. With a feeling of resentment, she then returned to her seat and said, "What won so easily?" She said that she could drain all his money if she was serious. The next story was, in just 2 hours from now, Chai Naun would be crying in the hotel after losing all the money she brought here. It was because they were all scammers, especially their leader, Vret. He was one of the important characters in his novel, and sure enough, Naun kept losing as she continued gambling with them. Hajin could only sigh helplessly at the loser's behavior. As a member of the fourth generation of a rich family, losing that money meant nothing to her. But he was a little interested in Vert. Hajin then approached them and asked Naun to stand up. He said, "Let me play."
As Hajin sat in his chair, one of Vert's henchmen said that he had to contact someone. So he went out. Hearing that, Hajin said, "That means there are 5 of us playing." Seeing Hajin join, Naun confusedly said, "He didn't bring much money, right? The minimum bet is 100,000 won here." Hajin told her not to worry. "Let's just do it." Naun could only sigh helplessly at that. She told him to do as he pleased. Seeing them all seated, Vert then explained the rules to them. 7 card stud. He would share at once. After he opened his cards, he then asked them to open their cards too. They understood, but one of Vert's dark-skinned henchmen was then surprised. When he saw Hajin just silent, he then confusedly asked him, why didn't he look at his card? Hajin just said that he wouldn't look at it. Hajin could see his card with 1,000-mile eyes, so it didn't matter whether he saw it directly or not. The dark man was then confused by his answer. He called him a crazy bastard. He then asked, did he even know the rules? Hearing that, Hajin asked him back, did he think he was playing without knowing that? He was not happy to hear him call him a crazy bastard. Hajin then opened one of his cards. It was a 3-spade card. The dark man then irritably asked why he kept talking informally to him. Hearing that, Hajin asked him back, who did it first? The dark man was really annoyed at his attitude. Realizing the commotion of the two of them, Vert then asked them to calm down. He then said to his henchmen, can't he see their uniform? It's Cube's uniform. He invited them to respect each other and continue playing. Hajin was sure he must be confused now, but he remained calm. But he then grinned secretly. The casino was really crowded. Many people came in and out of there, either with sad or happy feelings. Jane, who disguised herself as a receptionist, then reported, 6 people from the evil society have been identified. 3 heroes from the Hero Association have been sent to this area. One of them is a con man, and the other is from Illuminant. But it seems that the hero from Illuminant came here just as a tourist, and also, the boy the boss likes, Kim Hajin, is also here. Hearing the report, the boss asked her to stay alert for now. Jane then asked her. Kim Hajin had seen her earlier. Did she think she recognized her? Hearing that, the boss said that Hajin could focus magic on his eyes to see through the disguise, but he won't really use magic to see through ordinary people. Hearing that, Jane felt that Hajin might not recognize her. because she didn't feel that he used magic on her. Vert's expression was very serious at this time. He said he would deal out the 6th card now. Around Hajin there were many chips that had accumulated. This was the 12th card. His chips had doubled to 60 million won. Hajin knew. Vert's card was Ace of Hearts, combined with the other 5. It was aces full of jacks. Vert then said, "Call." It was a sign of accepting the opponent's bet and betting the same amount. Seeing Vert's calm face, Hajin lamented. He was very good at making poker faces. Naun herself said, "Raise." It was a sign of betting more than the previous player's bet. The dark man said, "Call," and Hajin said, "Raise." At this time, Vert's card is aces full of jacks. His lowest chance of winning is 4 of a kind, which usually no one is aiming for this card. The possibility of getting 4 of a kind against a full house is lower than winning the lottery. But it certainly doesn't matter to him. Vert then asked him, "Come to think of it, isn't he all in now?" Hajin didn't argue with that. He didn't have any more to bet. While pointing his finger at his chest, Vert then asked, "Why didn't he just bet with the ring?" But Hajin looked very unwilling to do so. Vert asked, "It's an artifact, right? He can tell in 1 luck." He also asked, "What's so special about that ring?" But Hajin did not answer, and only said that this was just a thing. Naun's face suddenly turned red at this time. She then suddenly asked him to just leave here. Hajin was then surprised by that. He asked her to sit back. Naun said that she would give all the money he had spent, seeing him carry it everywhere. She was sure it must mean a lot to him, but Hajin said that it didn't matter. While pulling her arm, he told her to sit back down. He assured her that he never lost. "So just sit down." Naun blushed when Hajin suddenly pulled her arm like that. He told Vert that this ring was very expensive, but since he was going to bet with this, he should also bet with his bracelet. Vert agreed with that. They then both placed their bets on the table. Then, "Can we open the cards?" Vert said he would start first. His card contained 3 aces with 2 jacks. It was a full house. Naun's heart sank when she saw that. She knew that Hajin's chances were very small to win this bet. While chuckling, Vert said that he felt bad for him. And when Vert was about to take all the bets, as if he had won, Hajin immediately stopped him. He said that he still hadn't shown his cards. Vert could only feel confused hearing that. And when Hajin opened his card, it was surprisingly 4 of a kind. He said that he was quite lucky. He asked, "This means he won, right?" Naun was really surprised to see him get 4 of a kind. Seeing her surprise, Hajin just said that he was just lucky in gambling, while Vert himself still couldn't wake up from his shock. The shock in his heart right now couldn't be described by words. He then immediately made a scene and said that he was cheating. Realizing that, the security guards then immediately secured him. Hearing his accusation, Naun then mockingly asked, "Where is the proof? CCTV has also been checked." She was really annoyed at Vert's attitude. He was babbling because he lost, while Hajin himself was now busy checking the bracelet he got from Vert. It was his goal from the beginning to challenge Vert to gamble. The bracelet was called Athenian's Black Stone Bracelet, a bracelet with magic engraving. When the wearer does damage, the damage will be converted into magic power and stored in this bracelet. When in the open air, it will slowly replenish the magic power. Vert doesn't know the real value of the bracelet. That's because this bracelet can store magic power, but cannot be used directly by the user. This means, the stored magic power will only be stored in this bracelet. Even so, you can use it if you add another magic engraving to the bracelet. But Vert didn't realize it until the next year. Hajin was planning to put the magic buff here, but Naun suddenly called him. She asked, "What will he do if he loses?" Hearing that, Hajin casually replied, "Jump off the Han River Bridge." Naun couldn't understand that. She told him not to say something like that. Hajin said, "Then, what else? Does she want him to return her money? 1/3 of this chip belongs to Ki Naun." Naun said that's not what she meant. He won it, so it's his. She just wanted to say that he looks cool. After a while, they then met Soho and Yona at the gathering place. Soho then immediately greeted them. He said if he was just a minute late, he might be absent. Hajin apologized. He was dressed very neatly and luxuriously this time, with a bag of groceries in his hand. He seemed to have gone on a spree after winning a lot from gambling. Yona then confusedly asked, why did he look like that? Hajin said that he had stopped by from an antique shop. Yona then asked again, where did he get the money? When Naun told everything that Hajin had spent on them, a man suddenly approached them. While looking at her, he said, "Isn't this our sweet Ki Naun?" Naun was then surprised when she saw the man. She asked, "Why is he here?" The man said that he was just playing here. While looking at Hajin, the man asked, "Who is he? Is he her boyfriend?" While blushing, Naun immediately denied it. She said that he was just a friend. He understood, he heard, he won a lot of money, so he was just her friend. When seeing the man, Yona then hesitantly asked, "Is he Hunter Kim Junwoo from Illuminant?" Junwoo confirmed it. He was happy. It seems he is still relevant. Yona immediately thought of something at this time. She then greeted him and introduced herself to him. Junwoo also greeted her back. While they were chatting happily, somewhere nearby, there was the boss who was staring at them silently, with a look that was directed at Hajin. She then called Jane. Jane then immediately appeared when she heard her call. She said that it was ready. In front of a luxurious building, a reporter then reported, "This is in front of the Thames portal leading to Clancy Island, to participate in the event hosted by Letton Corporation, a well-known global company. VIPs from all over the world have gathered here, with the surprising news that they personally showed the white crystal. People from all over the world are interested in this event." While waiting for CEO Zelen's presentation, but her words suddenly stopped when she saw someone getting out of the car that had just arrived. She then said, "Just talked about. Princess Rachel has arrived. Rachel is looking very elegant at this time." The reporters then flocked to her and interviewed her. They asked her to please give her feedback on today's event. The news spread that she got first place in the written exam in the cube. Please comment. But Rachel just ignored their questions. Her bodyguards immediately came to keep the reporters away from her. As Rachel entered the building, she then saw a portal in front of her. She then breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, now quiet. Someone suddenly approached her at this time and respectfully called her. He is the CEO of Letton Corporation, Zelen. He thanked her for attending their event. Seeing him, Rachel then asked, "Is he sure the barrier has been installed properly to protect against Jin?" Zelen confidently replied, "Of course, this is Clancy Islet, the safest place in Europe. High-rank heroes have been assigned to this event, so he asked her not to worry too much." He also said, "Letton, the biggest sponsor of the Royal Guild, promised to raise the status of the guild through this event." But Rachel still had a suspicious look when looking at him. Zelen grinned secretly. He said that she could confirm it. Not only Rachel, many people also came to attend the event. There was also Hajin, who was seen sitting alone. While looking at his smartwatch, he then thought, "It's still 30 minutes until the event starts, but it's already crowded here." By the way, he didn't expect them to make an event like this. In this day and age, where Jin are running amok, Letton Corporation is one of the worst companies he's ever written about. There aren't many Jin among the leadership, but there's a lot of evil comparable to them. And what's worse is, the white crystal happens to be held in the hands of such people. It is indeed something that would never fall into the hands of Jin. However, just because these humans have it doesn't mean they will use it any differently than Jin. In addition, there are a total of 3 core Jin appearing today: the Crystal Deliverer, Nade, the Fighting Agent, Silason, and Kim Hakpyo, the Evil Society's treasure-collecting team leader. There was no way he could stop the hijacking with his current abilities, so he decided to pay attention to further developments. But Hajin was then awakened from his musings when someone called out to him. It turned out to be the boss. She asked him if he was also here. Hajin was surprised to see her, but he still pretended not to know who she was, and called her Mrs. Aopen. The boss said that she was here as a security hero. Seeing the interaction between the two of them, Jane then mocked her boss. She congratulated her for finally meeting her crush. The boss was then annoyed to hear that. She was very annoyed with the nonsense she threw out. Hajin was then confused when he saw her suddenly angry. The boss cleared her throat for a moment. She then apologized to him. She said that her colleague said something strange on her earphone. Hajin understood. He understood that, because he heard what Jane said to her. When Soho and the others came to him, he was confused when he saw the boss. He asked him who she was. Hajin said that she was his acquaintance, Miss Lai Xiaoping. She was a middle-class hero. She was here because of a mission, but he happened to meet her. He also introduced Yona and Soho to the boss. They were all from the cube, but the boss said that she already knew about them. They were quite famous cadets. When Junwoo came and approached them, he then greeted and introduced himself to the boss. With a sharp gaze directed at her, he asked how she and Hajin knew each other, if you don't mind. He also wanted to know about her affiliation. Junwoo seemed to recognize the boss's true identity. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, The spotlights in the room then lit up. This was an indication that the event was about to begin. The boss did not answer his question, and said that she would leave to continue her guard mission then. She then said goodbye. Seeing the boss's departure, Junwoo then looked at Hajin suspiciously. Seeing that, Hajin wondered, did he know something? When the 5 of them had gathered and sat at the same table, Rachel was seen watching them from above. Seeing the clothes that Hajin was wearing, Rachel knew it was the item of clothing she gave him. She was very happy to see him wearing it. Shortly after that, Zelen then appeared and welcomed them all. He introduced himself, a leading company focused on innovation. He is the CEO of Letten Corporation. Zelen, he wanted to ask them, what power is the source of all things? As they thought, it is mana, and when mana solidifies naturally, it becomes a treasure with great power, white crystal, among other relics. This is a rare relic. A total of 480 crystals have been found so far, but they did not find a way to utilize its power. However, from now on, Letten Corporation will show them the true use of the white crystal. Zelen then opened the veil covering the container containing the white crystal. They then clapped their hands together as they witnessed it. Hajin himself watched it all with a serious look. Zelen continued. The base of this empty nugget can be traced back to the time of the Persian Empire. As Rachel looked down, she was then confused. What's with these men in black suits who were walking unnaturally from earlier? At first she thought they were just guards, but their numbers were increasing. They were suspicious. She had a bad feeling about this, but she realized that she should not act hastily. But she was then surprised when she saw Hajin suddenly stand up. He seemed to be walking in a direction. Rachel was then confused to see that the event was still going on. Where was he going? But she then thought of something. The man who appeared every time an incident occurred, and his attitude was not like usual. This sign was too suspicious to ignore. She then told the guards that she was fine. So she told them to keep an eye out for suspicious people in the hall. They understood. They then quickly left there to carry out their mission. After that, Rachel then held the necklace around her neck. She silently thought, open shade. Her appearance suddenly turned transparent at this time. Rachel then immediately went downstairs and moved quickly among the guests there, but they seemed to be unaware of her existence. Rachel thought, first she must find Hajin. Right now, in Clancy Hall, she was sure something was going to happen. At one of the tables there was a man who was listening to Zelen's explanation seriously. They had confirmed the details from a Latin internal document. The items in Clancy Hall now are the real themes. This cube's essence is that of an ancient relic, earthenware. They divided it into soil and sand, then gave it a new life using the most special technology to insert it into the glass box. Hearing that, the man then thought, to think Zelen would really bring the new real thing here. What a fool. He is the executive of the evil society, Kim Hakbyo. He felt that the possibility of Zelen blurted out was because he was too obsessed with money. Maybe he actually wanted to prove the authenticity of this item to the VIPs so that their stock prices would soar. Actually, this was not a bad idea. The only way in and out of this place was through the portal. And the portal was closely monitored, because this was an island made of mana. The Jin could not make artificial portals, but they would never think at all that they had an air transportation device. Kim Hakbyo grinned at the thought. He then ordered his team to enter. Somewhere in the building, Hajin was seen. Behind him, Rachel was seen, who had been following him all this time. Saw Hajin, who continued to climb the stairs. She wondered, how much further is he going to climb up? Rachel thought that she should stay at a distance to observe. After a while, Rachel then saw Hajin, who walked towards a door in front of him. Seeing Hajin about to open the door, she wondered if he had any business on the roof. The roof was a restricted area, so it should be locked unless there was an inspection. The only way to open it was by using a key. Hajin was silent for a moment at this time, but he was not out of ideas. He then took out a hammer. Rachel could only be stunned to see that. She wondered if he intended to break the door down, because Clancy Island prohibited visitors from bringing weapons, so visitors could only bring something at least like a tool. But still, she was really confused. Did he want to break down the mana alloy steel door with that old hammer? Rachel felt that there was no way it could be possible. But her assumption was soon broken when she saw Hajin destroy the steel door with a single tap of his hammer. Rachel could only be dumbfounded to see that. She was really shocked at this moment. She did not understand how a hammer that was not even coated with mana could destroy the door. but her attention was soon distracted when she heard the sound of screaming from below, where the event was held. A very tragic massacre scene was then seen. The servants were seen being slaughtered by a group of people. Bloodstains could be seen everywhere in the room. While silencing the mouth of one of the servants, Nade then looked at the object he had captured. He wondered if this was the white crystal. He would take it, but he then felt the presence of someone who was quickly heading towards him. Right after that, a powerful explosion effect was then created where he stood. That person was the security hero assigned to this island. Seeing him successfully dodge his attack, the hero then said, "Not only can you avoid my attack, but you also have a troublesome ability." Nade apparently has the ability to create clones. The hero then introduced himself. He is an advanced grade hero. Jins, he said, "Let me fight you." But he was then surprised when he saw Nade just ran away from him. He then scolded him and called him a coward. Taishin really didn't know what to do at this time. There was no way he could chase his clones one by one. The scene was witnessed secretly by the boss. Naun and others also helped in eradicating the intruders. Naun was really confused by what happened, not only Jin, but there was also a destruction demon. But their attention was soon distracted when they heard a familiar voice calling Naun. It was Junwoo. Bloodstains all over his body at the moment. He was grateful to see her safe. He had been looking for her everywhere. While throwing something towards Suho, he then told him to pick it up, and when Suho caught the thing he threw, he was then surprised because it turned out to be a sword. He asked, didn't he also want to fight? The sword belonged to a Jin lying on the floor nearby, so he asked him to use it. On top of the building, a strong wind then hit him as he stood there. While looking down the building, Hajin thought, in the original story, Nade duplicated into 8 bodies and escaped. The first one was to the east. One hero had already chased him in that direction, but that Nade didn't have the crystal. To the south, a Jin who took the form of Jane escaped with him, but that Nade didn't have the crystal either. And to the north, where the boss was, in the original story, that Nade was the one with the crystal, and when the boss was about to chase Nade who escaped with the crystal, several people suddenly ambushed and attacked her. Seeing that, she then controlled her magic power to create a small black ball and threw it at them. But they laughed dismissively when they saw her attack. One of them said, such a small ball could work, but when he wanted to destroy that small ball, he was then shocked when he saw his arm sucked into the small ball. A feeling of horror then encompassed his heart when he saw that. After that, he then screamed in fear when he saw his body sucked into the small black ball. His partners were also shocked when they saw it. The feeling of horror could be clearly seen on their faces at this time. They then immediately moved away from the small black ball, but it was useless. The small black ball then also sucked their bodies like a black hole. Nade, who witnessed it, was then shocked when he saw it. Not giving him time to react, the boss then immediately attacked him and pierced his chest with the black aura. Hajin could only be stunned to see that, although he was the one who created her character. But that was really a terrible ability. Instead of that, based on the original storyline, the white crystal was now in the hands of the chameleon troop, but he and the boss were then both shocked. The Nade that the boss had killed turned out to be a clone. Hajin was then confused about it. He then hurriedly took out and opened the notebook. He wondered, did the story change again? But he hadn't received any new messages from the co-author. That meant this was not a story change. He then realized this was a change caused by variables in the current situation. He was really confused about how to deal with this, but he then suddenly remembered something. He had never tried this method before, but he didn't have any more time to waste. The mana of the stigma that could be used as he wished, to focus the mana into his retina. No, if he focused it on far sight. Hajin's pupils and changed at this time. He was then happy because it worked. He can now see very far at this time. His eyes then moved around, looking for where the crystals was, until finally he saw a car driving on the road nearby. In the car, a man was seen carrying a suitcase containing the white crystal. And just as he managed to find the whereabouts of the person carrying the crystal, the activation of the stigma mana suddenly stopped at this time. Hajin then covered his eyes while grimacing in pain. He could only curse. How could he overload at a time like this? But he knew that he could not waste time. He would pursue it himself. Hajin then went straight down by jumping from the top of the building. Near where he landed, coincidentally, there was a motorcycle. Hajin was happy to see that. He planned to use the motorcycle to chase the car, carrying the white crystal. He silently apologized to whoever the owner was. He borrowed this motorcycle for a while. The situation inside the Clancy Hall was still chaotic. The guests were jostling to get out of there. While directing them, Naun then asked them not to jostle. She asked them to watch their step. At this time, someone suddenly approached her on a motorcycle. The person then called her, and when she turned towards the person, she was then surprised because it turned out to be Hajin. She then asked, where had he been? Hajin did not answer. He then threw something towards her, and told her to catch it, and when Naun caught what he threw earlier, she then confusedly asked, what is this? Hajin replied, a mana sword. He was sure she could use it well. The special weapon, the mana sword, which he took from Sidious. Its power depends on the mana capacity of the user. With the hidden potential that Ki Naun has, she can even unleash greater power than the Jin who used that weapon. Naun then asked, how to use it? But Hajin did not answer her question, and told her to think for herself. The important thing is not to get hurt. Seeing him who started the motorbike, Naun then confusedly asked him, where was he going? Hajin only said that he had something to take care of. Naun was then confused to hear that, not giving her the opportunity to ask further questions. Hajin then returned to riding his motorbike. He drove very fast on the road. By using his eye ability, he could watch the movement of the car. It was traveling southeast. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the target. Inside the car, a dark-skinned man carrying the crystal then asked the driver if they would soon arrive at the destination. The driver confirmed it. They would arrive in 1 minute. They said there was no problem with the transport aircraft. But when they thought the situation was under control, a crazy bastard suddenly crashed his motorbike towards their car. The impact was so hard that it damaged the car's body and made it roll down. It was certainly Hajin's doing. He was breathing heavily after doing the crazy action. The dark-skinned man then immediately got out of the car while angry. Who the bastard who did this? He would kill him right now. Although he got a few injuries from the accident, but he could still stand up. The transport aircraft was also seen arriving above them. Seeing that, he then immediately called his boss who was also on the transport aircraft. Seeing that, while opening the notebook, Hajin then thought. He was originally curious why he dared to act like this. Apparently he had something to hide. Hajin knew it was the AO-937B transport aircraft. He silently apologized to them, but he had to get rid of the aircraft. He then used about 100 SP to send the transport aircraft back to its hangar. After that, the dark-skinned man was then confused when he saw the transport aircraft continue to fly away, as if ignoring his call. Seeing that, he then immediately shouted, trying to call his boss back. He asked where he was going, but unfortunately the transport aircraft continued to fly away. Seeing that, Hajin then got off his motorbike. Because the disturbance was gone, he asked, should we start talking? But, as Hajin was getting ready to face the man, he suddenly felt the presence of someone who was quickly moving towards them. Right after that, a very powerful attack then landed right where the dark-skinned man was standing, while also carrying someone on his shoulders. He then held the man's head, who was either alive or dead. He said to him, he was originally curious what took him so long. Apparently there were flies that disturbed him. That person turned out to be Chiak Yunyo. Seeing him, Hajin could only curse. He didn't expect Yunyon to be here now. This is bad. But he was then shocked when he saw someone he carried on his shoulders. It turned out to be Rachel. He was confused. Why did he bring Rachel? Hajin could only silently curse. This has become a headache. He then took out the ether silently, then quickly took the suitcase containing the white crystal using the ether. Seeing that, Yunyon told him to put it back while he could still talk nicely. While aiming his gun at the suitcase, Hajin told him to put her down first. Hearing that, Yunyon then finally remembered the person on his shoulder. He said that he brought her because she seemed to be tracking the crystal. It seemed like she was an important person. But, he then threatened him. Either he tore her head off, or he shot the suitcase. He wondered which was faster. Hajin did not flinch at all in the face of his threat. He said that doesn't matter. If he did not put her down, he would not get what he wanted. Yunyon chuckled at that. Apparently his guts were big too. He said that it's his loss. He then put Rachel down and threw her towards him. He said that he had put her down, so he asked him to hand over the suitcase now, and Hajin then threw the suitcase to him. After getting the suitcase, Yunyon then thanked him. Hajin did not regret losing the crystal at all. After all, he could not do anything about the item. He wanted to choose the best scenario by giving this item to Rachel and letting the United Kingdom royal family have it. But since Chiak Yunyoung was here, he could only use it as a negotiation tool. Once Rachel woke up later, he would ask her why she got caught, but what Hajin didn't realize was, Yunyoung suddenly grinned at him. Without saying a word, Yunyoung suddenly moved to attack him. Hajin could only be stunned to see that. He then realized that he had been caught off guard. And when Yunyoung's attack finally landed, the shockwave it produced could be seen from thousands of meters away.
After the impact of that devastating attack subsided, Jonghaack then looked at the thing in front of him with an interested look. His attack did not hurt Hajin at all. A barrier seemed to be enveloping him at this time which resisted all the impact of Jonghaack's attack that was thrown at him. His eyes were very calm at this time. Seeing that, Jonghaack's assessment of Hajin changed. Apparently he was quite brave. He didn't even blink at all, the attitude of a fighter who watched his enemies' movements until the last second. He really became interested in him now. Jonghaack then lowered his hand. He sighed for a moment and said, "It seems he is not as pathetic as he thought." While walking away from there, Jonghaack said that he liked him. Hajin was silent for a moment. His body then limply fell to the ground. He was really scared earlier. He almost met his death. Without him realizing it, a fist the size of his head was right in front of his eyes. He had absolutely no time to react. If he did something stupid, his head might have flown off by now. Unexpectedly, their huge power difference actually helped him in this situation. But his attention was then immediately distracted when he saw Rachel, who showed signs of waking up. While holding her head that was still dizzy, Rachel then confusedly asked, "What happened? What about the enemy?" Hajin said that everything was safe now. He was gone. Rachel was momentarily confused by what he meant, but she then understood. So, the crystal fell into their hands. Hajin then asked her, "Why is she also chasing the crystal?" Rachel replied, "No, she is not chasing the crystal, she is chasing him." While pulling out the bullet she found on the remote island where the end-of-term exam was held, she asked, "This is his, right?" Hajin was quite surprised to see it. Rachel said that she found this during the end-of-term exam. Hearing that, Hajin then thought, it looks like she found it when he was shooting from a distance and then picked up this bullet. Hajin then said yes, it looks like this bullet belongs to him. But when Hajin was about to take the bullet, Rachel suddenly immediately hid it. She said that she chased him because she was worried that the same thing would happen again. Although she couldn't help much because the enemy was too strong, she was a little disappointed about that. Hajin could only laugh awkwardly at that. Rachel then called him and asked, why did he help her that time? Maybe it was a coincidence in the midterm exam, but he also did it in the end-of-term exam. It made her think that he had been watching her closely. Hearing that, Hajin was silent for a moment. He was thinking hard about how to answer her at this time. He then said, actually, he is a fan of hers. Rachel could only be stunned to hear that. She didn't seem to believe it. Seeing that, Hajin then said that he wasn't lying. He had even joined her fan community. Hearing that, Rachel only replied in a perfunctory manner. Seeing that, Hajin wondered if his reasoning was unconvincing. He was really confused at the moment. There was no way he could tell her the truth. He couldn't say that she was the main character of a novel that was under great threat. If she got hurt or died, the storyline would be completely messed up. Feeling shy, Rachel then asked, what did he mean? He liked her. Now it was Hajin's turn to be stunned after hearing her question. Outside the Clancy Hall, it was very busy now. After the medical personnel finally arrived, the injured guests were then brought there for treatment. Looking at the ends of her hair which were now curly like they had been burned, Yona could only sigh. At that moment, Naun approached her. Naun asked, did you see? Yona could only feel confused hearing that. Naun said, that. Yona was then confused by what she meant by that. She had seen many things during that incident, but the person who left the deepest impression in the midst of all the chaos and destroyed everything with his bare hands was the Hunter of Light Source, Kim Junwoo. The talent of the Sword Saint who was able to cut through everything, Kim Soho. The one who cut through all the attacks thrown at him like paper, and also, Chai Nayan. With her new weapon that Hajin gave her, she was easily able to slaughter the enemies with that weapon. She was very satisfied with the performance of the weapon, but all of the above mentioned were not what Nayan was referring to. What she was referring to was Hajin. She said, he left by riding a motorcycle. Hearing that, Yona replied yes. She also saw him at a glance. It seems like he is good at driving. She asked, he said where he was going, but Naun also didn't know about it. more importantly. Where did he get that motorcycle? She also wanted to buy it, but when they were busy chatting, someone suddenly called them. It was Soho. His face looked very anxious at the moment. He heard Rachel disappeared. He asked, did they see her? Naun was surprised to hear that. She then realized that she hadn't seen her since before. She asked, since when did she disappear? Even though she was seen here until a few moments before the Jin stormed in, her guards are currently anxiously looking for her whereabouts. Yona then realized something. She wondered, did that mean they were actually planning to kidnap her in the midst of chaos? Yona felt that possibility was very possible, because if they make her a hostage, the United Kingdom government will grant their request even if they ask for the ownership rights of Clancy Islet. That conjecture really made Yona angry at those evil bastards, but Soho then called the two of them and told them to look in a direction. Rachel was seen heading towards them on a motorcycle. The guards were then very happy to see that. They then immediately asked her, was she okay? Yona was very grateful to see Rachel okay. When she saw the motorcycle that Rachel was riding, Naun then realized it was the motorcycle driven by Hajin earlier. Yona was shocked to hear that. When everyone was distracted by the chaos that happened, Kim Hajin rode the motorcycle alone to a place, but now it was Rachel who returned by riding the motorcycle alone. All of that brought up a conjecture in Yona's mind. Did this mean Kim Hajin defeated all those Jins and then saved her? But Yona found it hard to believe. She felt it was impossible. Even a Kim Hajin could not do such a ridiculous thing. In front of a hotel in Clancy Islet, Naun was seen waiting for someone there. Not long after that, the person she was waiting for finally came. It turned out to be Hajin. Seeing her standing alone there, Hajin then asked, why is there only her here? Where are the other people from the travel club? Naun said that they had gone to the restaurant. This is because he was late. She then told him to hurry up. She had prepared dinner today. Hearing that, Hajin then confusedly asked, what was the special occasion? To bother already wanting to prepare dinner, but Naun was just silent hearing his confusion. Seeing that, Hajin felt something was strange. He wondered, did something happen? Naun suddenly stopped her steps. While blushing, she then called him, and asked, does he think they can be friends? The environment suddenly became silent when she asked him that, but Hajin answered no. He said, he thought they couldn't be. Naun understood. A very deep disappointment enveloped Chai Naun's heart at this time. She then told him to just forget it. She shouldn't have asked seriously. He really embarrassed her. While walking away, Naun told him to act as if they didn't have anything. In Hajin's view, there was no way they could be like friends. Because he was someone who would eventually leave, and he was also someone who would someday have to kill the person most important to her, so it was impossible. They could be anything like friends. As Hajin finally returned to his dorm in Cube, he then said that he was coming. Hearing that, Evangel then happily came towards him. She asked for the fried chicken that he promised. While taking out a parcel, Hajin said that he bought 2 pieces. Evangel was very happy after receiving that. She thanked him. Seeing her cute behavior, for some reason he suddenly felt peaceful. Like he had become a father. Evangel would be quiet and obedient for a while, and there were only 3 days left of his school vacation, so he decided to finish something he hadn't finished yet. He would start by connecting his smartwatch first. It was a bit cumbersome to open the notebook every time something happened, so he had been saving SP little by little. At that time, when Jonghaack's attack almost landed right on his face, a notification appeared. Because he was very lucky, he had avoided the impending death. Part of the accumulated luck, the special stat of escape from death, had been activated. It had been used a total of 3 out of 9. His SP had increased by 193. Unexpectedly, the unfortunate incident even brought a little blessing to him. Finally, he could do this with the SP he got thanks to Chiak Jonghaack. Hajin planned to synchronize his notebook and smartwatch. It cost a total of 190 SP, but he didn't hesitate at all to do that. After that, the display on his smartwatch then changed. Hajin was really amazed to see that. This was great. He didn't expect to have delayed it this long. He really thanked Jonghaack for the punch. Hajin was happy because one task was finally completed. He only had one last important task left. He then called Park Suhyuk. When Suhyuk picked up the phone, he then confusedly asked, what's wrong? Hajin asked, did he buy it? Hearing that, Suhyuk then knew what he meant. He asked, a motorbike, you're referring to Augusta, right? Hajin confirmed it. Suhyuk said that he had tried to find the one with the best specs, but even without full options it had cost 150 million won. He asked, is he okay with that? Hearing that, Hajin then asked him to buy one with all the options then. Sohyuk was then surprised to hear that. He asked, was he serious? Hajin replied yes, he was serious about this, so he asked him to please help him buy one with all the options. Sohyuk could only accept that. He would order on behalf of the company, so he asked him to take it himself later. Hajin thanked him, because he won about 2 billion won from the casino, so the 150 million won was no problem at all for him. Also, that day was coming soon. The raid of the Suwon Den Devils of the Masked Demon Monsters, that meant, soon the price of the stocks he had invested in would skyrocket. Hajin giggled at the thought. He was really happy when thinking about the future that would happen later. At the cube it was still very crowded as usual. The school vacation for the past 1 month was over. Hajin felt that everyone was fine because the atmosphere in the cube looked good. While on the way to the classroom, he then heard some students talking about social media. Hearing that, he then realized, come to think of it, it had been a long time since he last checked the social media accounts of the main characters. He usually checked them all the time, so he then decided to check them. But when he saw Shin Jonghack's social media account that contained photos showing off his good looks, he then cringed. He felt he was really mad. Kim Soho and Yona don't use social media much, while Rachel's social media is managed by the royal family. And as for Chai Nayun, the last post she uploaded was after the casino incident. It seemed like she was in quite a big shock, but Hajin was confident that she could handle it. When he arrived at classroom, Hajin then sat in his seat. He was grateful to see that no major problems had befallen the main characters. Shortly after that, Kim Sohyuk then came. He said that today marked the start of semester 2, as they knew, semester 2 is very different. Not only will there be ranking changes, there will also be newly transferred cadets. He believes some of them must have seen the transfer admission ceremony yesterday. Hearing that, Hajin thought, transfer admission ceremony. At this time, mages who want to become heroes from 10 magic academies from all over the country will be transferred into the cube, 20 from each academy, a total of 200 of them. He has memorized the faces of the important mages before, Kim Sohyuk continued, and also, the transfer cadets will attend classes starting today. He then invited them to enter. The cadets then clapped together to welcome their arrival, and while Hajin was looking at the mages, he then saw someone who felt familiar. He wondered if she was one of the mages she knew, but when Hajin was finally able to see the face of the person, he was then shocked. The mage turned out to be Tomer. Although her skin color and hair color were different, he was sure that person must be Tomer. He was really confused. What was she doing here? And right at this moment, he got a message from the co-author, changing part of the story. When she played an important role, her appearance and strength were too unexpected. She tried to build a connection with an important character from the beginning. Hajin was then shocked when he read that. He could only curse. Another unwanted problem arose. With a position in the middle of the transfer mages, Tomer secretly grinned. The next day, Hajin then moved to his new dormitory. He moved all his belongings in the previous dormitory to his new dormitory. Seeing their new residence, Evangel then happily asked, "Are they going to live here from now on?" Hajin said yes. "It's big, right?" Evangel said yes, she really likes it. The reason for Hajin's move was because he had to move to the new accommodation thanks to his rise in rank. He was now ranked 334th. The type of accommodation was determined based on the cadet rank. Not only did he jump 600 positions, he was also in one of the upper middle ranks. This is quite good. Now that his accommodation is getting bigger, it will be easier for Evangel to live with him. As for what he should do about Tomer, he can only think about it slowly now. Hajin then called Evangel and said that he would go home after class. Hearing that, Evangel then said goodbye to him. Today's class activities are outdoors. After school starts, the first lesson is outdoor training, with the main purpose of helping existing cadets and transfer cadets to get to know each other better. The name of this activity is known as the Dangerous Climb, Kim Sohyuk explained. This mountain does not have any dangerous monsters. However, there are many dangerous traps lurking in various places. They have revived the kind of traps that the Jin used. If they slipped because of their carelessness, the hospital would be their destination, so he warned them to make sure to be alert at all times. The cadets then turned anxious when they heard that. Kim Sohyuk continued, each group will have 12 members, and there will be a special entrance for each group, so he then told them to gather into their respective groups now. When Naun was looking for cadets who were also in group 3, she turned out to be in a group with Soho. The other cadets had also begun to gather with their respective groups. Seeing that, Kim Soo-hyuk then told them to go in. When Soho's group went inside, the environment around them suddenly turned gloomy. Many crows were seen stalking them on a nearby tree. A cadet in the group even wondered if it was really 10:30 a.m. "It's so dark and cold here," Soho then told them. Just like the instructor said, they don't know where the trap is, so he asked them to be careful. But even before Soho's words ended, the foot of one of the cadets in his group was suddenly lifted by the root he stepped on. He then screamed in fear as he faced it. Seeing the roots that moved towards them, they then immediately put up an attack stance. They were completely overwhelmed in repelling the attack of the roots. But the roots were not the only thing they faced. As they continued to walk forward, various crazy events then happened to them. Seeing that, they then immediately left there while being stricken with fear. After finally managing to escape from the pursuit of these scary things, they then breathed a sigh of relief. It was really scary. Soho then said to Naun that she did well earlier. Hearing that, Naun said that he also did well, but she suddenly thought of something. Naun then asked him, "We are friends, right?" Although Soho was a little confused why Naun suddenly asked something like that, Soho then answered, "Of course." Why did she ask that? Hearing that, Naun seemed hesitant to say what was in her head. She then just said, "It's nothing." When hearing Soho's answer, Naun felt that it was a natural response, but Hajin did not want to be friends with her. It made her confused. A conjecture then appeared in her mind. While blushing, she then wondered, maybe he didn't want to be her friend, but something more than just a friend. But they suddenly heard a voice from the direction of the bush behind them. The voice turned out to be from Hajin's group, who also came there. Seeing them, Hajin then asked, "What are you doing here?" When the two groups gathered, Hajin's group then told Soho and others about their findings. They suspected that there was some kind of illusory barrier in this place. Soho and others were then confused to hear that. Hajin's group then asked, "Haven't we been lost for an hour?" The cadet who spoke was the 41st rank cadet, Simon Dellick, while the female cadet beside him was the 20th rank cadet, Lee Ji-eun. While pointing his finger towards Hajin, Simon said that at that time he suddenly asked them to step aside with a frustrated face. At first, he wondered why, but he was able to find the entrance very quickly. It surprised him. "Come to think of it," he asked, "they will soon work in teams, right?" Hearing that, Lee Ji-eun then said, "Team training has always been part of the second semester tradition for generations." Simon then asked them, "Have they decided on their team members?" Naun answered, "Not yet." Soho too, while Lee Ji-eun herself said that she would join Hajin. They were then surprised to hear that. She explained, they had to choose team members who were 1 digit different from them. Wasn't he the best among the cadets who ranked 3 digits? He was also quite smart. Hearing that, Naun then said, "But still." Hearing that, Lee Ji-eun then confusedly asked, "Why?" But Naun suddenly stammered. She then said that you could say that he was cold-hearted and difficult to deal with, so she didn't think it would work well. Naun herself didn't understand why she suddenly said something like that. Simon also added, "More importantly, don't they know there are very bad rumors about him? He often leaves Cube. He also heard he goes out to enjoy indecent types of entertainment." Naun and Soho's gazes immediately turned unhappy when they heard that. Simon continued, "From what others have said, he also regularly pays money to gangsters too." Not giving Simon a chance to continue his words, Naun then angrily asked, "Did he see him do it himself?" While sweating coldly, Simon answered no, he said it was just a rumor. Naun then asked once again, "Did he see him do it directly?" Simon answered no, he didn't see it, but Simon was really confused when he saw her suddenly angry at him. With a displeased look directed at him, Naun asked, "But you believe such ridiculous rumors?" Soho also said that Naun was right. He told him not to spread rumors like that if we didn't see him do it himself. Hajin was not the type of person to do that. Soho then stood up and said, since they had rested long enough, he then invited them to start moving again. Simon understood. His body was still shaking at this time. When night fell, when the class was over, in Yona's dorm in Q, Yona was seen adjusting her voice at this time. There was a small device attached to her neck. It was a voice changer. Yona was quite satisfied with the result. The voice change was perfect. Since this was their first meeting, there must not be any mistakes. The Information Guild, Falling Blossoms, a guild completely independent of the essence of the Strait, consisting of intelligence agents who only work for her. As Yona started the video call, She then greeted them, "Nice to meet you all." While respectfully calling her master, they then greeted her back, "It's an honor to meet you." Yona smiled happily at that. This was a good start. She divided Falling Blossoms into 3 parts. Team 1 would collect information or plans from rival guilds. The team was named Sajak. Yona then explained to them, Team 1 was in charge of finding information about the guild creators Sacred Grace, Desolate Moon, etc. Finding out about the rival guilds' plans would be their top priority, and for Team 2, they focused on informing her about new dungeons or the appearance of monsters. With medium-high or higher classes, Team 2 is called Watchtower. After explaining the tasks she gave them, Yona then ended the call with Team 1 and Team 2, the last one is Team 3, they only move in the shadows, and do background investigations, stalking others, kidnapping, and extortion, and if necessary, they would take lives as well. They were the shadows. While attaching a file containing the identities of several people, Yona then explained the mission to them. She ordered them to find out about the past of the 5 targets, but they were strictly prohibited from making themselves visible to the targets or fighting with them. They understood. After explaining that, Yona then ended the call. She hoped to see good results from all of them. In fact, 4 of these 5 targets were just fillers. Only one person was the real target. That person is none other than Hajin. He is the only real target. The next day, at 6:30 a.m., Hajin then woke up, but he was then surprised when he saw Evangel who was asleep on top of him. He was confused. When did she come in? Seeing her look while sleeping, Hajin couldn't stand her cuteness. At that time, he also heard the sound of a cat meowing from outside his room. When Hajin came out of his room and saw the cat, Hajin said, "You are also awake. Which is able to create spirits. This spirit cat is neither an illusion nor a temporary form, it is a real creature created by Evangel with her ability. Right now it looks cute, but later it will become strong." Hajin then said that he would come back after getting food from the cafeteria. While on the way to the cafeteria, Hajin yawned due to the effect of just waking up. But his attention was then immediately distracted when someone called him. It was Yona. She asked, "Where are you going?" "It's still early." Hajin said that he would go to the cafeteria. Hearing that, Yona then walked side by side with him and said, she heard he rose quite a lot in the rankings this time. Hajin replied, "That's so, but he thinks he will remain in that rank range in the future." Hearing that, Yona then asked, "Does he already have plans for the future?" Hajin asked him back, "Isn't it still too early to plan that?" Yona replied, "It's not at all. They will be undergoing hero apprenticeship starting 3rd grade. And it will even be difficult for them to visit the cube. It's a year and 3 months away from now." Yona then asked him, "How about he joins the Essence of the Straight?" Essence of the Straight, the guild where Yona will be the leader in the future. Honestly, this will be a guarantee of success for him, but Hajin said that the Hunters of the Light is more interesting to him. Of course, it depends on whether he can enter or not. The system hasn't been improved too much because it mostly consists of mercenaries. Hearing that, Yona pondered for a moment. She then said she would change his mind. If she brought him something he had been looking for a long time, he might think differently, right? Hajin could only feel confused hearing that. He didn't know what Yona meant. He then asked, "What was it?" But Yona didn't answer and said that it was a secret. She also told him that Li Jina, who had bothered him during the guild tour, she heard she was punished. Just as the class was about to start and the cadets had started to sit in their seats, Hajin then glanced down at Soho. It was time for Kim Soho to start preparing to clear the dungeon. In the original story, Kim Soho climbed the Gammak mountain after the summer vacation ended, and the energy resonance drew him to find the undiscovered dungeon, although it was impossible for someone to clear the dungeon alone unless they were strong enough. But Kim Soho, the protagonist, managed to defeat the boss alone, and obtained a very important weapon, and that weapon was expected to be awakened with the power of sapling powder. But the problem now was, he was the one with the powder. He was also worried whether he would be okay alone. In order for Kim Soho to grow up well, he had to go to the dungeon together with him, because this was the world he designed. It's not one that's kind to him, and who knows, he might get something good for himself there. When his class was over, it was already afternoon. After returning to his dorm, Hajin then thought about Tomer again, but he was still confused about what he should do to her. He wanted to take action against Tomer before the raid dungeon started, but Tomer was not completely on the side of the Jin. If he could find the whereabouts of her father, then he might be able to attract her to their side. Because she was only after one thing, which was to find her missing father and kill him with her own hands, but the problem was, he also didn't know where to find him. He had tried to use the Book of Truth, but he thought he might not have enough mana because he only got vague information. After he changed his name to Argus Benjamin, he underwent plastic surgery and has since been living in a remote area. He only got very minimal information like that, because the troubleshooter, Jonghaack, could only be in the Korean area. There was no point in asking him if the target was abroad. While Hajin was thinking hard about who could help him with this, a fat boy who chatted with him at the reception ceremony then popped into his mind. Hajin then finally knew who he should ask for help. Hajin then directly contacted him, the only connection Kim Chundong had, a graduate of the military academy's intelligence agent course, Kim Hozob. Hozob was seen working at the moment. After he picked up the phone, Hajin then introduced himself. "It's me, Kim Hajin." Hozob was then surprised when he heard that. It's been a long time since they talked after the admission ceremony. He then asked, "What's wrong?" Hajin said, "Nothing serious." He works at a company that handles information right. He wanted to know if he could help him find someone. He would pay him for it. Hearing that, Hozob said yes, he could as long as he knew the target's name. Hajin thanked him, then he will rely on him. He also asked, his boss has made it difficult for him. Hozob was surprised to hear that. He asked, how does he know? Hajin said, you sound tired. Hajin also said, if he has the desire to quit the company, he will recommend him to a guild. With his skills, he is sure he will be treated well. It was an information guild known as Falling Blossom. Hearing that, Hozob thanked him. Hajin then wished him good luck and ended the call. Hajin smiled slightly and quietly said, Yona, you owe me now. In a forest in the cube, Soho was seen practicing with his sword there. His sword swung beautifully, which made it look like he was dancing. When Soho was pausing after completing a set of movements, he suddenly felt the presence of someone from behind him. It was Hajin. Hajin asked, are you still practicing at this time of night? Seeing him, Soho then asked, is he here to practice too? Hajin replied no, he was just hanging out. Besides, Hajin said, he was working very hard even though it was only the beginning of the semester, as if he was training for the raid dungeon. Soho was a little surprised to hear that. He then said, how could he do that? But, he was then surprised when he heard Hajin say, Mount Gammak. Hajin asked, he found the entrance to a dungeon there last Sunday, right, and he intends to raid that dungeon alone. Hearing that, Soho then confusedly asked, how did he know? Hajin casually replied, he saw it by chance. After all, he is quite often out of the academy. Hajin closed his eyes for a moment and said, he's not just bragging, but these eyes he has, they're pretty good. It's useful even outside the cube. So, he wants to propose something to him. He wants to go to that dungeon with him. The payoff ratio is 9-to-1. If he finds a branch, then all he takes is a few leaves. Hajin paused for a moment, then asked, what do you think about that? A gust of wind hit the two of them when Hajin asked him about it. Soho did not dodge, as he thought. He did find a dungeon in Mount Gammak last Sunday, maybe because it was still a new dungeon and the size was still small. He thought this dungeon might be at a level that he could complete alone. Hearing that, Hajin said, even though it's small, it's still a dungeon. Raiding it alone is still difficult. Soho knows that. It must be very risky to raid it alone. But, Soho then took off his jacket and said to him, whether he can trust him to guard his back is a different matter, so, he must confirm his ability. Hajin was stunned for a moment hearing that. He really didn't expect this to happen. Soho said he would just do a simple test. He asked, would that be okay? But the question sounded ridiculous in Hajin's ears. Even if he decided to give in a little, it would still be difficult for him to win. The difference in their strength was too great. Hajin thought that he should avoid facing him at all costs. Hajin then stammeringly said that he was right, but, it was a weakness for a sharpshooter to compete in an open area like this. And his ability was greatly affected by his weapon, so he thought it was a little unfair, but, while taking out his sword, Soho said that it didn't matter, because he wasn't testing how good his weapon was. He doesn't have to win, he'll stop when he's satisfied with the results. Hajin could only resign himself to hearing that. He said that he couldn't say anything else then. He felt that it seemed Soho was insisting on testing him. Hajin then thought very hard for the upcoming battle. As Soho inserted mana into his wooden sword, he realized that the bullets wouldn't work at all. If they faced each other head-on, not only would he lose, He would also look miserable with bruises on his face. In order to escape, he could only hope he was lucky, but Hajin suddenly thought of a plan. Soho then told him to tell him once he was ready, he would start right away. Hajin then opened the notebook that he had synchronized with his smartwatch. He said that he didn't need much preparation. Hearing that, Soho asked, then, should we start right away? Hajin said yes. Hearing that, Soho then immediately moved to attack him, right when Soho was right in front of him. Hajin then activated one of the abilities of the Master Sharpshooter talent, Bullet Time. Kim Soho's movement suddenly became very slow in his eyes at this time. Because of that, he could now see it. He could see how his wooden sword would move. When Soho's attack finally landed, Hajin then immediately moved back to dodge, but Soho's attack did not stop there. Soho then quickly returned to attack him. His attack managed to scratch Hajin's arm, which made it bleed a little. Seeing that, Hajin also admitted that he was very fast. Hajin realized that he couldn't just defend. He then took out the gun and shot at him. Soho was quite surprised by his sudden attack, but he was still able to avoid it. Taking advantage of Soho's movement delay, Hajin then immediately retreated to open up the distance. Even though he had used bullet time, but Soho was so fast that he could barely dodge his attacks. Hajin realized, the more this fight was delayed, the more difficult he would be. He needed one step, if he could lure him to take that one step. But, before Hajin could even carry out his plan, with a very fast movement, Soho was surprisingly suddenly right behind him. Seeing that, Hajin could only curse. He was really confused. Since when was he behind him? But Hajin certainly did not just give up. He then took out the ether and tied it to the tree in front of him. After that, Hajin then used the ether to pull his body towards the tree. It succeeded in making him avoid the attack thrown by Soho. Seeing that, Soho also appreciated him for being able to avoid something at this level. But, by taking a step forward, Soho then quickly arrived in front of him. Hajin's heart was really pounding at this time. Just a little more of the plan he thought of succeeding. After Soho's foot stepped on the jacket he released earlier on the ground, a surprising thing then happened. He suddenly bounced away upwards as if he had stepped on a pur. Hajin then smiled happily to see his plan succeed. After Soho finally fell to the ground, Hajin then put the gun to his head. He asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Soho was quite shocked at the moment. The reason why Soho could bounce up like that was because Hajin had fiddled with his jacket with SP. This didn't give any fatal attacks, and was unstable as it would only last for 10 minutes before disappearing. He was glad he invested his SP in this. He added bobby trapped to Kim Soho's jacket. Once someone stepped on this jacket, the hidden power would activate and push the target with strong force. It would only last for 10 minutes and would disappear after one use. Soho was not denial and admitted his defeat. Soho was silent for a moment while looking at him, seeing Hajin who was just silent as if waiting for his answer. Soho then smiled and invited him to go together. After they both shook hands, Hajin then told him that he could count on him. That very night, in an abandoned factory in Suwon, the sound of breaking glass was then heard in one of the buildings there. It turned out to be the work of Jonghaack. The members of the chameleon troupe were gathering there. Jonghaack then told Drun that he had destroyed the relic as he had asked. He asked, was it okay to destroy valuable objects like this? This was very expensive. Drun asked him not to worry. There was a way to double the price, namely by using the items they got from England. Jonghaack could only feel confused hearing that. Drun did not explain it further and said he would activate it. Drun then reflected the light emanating from the white crystal towards the relic that Jonghaack had destroyed earlier. After that, a very amazing scene then occurred. The relics that had been shattered into pieces suddenly merged, and formed many swords that floated around them. Seeing that, Drun then asked for their impressions. He said that it was a copy made from the fragments. There is no need for any other process. This item can make parts of the relic just with the crystal. Based on the test results, this weapon has the ability above the low-grade relic. The relic can produce about 30 swords just from one sword, and, depending on the capacity of the crystal, they can make 6 more swords. If they sell each sword from 700 to 800 million won, then, at least they will get 5 billion won. Jonghaack understands, so, what he wants to say is that this is a goose laying golden eggs, right? Jane also clapped her hands hearing that. It's amazing. She said that it was good news, but she asked them all to listen. There was one important thing. She thought the masked demon's master had started raiding Suwon's den of devils. Jane then asked the boss, "Masked demon's master, that's our next target. Right, the boss confirmed it. She then told them, we, the chameleon troop, will steal from the masked demon's master. On the way back to his dorm, Soho then thought about his fight with Hajin. Hajin's movements were all equally slow and full of gaps. He also did his best to avoid his attacks, and, that mysterious attack at the last second, he was confused. What exactly was it? He wondered, was it physical strength, or an instant mana explosion? Soho suddenly smiled at the thought. He then chuckled. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He also sadly thought, if someone is much stronger than average then he will attract unnecessary attention. The reason Hajin hid his strength, probably to protect himself. He thought he was the only one hiding his strength, but it turned out that there were other people who were also thinking the same thing, but his attention was then distracted when he heard the sound of swinging swords nearby, and when he headed towards the source of the sound, he then saw Naun practicing with her sword. Soho then approached her and asked, "What are you doing?" Naun was very surprised when suddenly someone appeared behind her. Soho asked, was she practicing swords? Hearing that, Naun embarrassedly said that she was just practicing her stamina. She also asked him, what was he doing outside this late? Hearing that, Soho suddenly got an idea. He then said that he had just met Hajin. Naun was then surprised to hear that. She asked, what business did you two have with each other? Soho said that they were talking about her. Naun then blushed hearing that. She then embarrassedly scolded him. Soho apologized. He said that he was just joking. They sparred briefly earlier. Naun was then confused to hear that. Wasn't Hajin too weak to spar with him? What was the need for him to compete with him? Hearing that, Soho asked her to consider it a secret between him and Hajin. Naun could only frown at that. Naun then irritably told him to do whatever he wanted. She would finish her training. Who cares what time he came in? Hearing that, Soho then gave her a suggestion. How about flexing the hand she used to hold her sword? Soho then demonstrated it and said, if she held it that stiffly, she won't be able to cut the things she should be able to cut. Naun was really amazed to see that. She then told him to show her again. Soho then demonstrated it again. He said that she should relax her grip for starters. Hearing that, Naun then did as he said. After the grueling training, Naun went back to her dormitory. She was still thinking about her training with Soho. Soho at that time asked if it was okay for her, should he help her practice. It felt like if she did things a little differently then she could understand it a little better, but no matter how hard she thought, she still couldn't find the answer. It was very frustrating for her. The only way she could get rid of her stress this late was to play games. There was a device that looked like a helmet on the table in her room. This was a device that many heroes used to do image training, a gaming device used to log into the virtual game. She only needed to wear the helmet on her head, a virtual game that is famous all over the world, Gladiator of the Century, a league that opens every season is broadcast. The game is so popular that even the media is interested in the winner. The thing that makes Gladiator of the Century special is that, different from the usual game, there are no stats or items in this game. It means that one can only try to win by relying on fighting instincts and control over their body. The nickname that Chai Naun uses in this game is Naunjajangman. She has a record of 98 wins and 17 losses. She is very proud of these results. But, her goal today is to relieve her stress, so she will ignore her ranking. She needs to find someone to fight with immediately, but her prayers were soon answered. Because she then found someone right after that. That person had a name, Extra 7, with a record of 43 wins and 43 defeats. His rank was Platinum. Seeing that, Naun felt that he was an easy opponent. He would be her prey today. She then sent a duel request to him. Shortly after that, Extra 7 then agreed to her duel request. After that, they were then given 3 seconds to get ready. While setting up a fighting stance, Naun knew that the basis of a fight was to read the enemy's movements. She decided to see first how her opponent would attack. Just as the countdown was about to reach 0, her opponent suddenly quickly moved to attack her, and just as their duel began, their attacks then clashed. Naun was quite surprised by the movements made by her opponent. She did not expect he would suddenly advance once the duel began. But what made her more surprised was, her opponent suddenly grabbed her by the collar, then tackled her leg, which made her lose her balance. Not wasting the opportunity, her opponent then immediately slashed towards her. She was then declared defeated after her character in the game died. Naun was really angry at this time. She was very upset with the sneaky tactics used by her opponent earlier. She then sent another duel request to him. Naun didn't want to accept that she lost, so she invited him to compete one more round, extra. 7 accepted that, but the next story was no different, she again lost to him. But Naun didn't just give up, she still couldn't accept it, she then challenged him one more time, but, the ending was no different, she could still be easily defeated by him. When Naun continued to challenge him again, the ending was always the same, she could be easily defeated by him, she could only curse, although this fact was difficult for her to accept, but she realized that she could not win against him. And when Naun wanted to once again challenge him to a duel, Extra 7 then said that he had to sleep, he then said goodbye to her, seeing him about to log out. Naun then asked him to wait for a while, she asked, does he always log in around this time? Extra 7 replied yes, then, Naun asked, can he fight with her every time they meet? Extra 7 was silent for a moment, he then accepted her request, after saying goodbye to her, he then logged out of the game, after returning to the real world, he then opened his helmet, he was confused by who challenged him earlier. She was very insistent, the Extra 7 identity turned out to be Kim Hajin, he had won 7 times in a row from Chai Naun in the game earlier. The reason why he played the game was because he just wanted to see if this talent also worked in the game, and unexpectedly it turned out to be successful. He got an additional 37% buff by using the helmet when logging into the game. That was the reason why he could become so strong earlier. The function of random enhancement was much better than he expected, although he was a little worried when the mana started to run out. The concept of this was really an enhancement. With this trait, his gaming device was at a level much different from others. In the game, he could feel all his senses being enhanced, but he regretted that the enhancement range was only 1 to 44%. But fortunately his stat luck was quite high, but he was then surprised when he saw Evangel who finished some of the cake very quickly. Hajin then immediately took the cake and asked, how can you eat that much so quickly? He asked her not to eat anymore, later she got a stomachache. Hearing that, Evangel then sadly asked, why, she wanted to eat more, but Hajin didn't allow it. He told her that she could eat it again tomorrow, but Evangel certainly didn't accept that. She then tried to take the cake back from him. Seeing that, Hajin then put the cake in a high place that could not be reached by her. He was completely helpless. She started to whine asking for sweets now. Hajin then comforted the crying Evangel. He said that he promised to buy her better food tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Evangel asked, really? Hajin replied, of course, had he broken his promise before, so, he then asked her to sleep now. Evangel understood, even though it was late at night, but Hajin did not go to bed immediately. After successfully calming Evangel and telling her to sleep, he then opened his smartwatch. But he was then surprised when someone sent him a message. The message was from Kim Soho. He invited him to meet on the second Friday of August. Hajin smiled reading that. He knew it was the day when they would head to Mount Gammak. He was happy that it was going according to his plan. Hajin then sent him a message that he understood. He invited him to meet in an empty area. Now, the only thing left was to finish the dungeon. So, for the next few days, every day his activities were only practicing and studying, and when night fell, he then logged into the Gladiator of the Century game, and again fought with Chai Naun, although the two of them had fought many times, but still Hajin was always the winner. Naun then confusedly asked him, how did you do that consecutively? Hajin just said that she just needed to calm down while doing it, but Naun certainly wouldn't believe such an excuse. She didn't believe that it was that easy. Besides that, she was also confused, why his win rate was only 50% if he played the game this well. Hearing that, Hajin was confused about how to answer. He then just said that it was because he didn't like to connect victory and defeat with rank. Hajin certainly lied about that. The real reason was because he lost because of random stats, but Naun believed his words just like that. She even thought he was cool. She couldn't sleep when she lost the ranked battle that time. Hajin then invited her to stop now. It was time for him to rest. Naun understood. She then said goodbye to him. Hearing that, Hajin helplessly thought, she acted as if they promised to meet tomorrow, but when he saw Naun's cheerful look, Hajin then smiled and decided to meet her again tomorrow in the game. After logging out of the game, Hajin helplessly thought, it seems that this has become his daily activity. His impression of Naun during his interaction in the game is, actually she is quite polite. He thought it was strange when she suddenly asked him to duel, but he still didn't know how to read her nickname. It was very long and complicated. So he decided to call her Hey for now, but when he tried to remember her nickname, The word Naun suddenly came to his mind. He then quickly pushed the thought out of his head. He felt that it didn't make sense, based on the way she spoke and her temperament. Hajin was sure she must be a guy, while Naun herself was now practicing using her sword in a quiet place in the cube. Her practice was supervised by Kim Soho. Naun then asked him, did he think she had improved a lot? Soho answered yes. Her movements are much more flexible now. Naun was happy to hear that. She said that she often played games lately, and she felt that the game was quite helpful to her. Soho was then confused to hear that. He then asked, did she mean Gladiator of the Century? Naun confirmed it. She asked, did he play too? Soho said no, but he heard people say the game was quite helpful. Naun said that not only the game, but she also met a very skilled person there. Soho was quite surprised to hear that. Naun said that he was skilled and his personality was good. She often practiced with him, because you have to try to win in ranked battles. Everyone plays defensively. That's why matches start to become boring, but that person was different. He always went forward to attack, fast attacks like a raging storm. Every step he took made his opponent afraid. It really helped her get used to close combat. Hearing that, Soho felt that he was really good. If she thought so, he sounded like an active hero, right? Naun replied no. She had already asked him, but, before Naun could finish his sentence, someone suddenly called Soho behind them. The person had been looking for him. While blushing, Naun then looked back. It turned out to be Hajin. When Hajin approached them, he also saw Naun. He then asked, what were you talking about? And when Soho was about to tell about Naun practicing with someone in the game, Naun then immediately said that she just accidentally met someone while practicing. Hearing that, Hajin then asked, really? Soho then was confused when Naun suddenly looked at him sharply. Then, Hajin then invited Soho to leave now. Soho understood. He then said goodbye to Naun. Naun then was surprised to hear that. She then confusedly asked, where are you two going? Soho only said that they were planning something. He asked her not to force herself, and encouraged her in her training. She then also said goodbye to them. Hajin was silent for a moment. He then also encouraged her in her training. Naun was stunned for a moment to hear that. She then thanked him, but she felt confused. Seeing the closeness of the two of them, she was confused. Since when did the two of them become close? She thought Soho was just joking when he said they were talking about her. A conjecture then appeared in Chai Naun's mind. Maybe they were close because of her, but when she recalled Hajin, who didn't want to be her friend, she felt that conjecture was impossible. How could that happen when he said he didn't want to be friends with her? Naun thought that she just needed to ignore them, but, for some reason, it was very difficult for her. She then secretly continued to follow them, and tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. She actually felt embarrassed to do something like this. But she then heard Hajin, who suddenly asked Soho how she was doing. Her mind went blank for a moment when she heard that. She then blushed and wondered, what did he just say? When dinner time arrived, the two of them then stopped by a place called Grandma's Rice Soup. The place was open until 24 hours. They discussed about the dungeon there. While they were eating their dishes, Hajin then asked him, you said the dungeon was around Suwon, right? Soho confirmed it, so they have to be careful. Hajin pondered for a moment hearing that. Suwon is the most dangerous place in the metropolitan area. That's because when the outcall is active, the area undergoes drastic changes, and more than half of the area becomes dangerous to explore. Thus, ordinary people were forbidden to enter the western area of Suwon. The Gammak Mountains were right around its border. The Gammak Mountains, although he was the one who designed this world, there were many hidden pieces that were not found. Among those hidden pieces, there were some that he could not get alone, but if left alone, some of them would fall into the hands of the main villains in this story. However, this would be different if he went with Kim Soho, whose skills were above hero intermediate grade. They might be able to find those hidden pieces faster than the villains. Soho was then confused when he saw Hajin suddenly looking at him strangely. Hajin then gave him a tissue and said that his face was smudged. Soho thanked him. If you look at it from this side, he suddenly looks cute. Kim Soho is probably poor, so he will take care of the equipment and food supplies. There were more things to prepare than he imagined. Right at that moment, a person with a completely covered appearance then entered the restaurant. Hajin was then confused when he saw someone with such a suspicious appearance, and what made him more confused was when the person suddenly startled when she saw him. After arriving at the reception desk, the person then said that she was talking to her through a call. The receptionist understood. She then asked her to wait for a while. When Hajin looked more carefully at the person's face, He seemed to recognize who the person was. He then grinned slyly, and ignorantly said, "Who do we have here? Isn't that you, Yona?" Yona immediately broke out in a cold sweat when she heard that. Yona loved commoners' food, but Yona was still evasive at the moment. She then pretended not to understand, asking, "Who do you mean?" Hearing the voice, Soho was then sure that it was really Yona. He asked, "She is Yona, right? Yona's favorite food is hamburger." Hajin then chuckled and said, since she was here, he then invited her to eat together, but Yona still did not want to admit herself at this time. She said that he was wrong, but Soho, who was sure that he then invited her to join them, they also just arrived, and when they once again invited her to eat together, Yona then said, "I'm not her." Yona once again said that I'm not her. Besides hamburgers, her favorite food was rice soup. Yona looked very embarrassed at this time. When her order was ready, she then immediately took it, and immediately left from there. She also said that she didn't know who that is. Seeing her running away, the receptionist then immediately shouted that she had not paid. They could only be stunned at the scene. Hajin then told the receptionist that he would pay for it. After that incident, Yona always avoided him for 3 whole days. Hajin was really confused by it. Isn't being like that more embarrassing than liking ordinary people's food? And finally, Friday arrived. Hajin had arrived at Suwon Station. While looking around, Hajin felt Soho was around, and sure enough, he then heard Soho's voice calling him nearby. After approaching him, Hajin then asked, "Where are we going?" Soho did not answer and only told him to follow him. When they arrived at the Gammak Mountains, they then continued to climb to the top of the mountain. After not yet arrived, Hajin then wondered, how long had they climbed? The Gammak Mountains was a dangerous place because this area was on the border of the Forbidden Zone. He had to watch the surroundings carefully until they arrived at the dungeon. After walking for who knows how long, Soho then said that they had arrived. While pointing to a small tunnel in front of him, Soho said that this was the place. While looking into the small tunnel, Hajin said that this place was indeed a difficult place to find even if one knew of its existence. No wonder no one found it. Hearing that, Soho said, "That's right," and, as he could see, the entrance was quite narrow. Once they were inside, it would be difficult for them to escape. He then asked him, was he okay with that? Hearing that, Hajin smiled slightly. He then confidently replied, "Of course." While showing his Desert Eagle, Hajin said that this thing was quite strong, just in case something happened. He had used SP to make some light bullets. But since the boss monster is a high intermediate grade, the light bullets can only buy a little time. Even so, he is not worried. He can leave the rest to Soho, so he feels that this should be enough. Hajin then asked, "Then, should we go in?" Hajin then extended his hand towards him, and invited him to hold hands. Soho was then confused by that. He then asked, "Why do they have to hold hands?" Hajin asked him back. "It's dark inside, right?" He told him to hold his hand and follow him. If they just use a flashlight, they might attract aggro spirit monsters. Soho finally realized that. He then agreed to his plan and invited him to enter. While holding hands, they then walked carefully in the dark cave. While looking around the cave, Soho said that this place was spacious compared to the narrow entrance. It was quite difficult to see the road ahead because of the lack of lighting. He also felt that it was quite creepy in here. Hajin agreed with him, but he was then surprised when he saw something in front of him. He then told Soho to wait here for a while. As he looked ahead, relying on the sharpness of his eyes, he was then surprised when he saw a passage there. They entered from the east, but there was an entrance on the other side, but he realized that it was not the setting of this place. He then activated the 1,000-mile eyes to see it more clearly. In the hallway, there were silhouettes of a group of people who seemed to be heading there. Hajin was then surprised to see that, relying on the mapping of the 1,000-mile eyes ability, Hajin realized that there were people coming from there. The people in the hallway looked fully armed. They seemed to be hunters or something. Soho was then confused to see him suddenly acting strangely. He then asked, "What's wrong?" While raising his hand as a signal of silence, Hajin whispered, asking him to be quiet for a while. Hajin then sharpened his senses to eavesdrop on their conversation. From the conversation he heard, they looked confused. They wondered, "Where are we?" They guessed this might be the hidden stage of this dungeon. Hajin was quite nervous when he saw them. He didn't know who they were, but from the aura they gave off, there was a high possibility that they were bad guys, but his attention was soon distracted, when he suddenly got a message from his smartwatch, and as expected, it was from the co-author. Judgment Point. the size of the Gammak Mountain dungeon to be completed by Kim Soho is too small for the reward to be given. Solution: Gammak Mountain dungeon will be connected to the nearby Suwon's Den of Devils, to become a hidden stage. Hajin could only feel anxious and shocked reading that. He knew this meant that Suwon's Den of Devils, which was in a separate place, would be connected to this place. Gammak Mountain Dungeon. Hajin then asked Soho, "What date is today?" Although Soho was confused why he suddenly asked that, he then answered, "August 14th, Hajin could only curse hearing that. This was the day that the guild consisting of Jins, masked demons master, conducted a raid on Suwon's Den of Devils. Based on that, Hajin then believed that those people must be the Jins of the masked demons master. Seeing that there were only two of them, he wondered, are they here for reconnaissance? Hajin could only blame his misfortune. Seeing his strange behavior, Soho then asked, "What's wrong? Is something going on?" Hajin was silent for a moment. He then answered, "There are people on the other side." Soho was then surprised to hear that. Hajin then anxiously thought, Masked Demons Master is one of the most powerful Jin organizations in existence. All the fake identities they use are at least at the intermediate grade hero level or above. Defeating them now will not be easy. Even for Soho, he was really confused. What should they do? But his attention was soon distracted when the two Jins suddenly talked again. The Jin with the bald head suddenly told his partner to stop. He suggested, "First let's go back to the main team. It would be very annoying if someone accused them of stealing something." His partner was silent for a moment. He then accepted his invitation, and the two of them then turned around and did not go towards Hajin and Soho. Seeing the silhouettes of the two of them slowly disappearing, Hajin sighed with relief. He knew that he could not waste this opportunity. They had to defeat the boss in their absence. He would use Stigma's mana. On his far sight, his vision suddenly became very sharp like an eagle. His eyes then moved around looking for the location of the boss, until finally he then found an inscription on one of the walls there. "This and that are paired. If you look with clear eyes, this and that are at almost the same time. See distant things and your eyes will be covered. What is this?" After reading the writing on the wall, which was a kind of guess, Hajin then said to Soho, after going straight and turning right twice, "We will meet a room." Soho could only feel confused and surprised to hear that. Hajin continued, "That is the location of the boss." He invited him to finish this immediately. On the other side, Suwon's Den of Devils. A group of people were seen resting there. Some of them looked very tired. The leader of the group then contacted two Jin who were about to go to Hajin's place. They were named James and Johong. He asked them, "Did you find anything?" "He is Kim Jin-kyung, guild leader Masked Demons Master." Hearing that, they said yes. They said that they found a hidden path. They guessed this was a hidden stage. Jin-kyung smiled sadistically at that. They then invited him to go in together. They would return to the main team now, but Jin-kyung said no, they would go to their place. He wanted them to continue their reconnaissance. After giving the order to the two of them, Jin-kyung then told the members who were there to get up. He explained, the two members who had gone earlier found a hidden stage. He invited them to get all of it. Hearing that, a dark-skinned man then asked, "What about the reconnaissance team?" Jin-kyung replied, "We will join them." The dark-skinned man then smiled interestedly after hearing that. He then realized there were two less people here. He then secretly contacted someone through his earphone. Looking at him who was just standing there not moving, one of the members with a wound on his face then asked him, "Why are you wasting time?" But he was then surprised, when he saw a portal suddenly open behind the dark-skinned man named Colleen. Seeing that, Jin-kyung then asked him, "What you are doing now? No one told you to open the artificial portal." Colleen was just silent seeing their confusion. He then thought, "This is not a portal, this is a phase shift that connects close places. It is very troublesome to explain it." Seeing him who was just silent as if he didn't care, Jin-kyung then annoyedly called him and asked, "Didn't you hear his order to close the portal?" But Colleen then casually put his earphones back in. He seemed completely ignorant of his anger. Jin-kyung was then very angry at that. He was really angry at his insolent behavior. He then asked him again, "What trick are you doing now?" But, without explaining a word, Colleen then pointed his finger at him. A long black needle then emerged from his finger which then pierced his head. After that, Colleen then split him's body so easily like splitting a loaf of bread. The other members who saw then froze when they saw the sudden event. They still couldn't wake up from their shock when they saw their leader's body which then disappeared without a trace. A feeling of horror then enveloped their respective hearts. They then fearfully asked, "What did you just do? "What the hell did you do just now?" Right at that moment, someone then appeared from the portal behind Colleen. It was the boss. They were then shocked to see her appear. They recognized who she was, without saying a word. The boss then released a kind of black aura which then enveloped them. Their vision suddenly became blank as the black aura silently enveloped them. After that, they all then simultaneously fell unconscious just like that. While walking forward, the boss said, "For the sake of stock prices, it looks like she has to let them live for now." Colleen said that she was right. He then asked, should they look for the hidden stage? The boss replied no, she wanted him to be on guard. Colleen was then confused to hear that. He then asked if there were any variables that suddenly appeared. The boss explained, at this time, there were two people who were in the hidden stage. They were candidates. Colleen smiled interestedly at that. He then realized this was a test, right? A test to find out whether they deserved to join the chameleon troupe or not. The boss did not explain it further. A purple liquid suddenly appeared and enveloped the boss's body. Her body then joined the liquid and headed somewhere, back to Hajin and Soho. They were now still on their way to the location of the dungeon boss, when they reached a place with a rather disgusting impression. They were then confronted by a group of ghouls. They were undead-type monsters with lower intermediate rank 9, but they were certainly not a difficult obstacle for Hajin and Soho. Hajin was able to easily subdue one of them with a single shot of his gun. Smoke billowed from the tip of his gun after he made the shot. After blowing the smoke, Hajin then returned to his aiming position, and returned to shooting at the ghouls. Soho was quite surprised to see him easily able to subdue the ghouls, although their vision was limited due to this dark lighting. But he managed to attack the vital points of all the ghouls in an instant. Soho then said to him that he was really impressive. Hajin told him not to say that. He then invited him to continue moving. They didn't have much time. Soho understood, and as they continued to move forward, they were then once again confronted by the ghouls that kept appearing, but it was not something that was difficult for them to deal with Hajin as the back side and Soho as the front side. They could quite easily slaughter the ghouls. After killing who knows how many ghouls, Hajin then thought, even though monsters were waiting around every corner, they were all just low-rank monsters. He felt that they should be able to pass through this cave without any problems. It's almost time for it to appear though. Soho then suddenly called him from behind him. He said there was something written there. Hearing that, Hajin smiled happily. He knew it was the thing he was waiting for. After Hajin approached him, Soho then pointed to the wall in front of him. There were some ancient sentences written on the wall. It was a riddle sentence that Hajin had seen before. Reading that, Soho was curious if the smartwatch could translate it. Hajin then decided to try it. A robotic voice then appeared from his smartwatch, ready to scan it. Right after that, a dim light then appeared from his smartwatch which then scanned the ancient text. This and that are always together. If you watch the area, this and that exist at almost the same time, but if you look from afar, this is closer than that. What is this? Reading that, Soho felt like this was a riddle. He heard that sometimes there are riddles that appear in dungeons. Kim Soho in the novel couldn't solve this riddle alone, even though his smartwatch had translated the ancient text perfectly, but he asked Yona for help, and Yona told her intelligence guild to help and then gave the answer to Kim Soho after they solved it in 5 minutes, but because they were now pressed for time, Hajin then immediately answered the riddle. The answer was lightning. Right after he gave the answer, the ancient text on the wall suddenly reacted, then disappeared accompanied by a dazzling light. Soho was then surprised to see that it didn't stop there. The place they were in suddenly shook as if hit by an earthquake. Soho then immediately became alert to the sudden change, and the wall that had contained the riddle writing suddenly split at this time, and formed a kind of entrance. Seeing that, Soho then asked him whether the answer was lightning. Hajin answered yes. Actually, he made this riddle randomly after seeing it somewhere. In this riddle, this is lightning, and that is thunder. Lightning and thunder are always together, but because sound is slower than light, thunder can be considered slower than lightning depending on how far away you are. That means, thunder is heard after lightning strikes first. Soho then amazedly asked, how did he figure it out that fast? He really is a genius. He didn't even think of it. Hajin didn't know how to answer him at the moment. While reloading his gun, Hajin then said that he would tell him how he realized it later. First of all, he then invited him to finish this dungeon first. Soho smiled broadly at that. It sounded interesting. He accepted his invitation. What they didn't know was, on the cliff behind them, the boss was seen who had been watching them, after seeing Hajin's action. Earlier, the boss felt that he was indeed at a different level from ordinary cadets, good judgment, quick response, and courage, plus, an extraordinary brain. Even though this was only a hidden stage, he managed to get here with his own strength in just 10 minutes, the boss smiled slightly. She thought this was good enough. She decided to invite Kim Hajin into the chameleon troupe. But the only thing that bothered her was, whether Kim Hajin could really kill people, without any hesitation, but her attention was soon distracted when she heard the sound of footsteps coming not far away. It was two Jin from the masked demon's master. While feeling confused, they then wondered, hadn't they passed this way earlier? It was like a maze. Judging by the tone, they seemed to be lost. Looking at the two of them, the boss was sure they must be the Jin of the masked demon's master. The boss was curious, did Kim Hajin still not realize that the two of them were Jin? The boss was silent for a moment. While smiling slightly, the boss decided to test him with the two of them. As Hajin and Soho continued their journey, the bleak environment with skeletons lying everywhere, then presented before their eyes. When they arrived there, they then stopped while staring at the thing in front of them. While covered by the smoke that enveloped the entire place, they then saw the silhouette of a monster sitting on his throne. Looking at the monster, Hajin realized that he was the boss of this dungeon, Chaos Knight. He seemed to be sleeping at this time. And when he felt the presence of the two of them, he then opened both eyes. Soho was then shocked, when he saw him suddenly appear so quickly in front of him, while smiling broadly. The Chaos Knight thinks he is interesting. Soho was really shocked and confused to see him suddenly in front of him, but Soho then immediately woke up from his shock. He thought that he should parry, but Hajin suddenly called him at this time. He told him to focus. Right at that moment, Soho was then shocked, because he saw the Chaos Knight still sitting leisurely on his throne. Seeing that, Soho was sure he had just approached him. He wondered if he was using teleportation, but he immediately denied the conjecture. This is his momentum. The Chaos Knight smiled broadly while looking at them. Judging from his ability to communicate, he must be a monster that is at least upper intermediate grade. He is very different compared to the monsters they have fought so far. Looking at the two of them who were frozen in silence, while picking up his sword, the Chaos Knight then asked, "Are you afraid?" When he looked at his sword, Hajin was then surprised, with his usual sadistic look. The Chaos Knight told them not to worry. It will be over soon. Soho was surprised to see that, while Hajin himself smiled. When Hajin was about to call him, he was then surprised. When he saw him suddenly smiling, Hajin also smiled at that. He knew, his confidence rose when he saw that his opponent was a swordsman. Soho's talent is Sword Saint, the one who will stand at the peak of swordsmanship. If his opponent is a swordsman, then there is no reason for him to lose. Hajin then called him. After Soho turned to him, Hajin then said to him, "That monster," he thought his container was his sword. Soho was then confused to hear that. Hajin explained. The voice they heard earlier came from his sword. His body is just a corpse. Looking at the Chaos Knight who is now still smiling broadly, Soho understood. Hajin managed to get this information after fighting him in the novel, but they can't waste time now. While preparing his gun, Hajin explained that he didn't need to target his body, just target his sword. He would help him. While turning to him, Soho said that if he understood, he would trust him, but he was then surprised when he saw the Chaos Knight suddenly move quickly to attack him. Hajin was also surprised when he saw the Chaos Knight suddenly make such a surprise attack. He then worriedly called Soho. When the Chaos Knight's attack finally landed, a tremendous impact then appeared from where Soho was standing. Hajin could only curse at that. He couldn't see anything because of the flying dust. After the dust that appeared because of the effect of the attack subsided, Soho apparently was able to quickly react and successfully block the Chaos Knight's attack. The Chaos Knight smiled with interest at that, even though he managed to block his attack. Soho seemed to be a bit overwhelmed because both of his hands looked a bit shaky at the moment. When the Chaos Knight increased the strength of his attack, Soho then immediately parried his attack. The impact of the clash of their attacks was so strong that it made the two of them retreat backwards. But their battle certainly did not end here. Soho then returned to attack him. Seeing that, the Chaos Knight now really became very interested in him. He then praised him. "That's not bad." Ignoring his rubbish, Soho then jumped up and attacked him from above. The impact of the attack was so strong that it destroyed the ground they were on, but the Chaos Knight managed to block his attack, and even attacked him back. After thinking he had won, the Chaos Knight then chuckled, but then he was surprised. His counterattack had failed to hit Kim Soho and only hit the ground below him. Seeing him disappear, he was confused. Where did he go? Without him realizing it, Soho was hanging from the ceiling of the cave behind him, and when he finally realized his existence, it seemed to be too late, because Kim Soho had already moved to attack him. Soho's gaze was now fully focused on his sword, because he knew that was the key to defeating him. He would go for the sword at all costs, but they were both then equally surprised. The Chaos Knight laughed mockingly. He also praised Soho's strength. He will take his body. Soho's attack did not succeed in hitting his sword, because the Chaos Knight was able to quickly react and block the sword attack using his hand. Although Soho had tried very hard to pull back his sword, but his sword did not move at all, it was firmly stuck in his hand, not wasting the opportunity. The Chaos Knight then put his mana into his sword and attacked him. Soho could only feel anxious seeing that. He couldn't do anything at the moment without his sword, but fortunately Hajin moved quickly and shot at the Chaos Knight's sword before his attack could land on Soho. The Chaos Knight was then surprised at the sudden intrusion of the human he had been ignoring all this time. After Soho managed to escape from the Chaos Knight, he then thanked him. With his eyes fixed on the Chaos Knight, Hajin then called Soho, and said, "He knew from the beginning that we were after his real body, that's why he deliberately lured us." What a cheap trick. Hearing that, Soho closed his eyes for a moment. With a confident smile, Soho then said that they just had to fight carefully with that new information, but he was then confused. When he saw the Chaos Knight constantly chuckling, the reason was simple. He didn't expect Soho to be able to use the power of destruction. Knowing that fact really made him happy. He then laughed very loudly. Feelings of joy and longing arose in his heart at this time. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After such a long time, he finally found a body worthy of taking over. His hand that had been cut off by Soho earlier suddenly regenerated at this time. Soho was then surprised to see that. Hajin had expected this. He said that he had said before that his original body was his sword, that's why it would be useless to attack his human body. Soho understood, that meant he would be destroyed if they destroyed his sword. After knowing that fact, he then returned to attack him. It was time for round 2, the Chaos Knight smiled happily at that. When he was approaching him, Soho then made a slashing motion towards him. The Chaos Knight was getting ready to react to his attack, and when their attacks finally clashed, Hajin was quite overwhelmed by the pressure it caused. The impact of the clash of their swords was so great that it prevented everything from approaching them. Seeing Soho fighting so fiercely against the Chaos Knight, Hajin felt that he would probably be fine even alone, but there was no use for them if they were just stalling for time. He couldn't use the shotgun because Soho might also get hit. There was no point in using the sniper at this distance. So the only option he had was to use the pistol. As their attacks continued to clash, the sword used by the Chaos Knight was showing signs of being broken with pores here and there. He was also surprised when Soho managed to knock him back. He was really confused at this time. A normal sword like his should have been destroyed by now, but surprisingly, there was not even the slightest scratch on it. He wondered, was this because of that gold-colored mana? He was really very upset at the moment. His pride was hurt from being overwhelmed against a snotty kid like him, with a feeling of anger. He then blindly moved to attack him, but Soho was able to calmly parry his attack, and moved backwards. His hands were trembling a little at the moment after repeated clashes with him. His breath was also short after such a high-intensity fight, but Soho smiled, seeing the Chaos Knight again moving to attack him. Soho then thought, the longer he fought with him, the more confident he became. While holding the hilt of his sword with both hands, with a confident smile, Soho was sure that he would be the winner in this fight. After all, he had a reliable partner by his side, and when their attacks almost clashed, the Chaos Knight was then surprised when a bullet quietly shot towards him. The bullet was of course from Hajin. He had waited for the right timing to shoot at him. His shot managed to stop the Chaos Knight's movement for a split second. Even so, he knew, being able to prevent him from moving for just a moment was more than enough. Although this swordsman was much stronger than in the original novel, here Soho had the advantage. After Soho's attack finally landed, his sword then slipped out of his hand and flew high up, accompanied by the cutting of his arm. The Chaos Knight then could only stare in resignation as Soho then jumped high and slashed his sword. After being unable to withstand the impact of various attacks, the sword then broke and split into several pieces. With the destruction of the sword, the Chaos Knight's body then slowly disappeared. Despair could be seen clearly in his eyes at this time. He couldn't believe he could be defeated by someone he considered prey. The environment suddenly fell silent for a moment after the Chaos Knight's disappearance. Hajin smiled happily seeing the Chaos Knight successfully defeated. Now they only need to get a reward after completing this stage. Soho coughed for a moment. But his gaze then turned blank after seeing the item drop from the Chaos Knight. Realizing that, Hajin then asked him, "What's wrong?" Soho was silent for a moment, with a tone of disbelief. He then asked, "What is this?" Soho still didn't want to believe this. He then looked around, but he didn't find anything. Soho could only be stunned faced with the painful facts in front of him. With a feeling of sadness, he then wondered, "Don't tell me that the completion reward was only a twig." Hajin chuckled at his disappointment. He asked, "Is that the reason you are so down?" He told him not to worry. The twig, but, in the midst of their excitement after defeating the dungeon boss, another obstacle then came. After Hajin looked back, he then saw the two Jin from the masked demon's master coming towards them. Hajin was confused. Instead of going back to their main team, why were they back again? Seeing the two of them who were just silent, Jonghaack then said that he had just asked them. He asked, "How did they get in here?" James then immediately calmed his partner. He explained to them, "Their guild, Masked Demon's Master, has sent a request to raid this dungeon." He asked, "Who are they?" Hearing that, while rubbing the back of his head, Hajin then said that they didn't know. They were cube cadets and they entered here because they saw the road that led here. Hearing that, James then asked, "What are they doing here?" Hajin replied, "There is a monster in here, so they killed it." While he was distracting them, he then secretly put away the twig they got from defeating the Chaos Knight. James was silent for a moment after hearing that. He then asked, "What is the reward?" Hajin said, as he could see, they did not get anything. Hearing that, James did not ask further. He then contacted Kim Jin-kyung. He reported, "There was a situation going on here. They found two cube cadets." Right after he reported that, the voice in the gadget he used to contact Kim Jin-kyung then told them to kill them both. Hajin and Soho were then shocked to hear that. While staring at them, James then asked, "You heard right." He told them to blame themselves for being too curious. A crimson aura shaped like tentacles then appeared around his body. He then used the crimson aura to envelop the two of them. Seeing the crimson aura that seemed to separate the two of them, Hajin then anxiously called Soho. Soho was really confused at this time. He then asked him, "What happened?" He then anxiously repeatedly called his name, but Hajin did not hear it at all, because he was currently being sent to another dimension with only him in it. While looking around the place, Hajin knew this was a barrier to isolate others. There was no way for him to see what was happening outside the barrier. He wondered if Soho would be okay alone, but he couldn't seem to worry about others at the moment. His own situation was dangerous at the moment. Because Jonghaack was also there with him, Jonghaack looked disappointed when he saw him. He was annoyed with James. He always gave him boring people. Two golden axes on his shirt. That means he is an intermediate hero, with an attitude as if he doesn't know who he really is. Hajin then asked, "Why would you guys who are intermediate heroes go this far just for cadets like them?" While tightly grasping his axe, Jonghaack asked, should he answer that question, no matter what, he would still die here. Jonghaack really underestimated Hajin here. He seemed to consider him as an easy prey. Hajin then became wary. The mana he released was really impressive. There was a huge difference between the stat of the two of them. It was very easy for him to cut off his head. Even so, this was not hopeless at all for him in this situation. Jonghaack then felt confused. When he saw Hajin seem to be about to take out something from the back pocket of his pants, he then immediately took a fighting stance. When he saw that, he was quite wary of what he was planning, but Hajin turned out to only take out a small pebble from his pocket. Jonghaack was then stunned to see that. He then laughed out loud at his action. He mockingly asked, did he think a pebble could solve his current situation? With a confident smile, Hajin replied yes, this pebble was more than enough to deal with someone like him. Jonghaack then got annoyed at his insult. Hajin just smiled at his annoyance. Seeing that, Jonghaack was confused. This kid clearly doesn't have any magic power, but why is he so confident? He then mockingly said to him, you seem to be very scared. But Hajin suddenly threw the pebble strongly towards him. Fortunately he could quickly avoid his sudden attack, but Hajin's attack was not that simple. He had tied the ether to the pebble. Jonghaack could only stare at it. When the pebble had shot past him, Hajin then immediately pulled it back. Using the ether, it made the pebble shoot back and hit him right in the face. The power that Hajin released in that pull was really strong. It made Jonghaack lose his consciousness after being hit by a powerful pebble right on his face, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Hajin was true to his word. He defeated the Jin with just a small pebble. Although the action looked simple, but it was quite tiring for him. This trick only worked because he was caught off guard. The ether could also be used like this. He found a new function on the ether thanks to this. After that, Hajin then approached the unconscious Jonghaack and pointed a gun at him. Hajin realized that he had to hurry because the Jin could recover quickly. The best option was actually to use a shotgun, but his mana is only a little left now, and when he pressed the trigger of his gun and fired it at the Jin, Hajin was then horrified and surprised. The bullet did not manage to penetrate Jonghaack's head and only stuck to the outer layer of his skin. It only made him lightly injured and woke him up. With the aiming position, Hajin anxiously thought that he really needed a shotgun, but, before he could even fire the gun once again, Jonghaack suddenly screamed very loudly. The sound in his scream was so loud that it made Hajin slammed backwards and hit the wall. The impact of the collision was so strong that it made him vomit blood. He could only curse. Even though he had used ether to protect his body, it was still very painful for him. He did not expect his voice to be so strong. Jonghaack was also in a little pain after being hit by his pebble earlier. He was really very annoyed with him at this time. A very evil aura that enveloped him. He actually didn't want to use this on a kid like him. Hajin could only freeze when he saw Jonghaack's body size constantly growing. He felt regretful at this time. He should have ended it before it became like this. Jonghaack's form now is no longer like a human, but like a demon. It is a special ability possessed by Jin, demonification. While Hajin was locked up with Jonghaack, Soho himself was locked up with James. He then repeatedly called Hajin, but it was useless. He was completely isolated with James at this time. He could not hear anything from the outside world. Soho realized that he was isolated, there was no way to escape, and his enemy was approaching with the intention of killing. Soho knew he had no choice but to fight. Soho then asked him, "Why are they doing this?" James just told him to consider himself unlucky. When he saw Soho, he felt his face looked familiar. He then remembered that he was Kim Soho, the number 1 ranked among the Cube cadets. He could be an asset to them if they managed to recruit him. But, that was unfortunate. He had already gotten an order to kill him. James' attack was so fast that it grazed Soho's cheek even though he had quickly moved away, but Soho certainly would not survive passively. With one hand to support his body, Soho then attacked him using his legs, but, even before his leg attack could land, James then moved so fast that it seemed as if he disappeared. Soho was then surprised to see that. He then immediately looked around him with caution. But James turned out to be far behind him. It made Soho wonder, when did he get there? But, he then finally felt it. His leg turned out to be cut from their exchange of attacks earlier. He was really surprised that James could cut his leg in such a short time. Soho could only admit that he was very fast. He doubted whether he could match his speed. He decided to give it a try. He had to focus and read his enemy's movements. But he was then surprised when James was suddenly right in front of him and moved to attack him. Fortunately Soho was able to react quickly and block his attack. That fact brought a glimmer of hope in his heart. Even so, he could barely respond to his attack. If only he could lure him closer, and as James continued to attack towards him, he almost managed to stab him in the head. Fortunately Soho was able to react quickly and avoid the attack. James could only chuckle at that, but, he was then surprised, when a sword slash quickly attacked towards him. Soho took advantage of his slight pause in movement to attack towards him. James then immediately retreated back, but he was then surprised when he saw a cut appear on his thigh. Both men suddenly became silent while staring at each other's eyes in a wary manner. After his clash with James earlier, he realized that he was much weaker than the Chaos Knight, but he couldn't find the right moment to counter his attack. He also thought, if only Hajin was here, but Soho immediately pushed that thought out of his head. He didn't need to think about that now. This was his fight. He prided himself on being able to fight on his own even though his own abilities were this lacking. He regretted what he said. His talent resided in his sword to protect the world. As long as his opponent was a swordsman, then there was always a way for him to win. His only choice was to do his best to defeat the opponent in front of him now. Hajin then inserted his mana into his sword. An overflowing magic power then appeared around his body. James was amazed when he saw it. What an incredible amount of magic power. He thought he was just a kid even though he was ranked first among the cube cadets, but it seemed that he should not waste time. He would end this battle with the next attack, and while Soho was preparing to face his enemy, he was then surprised when a strange feeling suddenly hit him at this time. He was confused. What is this feeling? He knew that it didn't come from the enemy in front of him. He then realized. This was the first feeling he got when he first found this dungeon. As if something was calling him. Something that called him turned out to be a twig from the reward for cleaning this dungeon. Back to Hajin. He was really in a desperate situation at the moment. He himself had been seriously injured, but he was currently facing a Jin at his full strength. Jonghaack was really annoyed and angry with him. He would make sure he couldn't see the sun anymore. Hajin could only curse. He was really desperate at the moment. He was not an enemy he could defeat. He could only feel annoyed at his weakness. Looking at Jonghaack who moved to attack him, Hajin felt like he was going to die soon. He then closed his eyes as if preparing to meet his death, but he was confused, because he didn't feel an attack landing towards him after a long time, and when he opened his eyes, he was then shocked. After releasing the black aura from Jonghaack's body, she then approached Hajin. Hajin was surprised to see her. The person who saved him turned out to be the boss. He was confused. Why was she here? Seeing the boss who walked towards him, Hajin then tried to stand up, but he couldn't. His wound was too severe at the moment. The timing was really not good. He wasn't sure he could handle her if they attacked now. Hajin seemed to think the boss had bad intentions towards him. In the novel, there was a scenario where the chameleon troupe had a relationship with the masked demon's master, but he was also confused. Why did they constantly appear in front of him, after the boss was right in front of him? She paused for a moment, she then extended her hand towards him. Hajin could only feel confused while putting on a vigilant attitude seeing that, but, the boss just wanted to greet him. Nice to meet you. Hajin was then stunned to hear that. He then confusedly asked, pardon, while laughing awkwardly. Hajin said, it seems that they often meet lately. Hearing that, the boss replied, of course, that's because she kept watching him. Hajin could only feel confused hearing that. He then asked, what do you mean? But, an undead monster suddenly lunged attacking towards the boss at this time. Hajin was then shocked to see that. He then immediately warned her. But his warning seemed to be in vain, because the boss could easily finish off the undead without even moving a single finger. Hajin was dumbfounded to see that. Shock could be seen clearly in his eyes when he saw it. He was truly amazed at how strong she was. The boss then said there was something she wanted to talk to him. Hajin could only feel confused to hear that. While bringing herself closer to him, the boss then whispered to him. Hajin was surprised to hear that. He then confusedly asked, what did she mean? He then remembered that this part was also in the original novel. This was an important event in Shin Jonghaack's story. He wondered, did the events change because of his actions? If so, then what would happen to the original story? Confusion and anxiety really covered Hajin at this time. Hajin then politely called out to the boss, but before he could even say what he wanted to say, the boss said that the time was up. While smiling at him, the boss said that she hoped he thought about it carefully. After that, her body then dissolved into the purple liquid, and left from there. Hajin was still unable to wake up from his shock at the moment. He was completely overwhelmed by the shocking events today, but his attention was soon distracted when someone suddenly called him from behind him. It was Kim Soho, with a worried look on his face. He then asked, are you okay? Are you seriously injured? Hajin said that it was nothing. He asked, did you beat him? Soho said yes. While extending his hand, he then asked again, for now, can he stand up? Hajin accepted his hand and said that he thought he could, even though Soho helped him. Hajin was still grimacing in pain. Seeing that, Soho then asked, are you okay? Hajin said that he would be fine if he rested for a few days. While looking at the Jin he had defeated, Soho asked, what about that person? Looking at James who was lying on the ground unconscious, Hajin wondered if he was the Jin that Kim Soho had faced. Because his body was still here, it seemed like he just fainted. Soho then said, we have to report this to the association, right? Hajin was stunned to hear that. He then anxiously said that they had no evidence, and they entered the dungeon without reporting first, so they would also be punished. Soho finally realized that Hajin used all his savings to buy shares of Masked Demon's Master. It was not good if they were exposed as Jin. He also felt that Soho also didn't know this fact. After he thought carefully, Soho felt that it made sense. He then remembered something. He asked, what happened to the person he was dealing with? Hajin was silent for a moment hearing his question. He then said that if he ran away, there was no way he could tell Soho the truth. It was already nighttime. When they got out of the dungeon, they then rested for a while under a nearby tree. Hajin lamented. The impact he received after using the stigma's mana was still large even though it was used once. While taking out the twig he had kept in his pocket, Soho said that he thought this was no ordinary twig. Hajin was quite surprised to see Soho not forgetting it and carrying it. Soho didn't know how to explain it to him. He said that he felt it when fighting. The twig seemed to call him. He apologized. Maybe he didn't understand what he was saying. Hajin said no. He said that he understood what he meant. Soho was then surprised to hear that. Hajin smiled. He said that he had a hunch that this was a great item just by looking at it. Soho was then surprised to hear that. It was really unbelievable to him. The twig looked like an ordinary item that could hardly be considered a dungeon completion reward, but in fact, it was a special twig, which can only be recognized if you know the myths and various stories about it. Hajin then asked him, have you ever heard of Mistiltine? Mistiltine, in Northern European mythology, Mistiltine is known as a legendary weapon that has a connection with the murder of Baldur, the god of light, and is considered a god-slayer stick. Soho then stared at the twig in amazement after hearing that. Hajin smiled slightly. He continued, but as he knew, divine weapons must be awakened to change into their true form. Hearing that, Soho then realized, then this is not its true form. Hajin confirmed that. Soho understood now. His appearance is too simple to be a dungeon reward. Hajin then mockingly asked him, you actually feel disappointed, right? Even so, Hajin was surprised. Kim Soho, who didn't even have the Mistiltine yet, could fight against the Jin alone and win. Can't imagine how strong he will be when he awakened the Mistiltine. Soho then realized that he had to find out how to awaken it. Hearing that, Hajin then asked him to put the twig on the ground. Soho then put the branch as he said. He was quite confused about what Hajin was going to do, but he was then surprised when he saw the sapling powder in his hand. Soho then asked, what is that? Hajin replied, a relic. He thinks this relic will help awaken Mistiltine. Hearing that, Soho then confusedly asked him, where did you get that? From just a glance I already knew it was a valuable item. Soho felt that he was really great. In the original novel, the sapling powder belonged to Kim Soho, but since he had worked so hard to get it, so why didn't he show it off? Hajin thought for a moment. What should he say to make him a little more grateful? He then said that this was a relic of his parents. Soho was then shocked to hear that. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a moment. Soho then felt sad for him. Hajin could only be stunned by the change in his attitude. He couldn't even joke. Hajin then said that he was just joking. What he wanted to say was that this item was indeed that important to him. Hajin felt that calling this item a relic was quite excessive. He explained, this powder increases your potential to reach its peak. This applies to both people and items. In short, if he sprinkles this on Mistiltine, it will undergo changes. Hajin then said he would sprinkle it a little. Soho was surprised to hear that. He then immediately stopped him. He then hesitantly asked, is it okay? The powder is important to him, right? Hajin could only sigh at his attitude. He said that this powder is indeed important, so he must use it at a time like this. When else could they get a mythical item like this? Even though he said so, but Soho still felt hesitant. Seeing that, Hajin told him to shut up and just take it when he offered. Soho was very moved to hear that. He then thanked him. After that, Hajin then poured the powder into Mistiltine, and right at that moment, there was a sudden change in the twig. They were both amazed to see that. The appearance of the twig did not change much. The size increased slightly with leaves growing at the ends. Hajin then said to him, I'm right, right. Soho amazedly said that he was right. It was just Mistiltine's first awakening. Then, in order for Kim Soho to develop and be able to destroy his enemies, it would turn into a sword shape by itself. After that, Hajin then asked him, we promised, right? If you take the branch, then I will take the leaves. After resting enough, they then walked back home. With a doubtful look, Soho then asked him, is it okay for him to only take the leaves? Hajin said, he has said many times that it is okay. Even though he said so, but Soho still felt doubtful. Hajin was really helpless to see his attitude. He then once again said that it was okay. Why would he want to die by using it in close combat? but his words did not seem to succeed in discouraging Soho's hesitation, Hajin thought. For now, this leaf was enough for him, Mistiltine's leaf, the leaf left by the legendary twig after awakening. If he boils and drinks it, his body will grow stronger, and if he grinds it and makes it into a weapon, a powerful weapon will be created. Reading that, Hajin thought, this is not a mythical weapon side item for no reason. He is already happy with getting this. And while Hajin was thinking what he should use the leaf for, his foot suddenly tripped over a tree root. He then shouted so loudly that it startled the birds. Hajin grimaced in pain. He was confused why there was a tree root here, but he suddenly felt a déjà vu. He had experienced a similar incident before. Seeing Hajin, who was silent behind, Soho then asked, what was he doing? Did something happen? He thought he heard a loud noise earlier. Hajin said that it was nothing. He would be there soon, and Hajin then continued walking home while humming a song. He was really happy because he had received unexpected sustenance like this. At the Suwon dens of Devil, the members of the Chameleon Troupe were sitting there relaxing. There was also Jane. She was currently watching the recording of Hajin's fight earlier. Seeing the scene when Hajin threw a pebble into Johong's face, Jane then thought, even if you exert all your magic power, it is not easy to unleash such power with such a whip. Most importantly, what she liked most about him was his cold decision-making. Kim Hajin at that time did not know that his opponent was a Jin, but he could kill him without hesitation. Jane then paused the recording and said, this time the boss is right. This kid has potential. The boss was currently also seen watching the recording of Hajin's battle. Hearing her words, the boss then said that it was enough. Looking at her walking away, Jane then confusedly asked, is she leaving already? Is she not going to watch it until the end? She also wants to see the demonification too. The boss said that she didn't want to see it. Jane was then confused to hear that. The boss was silent for a moment. She then muttered, because it was disgusting. After a long journey, Hajin finally arrived at his dormitory. He was very tired at this time. His walk was even like a zombie. As he continued to walk, he felt that his body was all sore. It felt like he was going to die, but when Hajin was about to go to his room, he was then surprised when he saw Evangel approaching him. He then asked, are you awake? While carrying her body, he apologized to her. He told her to just continue sleeping. When Hajin arrived at his room and was about to put Evangel on the bed, he then froze for a moment. When he saw the night sky filled with the beauty of the stars with the full moon shining so beautifully, at that time, when they arrived at Suwon Station, Soho suddenly asked him to return to Cube first. Hajin was then confused to hear that. He then asked, what about him? Soho said, since he was already here. He also wanted to visit his family. At the moment of farewell, Soho then called him. He said, for today, thank you very much. He smiled very brightly at him. Hajin could only be stunned to see that Kim Soho is the protagonist in this world. He does not compromise anything. He is selfless. He is just a hero of justice who walks on the path of truth. In the real world, you can't find people like him. But still, he described it with the feeling of wanting people like him to exist somewhere. Soho, which means to protect, the real hero who will protect this world. Seeing Hajin, who was just silent, Soho then confusedly asked, what's wrong? While smiling, Hajin replied, it's nothing. While waving his hand towards him, he then told him to take care of himself. In this world, he was the person he could trust more than anyone else. The Hero Association dubbed the 9 Jins at the top of Jin society as 9 evils. This nickname should be interpreted as 9 sources of evil, a number of destruction, but the 9 evils took the nickname as a compliment and accepted it. The third evil, Defiance, formed a hidden safe haven by utilizing a cave deep in the mountains of South Hamgyong, at Defiance's sanctuary. While looking at Tomer, the Jin who worked there then confusedly wondered, what was wrong with her? Why was she suddenly in the office? She usually did not show interest in missions. Tomer's appearance was now slightly different with a brownish skin color. Tomer just ignored the whispers of those who talked about her. They felt she was very strange. Was she really a Jin? But they soon became panicked and refocused on their work when a male officer entered the room. The male officer then approached and called Tomer. While feeling annoyed, Tomer then kicked the desk in front of her, not caring about that. The male officer then gave a document to her. He said that he knew her skill was great, but he couldn't let her complain because she felt the mission was too easy. While sighing, Tomer said that she understood, so she then asked, what was the mission this time? The male officer told her to see for herself. Hearing that, Tomer said it would be better if he explained it to her. She then read the document he had given her earlier, but, as she continued to read the document, she was then surprised. A guess then came to her mind. The male officer confirmed it. This is a reconnaissance mission. In the cube, Hajin was seen sitting casually there. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Shortly after that, the person he was waiting for then came and called him. In a polite tone, the person then asked, "You made an appointment for magic aspect engraving, right?" Hajin confirmed it. He smiled at that. He then greeted him and introduced himself. He was a 4-star mage, Jin. Hearing that, while smiling politely at him, Hajin then said, "You are the one in charge of the aspect today, right? I'll be counting on you." 4-star mage who focuses on artifacts. It is the highest rank that can be encountered by ordinary people. Hajin felt he was very lucky. As Jin continued to stare at him, Hajin then felt Jin's gaze like judging him. He wondered. He just judged my clothes today, right? With a very different bitchy face from before. While directing him, Jin then asked him to pass this way. Seeing that, Hajin could only lament. Mage was indeed a very materialistic person. Actually, he dressed neatly because he knew they were like that. Maybe he should have dressed up even more. When he arrived at his office, Jin then asked what magic aspect he wanted to carve. Hajin said that he was looking for physical strengthening or magic defense. While pouring a cup of tea, Jin then said that he understood. He then snapped his fingers, and many floating screens then appeared behind him. While sipping his tea, Jin said that this should meet his criteria. He asked, "Is there anything he likes?" Seeing that, Hajin then pondered for a moment. People usually carve magic aspects that require little mana usage on their artifacts, because, even if someone has a lot of mana, there is a limit to how much they can use, but Athenian's black stone bracelet has no such limit. So what Hajin needs is a magic aspect with a lot of mana usage so that he can only use it once a week, which also has a great function, but he felt annoyed when he saw Jin's casual attitude. What's up with his attitude towards me? He blatantly underestimated him. He didn't expect him to judge him just from his clothes. Hajin wondered, what should he do? He knew, if he let this continue, maybe he would carve the magic aspect half-heartedly. Hajin then coughed to get his attention. He said that he didn't want something trivial like that. He asked, didn't he have another magic aspect that required a lot of mana usage to activate? He said that he was looking for something like enhanced protection energy or instant awakening. Hearing that, Jin said that it was possible, but, not giving him a chance to finish his sentence, with a provocative tone, Hajin then asked, was it a little difficult for a 4-star mage? Jin could only be silent. Hearing that, he didn't expect him to ask that. Seeing his silence, Hajin continued, if so, it's okay. He came here because he was in a rush. Maybe they will meet again. Seeing him who was about to walk away, Jin then immediately stopped him. That's not what he meant. Hajin then pretended to be confused. Jin was really confused by his attitude. He wondered, was he rich? Jin said. It seems they just didn't give him enough information. Of course, magic aspects like that can be, but, he was just worried if the price was too expensive. Hajin then pretended to be surprised to hear that. Jin then said that what they showed earlier was for ordinary customers. He then asked, if he had a limit on the cost that could be spent. Hearing that, Hajin then approached him and whispered to him. Jin gaped at that. He did not expect Hajin's money to be that much, with an attitude that was 180 degrees different from before. Jin then enthusiastically said that he would show him another list, because he was in a rush, he would only show the best. He also told the waiter to bring them the best quality tea. Hajin snorted at the change in his attitude. The next day, this was the day when school was back in session, the cadets came to their respective classes and gathered with their friends. There was also Hajin. He hummed a song while smiling slightly. His mood seemed to be good at the moment. They completed the Gam Mountain Dungeon and Kim Soho got the Mistiltine safely. He also completed his magic aspect engraving request. He silently thanked Kim Soho and the shares he invested. He really didn't want to show off like that. But he had no other choice because the person he was dealing with was a materialistic person. He was happy because so far everything went smoothly. After Kim Sohyuk arrived in class, he then asked for their attention. He explained, starting today, they would form a group of 5 and start working as a team. Hearing that, Hajin knew what he meant. Team play, in other words, working as a group, mini tower raid, small battles, and team bonding activities such as going out together. Kim Sohyuk then told them to form a team with the people they wanted. and submit their member list next Wednesday to him. Hearing that, Hajin wondered, what could the isolated people like him do? Kim Soo-hyuk added, if next Wednesday they were not in the team, he would choose a team for them. Hajin felt helpless hearing that. He didn't really like that option, but his attention was soon distracted, when he heard someone tapping on the table behind him. It was Rachel. Looking at Rachel, who sat alone with a confused look on her face, Hajin wondered if Rachel was in a similar situation to him. The difference between them was probably because she always chose to work alone. He guessed it was also because she was a princess. Hajin felt that it sounded good if they formed a team. There was something that he also had to give her. It was of course sapling powder, based on the original story. By now she should have gotten a clue about her enlightenment. If this was delayed any longer, then the difference between her stat now and the one in the original storyline would be too big. Then, Hajin then wrote a message to Rachel containing a request to form a team with her. After he sent the message, he then waited for her reaction. While Rachel was deep in thought, she was then surprised by the sound of a message notification from her smartwatch. Seeing Rachel, who opened her smartwatch, Hajin knew that she would check the message. But, someone unexpected suddenly approached her at this time. Hajin was surprised when he saw that person. That person was Tomer. Tomer then invited Rachel to form a team with her. Hajin was confused why Tomer approached Rachel. The cadets who were watching were also surprised when they saw it. Hajin was confused. Why Tomer was moving now, and why did she invite Rachel? If wickedness, a mercenary in the Jin world, made a move, there must be someone behind it. The fact that that person was targeting Rachel, there was only one person he remembered. It was Lancaster. Rachel then told Tomer that there was still time left, so she wanted to think about it first. Tomer was silent for a moment hearing that, while smiling slightly. She then said, as you wish. Tomer did not force her and walked away from there. After that, Rachel then remembered that she had just gotten a message. After Rachel opened the message, she was then surprised to find out that the message came from Hajin. When Rachel looked at him, she then saw Hajin, who was also looking at her as if waiting for her reaction. It made Rachel shy and misbehaved. She then immediately turned her face away from him. Hajin was then surprised to see that. He wondered, would she refuse his invitation? But, he then got a reply message from Rachel. Rachel said she would think about it first. Hajin smiled slightly reading that. He felt that he just needed to wait then. While Rachel herself felt very happy at the moment, her heart felt very sweet as if smeared with honey, and for Chai Naun, she seemed to be confused. She was facing a dilemma at the moment. This was because she hadn't thought about who she would team up with outside the top 100. Naun was really dizzy at the moment. It was true that their team would get extra points if they included lower-ranked cadets, but what confused her was, where should she find capable people in the lower ranks? While glancing at a direction, Naun thought, there is only one person like that. That is of course Hajin, but he has now gotten many invitations to form a team from their classmates. He is really up for grabs like a hot item right now. Seeing that, Naun can only lament that he is indeed popular, although that only applies when looking for a group. Considering that theory class is one of the criteria for forming a team, people like him who have good grades in theory are the best candidates. Naun feels that it shouldn't be too difficult for her to recruit Hajin if she wants. If there is one thing that bothers her, what if he thinks she likes him? Naun will feel very embarrassed if that happens, even though she only wanted to make a team with him. But her attention was then immediately distracted when someone behind her suddenly asked her, was she done thinking? It was Shin Jonghaack. Naun told him to mind his own business. Hearing that, Jonghaack then said to her, whoever she chose would not make any changes, so why did she bother deciding? Just pick anyone, like him, and encourage them to put on their best performance. Hearing that, Naun then stuck her tongue out at him. She decided to ignore him anymore. She said that she already had a plan. Hearing that, Jonghaack then took her notebook to see the plan. Naun was then surprised to see that. She then frantically headed towards him, and tried to take her notebook back, but it was useless, because Jonghaack had already read out the names of the people she had planned to recruit. But as Jonghaack continued to read the names, he was then shocked, because Naun was also planning to recruit Hajin. Naun could only remain petrified when Jonghaack shouted so loudly as to announce it to the whole class. The attention of the whole class then immediately focused on them. They wondered, what was that just now? It seemed that someone was also eyeing Hajin. They then realized that it was Naun. Naun really felt very embarrassed at this time. Her face turned red as their gazes all fell on her. Jonghaack then asked her, What was the meaning of this? Why did she choose Kim Hajin? With shaking hands, Naun told him to shut up. She then irritably hit him in the stomach. Naun's attack was so sudden that it made Jonghaack unable to react. He then could only lie on his desk. Naun irritably asked, "Why are you looking at the contents of other people's notes without permission?" Seeing Jonghaack lying motionless on his desk, the cadets then wondered, was he dead? Not caring about that, Naun then irritably walked back to her desk. She then glanced at Hajin briefly, but she then immediately turned her face back. Hajin could only feel confused seeing that. After a while, Kim Suhyuk then announced the end of the lesson for today, and the cadets then flocked out of the classroom, and when Hajin was about to leave the classroom too, Naun then called him. Seeing Hajin who did not hear her call, Naun then immediately approached him and pulled his hand. Hajin was then confused by that. He then confusedly asked, "What's going on?" Naun nervously said, "I think you heard it earlier." She then asked, "Would you like to form a team?" But, before Naun could even finish her sentence, Rachel suddenly interrupted her, and told Hajin that she had submitted the list. Naun was then confused about what she meant. Rachel explained, "Hajin had formed a team with me." Naun was then stunned to hear that. She then immediately turned to Hajin with a look of disbelief. Rachel said, as she thought, Naun could only feel shocked to hear that. She really did not know what to say at the moment, with an attitude as if she did not care. Naun then asked, "Is that so?" She said that she was just worried that no one would want to form a team with him. She was just trying to pay attention to him because they were in the same club. While patting his shoulder, Naun said that she felt that her worries were in vain. Then good luck. After saying that, Naun then left there. Rachel stared at her departure with a confused look, while clenching her hands tightly. Naun then thought, Rachel, she uses a sword just like her, and their physiques are also similar, plus, their grades are similar, except in the theory class. But still, Naun felt very disappointed at this time. She was disappointed why Hajin chose Rachel instead of her. During break time, Hajin was seen walking with Rachel. Rachel suddenly called him. Hajin then immediately turned to her. Rachel asked, "You're not going to join another team, right?" Hearing that, Hajin felt she was asking that because of Naun. He then replied, "Of course not," but someone suddenly called him at this time. It was Ho-sung. Ho-sung thanked him for letting him join. He said that he honestly wanted to make a team with him too. He was very grateful at this time. While rubbing the back of his head, Hajin said that it didn't matter. He thought he was just following Rachel. Then, to strengthen their relationship as a team, he then suggested, "How about we eat together?" He then introduced the man who was with him. "He is Lee Bakyu. He is our team member too." Bakyu then greeted him. Hajin was a little worried at first because Tomer started acting. But maybe this will go well, because he is here too. After hearing Ho-sung's suggestion, Hajin then looked at Rachel doubtfully. Rachel said that it was a good idea. Ho-sung was happy to hear that. He then asked her if there was anything she wanted to eat. Rachel said whatever. She wasn't picky. Hearing her answer, Hajin then thought, even though Rachel wasn't picky about food, if there was something that she liked, that was it. Hajin then suggested, "How about a Korean restaurant?" Han-kyu-jong. The anticipation could be seen in Rachel's eyes when she heard that. She then immediately agreed to that. Hajin chuckled at that. Ho-sung also felt that it was a good place. When night fell, when Naun was in her dorm room, she was now seen talking to someone through her smartwatch. She then said, "Then, our team consists of 2 warriors, 1 shooter, 1 supporter, and 1 mage." The person she was talking to was Hazuki. Hearing that, Hazuki then said to her, since she was a warrior and shooter, their team might have a great combination. Naun felt proud of herself hearing that, but, Hazuki then asked, did Hajin not join their team? Naun was then surprised by her sudden question. She then reasoned, if she wanted it, she could pull him in, but if she did that, she felt sorry for his team. Besides Rachel, the abilities of the other team members were mediocre. Hazuki was a little sorry to hear that, even though it would be easier if Hajin joined. Naun then told her to stop talking about it. She would compile a list of their team members. Hazuki understood. She then thanked her. After she ended the call, Naun then lay down on the bed, even though she tried to close her eyes, but she couldn't fall asleep. She felt regretful at the moment. If she knew this would happen, she would have invited Hajin from the beginning. That way, she wouldn't feel anxious in the theory part. She gave it up with Rachel because she hesitated for no apparent reason. She still clearly remembers her defeat in the midterm exam that time. And it happened again after she started using swords in the team. This really makes her very frustrated. If this continues, she is worried, won't she lose again, somewhere with a very cold temperature that freezes the entire room. Hajin's team was seen gathering there. This was the first lesson as a team, dungeon exploration. Generally, when a new dungeon was discovered, the experienced party would go first to explore the dungeon, and their goal today was to replace that party's job. While shivering from the cold, Bakyu said that they had been walking for 20 minutes. Seeing Hajin, who still looked very relaxed, Hozung then asked if he wasn't cold. Hajin replied no, and as they continued to walk forward, Rachel then saw something ahead. They were faced with 5 paths that each led to a different direction. They then asked, which one should we choose? Tomer said there was no point in thinking about it. She then advised them to go in the direction she was pointing, but Hajin immediately replied no. He advised not to go there. Tomer was then confused by his answer. She then asked, "Why are you so sure?" Hearing that, Hajin thought, why not? Her motive was clear. She felt that Tomer must have prepared a trap for them there. But he certainly would not say that openly to her. He then said that he had good eyesight. It was not the right path. Tomer was silent for a moment hearing that. She then asked Rachel, who was the team leader, to make a decision. Rachel felt a little hesitant at the moment. She then said that she would follow Hajin's words. Hajin smiled slightly at that. As they continued to walk deeper, they then saw a large monster with dense fur all over its body. The monster seemed to be fast asleep at the moment. The monster was Snowman. Seeing that, Hozung then said, "It seems that the path chosen by Hajin was right." Tomer looked sullen at the moment. After that, Hajin continued his efforts in obstructing Tomer's plan. She continued to reject Tomer's advice in choosing the path they would go, because he knew there were many traps that had been installed that awaited them in there. Although her efforts in keeping Rachel away from the team were admirable, but he could not let her plan go smoothly. As Tomer resentfully stared at him, Hozung then admiringly asked him how he was so good at finding the right path. Hearing that, Hajin simply said that he was just lucky. Tomer then clenched her fists tightly. She was really annoyed at the moment. Is it that hard to get one person hurt so that they can retreat? This is all Kim Hajin's fault. The other team members now really believe Hajin's vision, because it has come to this point. Tomer then called Rachel, and asked her to come with her. Rachel was then confused by it. She then confusedly asked, "What does she mean?" Tomer explained, the search would be more efficient if they moved in 2 groups. She felt it was not good to rely on just one person, but Rachel was hesitant to hear that. Hajin then immediately said that they could not waste time. While holding Rachel's hand, he then invited Rachel to continue walking. Seeing that, Tomer then annoyedly called Hajin, and asked, "Why are you so confident?" As for the reason why Hajin was so confident in choosing the path, it was because he had 1,000 miles eyes. With this ability, he could see the entire dungeon without being blocked. After determining the correct path, he then said, "The path is over here," and they believed him, and followed him through there. As they continued to walk deeper, they then saw Kim Soo-hyuk, who was already standing there. Rachel then nervously called him. Hajin then confusedly turned to her. Rachel said, "Your hand." Hearing that, Hajin then finally remembered that he had been holding her hand. He then immediately let go and apologized to her. Rachel said it was okay. While blushing, Rachel said that he didn't need to apologize like that. Seeing them coming, Kim Soo-hyuk then shouted and told them to give their report. Hearing that, they then immediately stood up straight and reported, "Snowman, Snow Tree, Snow Golem, and White Drake." Judging from the level of monsters found in the dungeon, at least the level of the dungeon boss here is intermediate. 3. Kim Soo-hyuk smiled hearing that. He then praised them and said that it was perfect. They were happy to hear that. The 4 of them then happily gathered together. They still couldn't believe that they got the perfect result. This was really amazing. They wondered, we just need to rely on Hajin from now on, right? While Tomer herself didn't join their euphoria and looked aloof at the back, with a hateful look, Tomer then chuckled while staring at them. At that time, in Defiance's sanctuary, right when Tomer received this mission, she was initially quite confused because she was given a reconnaissance task. The male officer explained, the purpose of this mission was to injure and weaken a cube cadet. Rachel, those who had infiltrated the cube executives, promised to help them, so this was not a difficult task. When she had succeeded in making Rachel unable to carry out her daily routine, their other agents would handle the rest. He then asked, "I can count on you, right?" Hearing that, Tomer then closed the mission document. With a confident tone, she said that this was an easy job. Because they were just kids, but after her plan was repeatedly thwarted, Tomer could only regret her words. This was not easy at all. She then received a message from the agent asking about the mission, why the mission was postponed, was there an unexpected situation. Tomer was really upset to read that, even though it hadn't been long since this mission started. Why were they urging her? She could only sigh in frustration at this time. She admitted that unexpected situations had indeed occurred. He always appeared to block her when she tried to do something. He stuck like chewing gum to Rachel. It was as if he was preventing her from approaching Rachel. He was always with her, whether it was when she was in class or after class ended. She was annoyed. How dare rank 334 seem to act so haughty? After she read the document containing details about him, she didn't find anything remarkable about him. She then jokingly thought, don't tell me he believed such nonsense. Who has the courage will get a beautiful woman. But a conjecture suddenly appeared in Tomer's head when she thought about it. She guessed, could it be that Kim Hajin likes Rachel? When it came to that conjecture, Tomer then thought of a plan. Then, she just has to exaggerate and spread the rumor that Hajin likes Rachel. They will definitely keep their distance then. That way, she could complete the mission easily. To make that happen, she had to get close to the whole group. In the theory class, phenomenon analysis 2, after explaining at length to all of them, the teacher then ended his explanation for today. He said, next week, each group will choose a small dungeon. To represent the best raid strategy you can do. They could only feel frustrated hearing that. After saying that, the teacher then ended his class for today. Hozung sighed in frustration after hearing the task, but after remembering that the two smartest people in the class were in his group, he then didn't feel worried at all. He then told Hajin that he was counting on him. Hajin humbly said that he wasn't very good. Hearing that, Hozung asked him not to be too modest. Yonghan then called them all and said, there will be a team leader meeting at 7 p.m., Wednesday next Sunday. All team leaders must be present. Make sure to gather in the hall. After that, the cadets then cleaned up and left the classroom. Hajin then invited Rachel to go to the cafe to discuss about their respective roles before leaving. Rachel agreed. Hearing that, Tomer then interrupted them and suggested, since we are going to the cafe, let's all eat cake to get to know each other. Hajin was then confused to hear her suddenly suggest that. He then asked, what did she want to do? Tomer said, what else? She said that she just wanted to deepen their relationship as a team. Hajin felt strange to hear that. Why did she suddenly become proactive? After they all agreed, Tomer then invited them to leave immediately. They were running out of time. Hajin was surprised to see that, when she gathered everyone, her actions were really suspicious in Hajin's eyes. After arriving at a cafe called Cafe Carrot, Hajin had checked the roof and underground but he did not find any traps, but still he felt something was strange. Seeing Hajin who seemed unfocused, Rachel then confusedly called him. Hajin then immediately refocused after hearing that. He then explained, Hozung and Bakyu will look for information about the dungeon. Tomer and Rachel, you will calculate the density. They understood. Hajin continued. Then, once the research information was submitted to him, he would unite and make a presentation. They understood. After Hajin finished explaining their respective assignment, Tomer then said, now that the assignment discussion was finally over, Hozung felt she was so easygoing. Bakyu was thankful that they had Hajin. He was originally very worried because it was a group assignment. Tomer agreed with him. Bakyu then said to him, getting a good grade seems like it must be nice. He also got a lot of attention in battle after changing to a shooter right. Hajin just said that it wasn't something great. Things are just normal for him. Hearing that, he told him not to be humble like that. He must have been approached by a famous guild right. The figure of the boss suddenly appeared in his mind when he heard that. He then said yes. Rachel then suddenly pulled the hem of his shirt and whispered calling him. Hajin then confusedly turned to her. Rachel whispered asking, did the United Kingdom royal family approach him? Hearing that, Hajin confusedly asked, what did she mean? Rachel said, from the United Kingdom royal family guild. Hearing that, Hajin didn't remember them contact him, but he then remembered something. He then opened the email. He said that he did receive an email from them. He didn't realize it because he didn't check his email every day. Hearing that, Rachel was annoyed. Why would they contact someone via email? Hajin then said he would check it now. He was quite surprised that the Royal Family Guild wanted to recruit him. They wrote the email in Korean. He then read the email carefully. The annual salary is 100 million and the commission is given separately. This is not a very attractive offer considering they are trying to recruit him. Rachel asked if she could see it too. Hajin let her. And when Rachel read the email, she was shocked. Why did they do their work like this? And when their attention was all on her, Rachel then sighed in frustration. She asked Hajin to forget it and not read it. She then stood up from her chair and said she would leave first. Tomer was then surprised to see that. She then sadly asked, "How can you go first? You have to talk and laugh with Kim." Hajin. Tomer really felt depressed because her plan failed again. Hajin was confused to see Rachel who suddenly left. Hozung confusedly asked, what made her angry? Tomer could only sigh in frustration. Nothing was going according to her plan. Hajin wondered, did something happen? Is she okay? Did I make a mistake? Seeing that, Tomer then realized something. This situation, maybe. Tomer then called Bakyu. Bakyu confusedly turned to her. Tomer asked him, doesn't it feel like Hajin likes Rachel? In the gym auditorium, after finishing his daily training, Hajin then bought a drink at the vending machine. Resting after stamina training feels like heaven. This is not an easy thing. Even though he has arranged the training portion, he sighed helplessly. Because he didn't even have the strength to open the lid of the can at this time, but someone suddenly helped him open the can. Hajin was then surprised to see that. The person then called him, and when Hajin turned towards the person turned out to be Chai Naun. Naun asked him to talk for a while. Naun was a little embarrassed to say that. Hajin then confusedly asked, what's wrong? Naun hesitated for a moment. She then said, her team's presentation was about the Mantis Dungeon Hongchen. She just wanted to ask if he knew anything about it. Hearing that, with a look like looking at a fool, Hajin then asked her, how come you even chose the hardest dungeon of all? Naun said that she had to. That annoying mage from their group insisted that they had to choose it. He convinced them and said that they could rely on him. Naun could only agree at that moment. Hearing that, Hajin then thought, the mage from Chai Naun's team, was he Oh Junsik? If I'm not mistaken, his skills were decent, but he was always very arrogant and rude. Because his family was quite rich, he didn't feel inferior even in front of Chai Naun. Hajin then thought that he would only tell her the necessary information then. He then said that he thought they would get bonus points because the dungeon was much more difficult. He asked, did he do the presentation too? Naun replied yes, because he insisted. Why do you ask? Hearing that, with a face like a shaman, Hajin then told her to leave the presentation to the other members. The look on his face showed that he was someone who liked to be tough, but he might freeze up during the presentation. If she let someone like him excel, then Cube and the entire public would collapse and their results would be a total mess. Naun seemed to have an epiphany after hearing that. She then said that she also thought so. She was going to just let it go, but Naun then told him all her complaints all this time. Naun angrily said that she had never seen anyone who did whatever they wanted even more than her. Hearing that, Hajin then mocked her, so you realize that you like to do whatever you want, he suggested. What if Hazuki did the presentation? She seemed to be able to do it smoothly. Naun said that she wanted to do it too, but she was not sure Oh Junsik would agree. Naun was confused about what to do, but they both then realized something. Are we close enough to be able to chat like this? The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly turned awkward as they both thought about it. Naun then said, instead of that, she asked him to be careful during practice and said goodbye to him. Hajin understood. He said that he would finish his load set, and their dizzying class finally began. Representatives from each team then came forward one by one to make presentations, and now it was the turn of Chai Naun's team represented by Oh Junsik to come forward, but he seemed unable to make the presentation smoothly. He looked very nervous and stuttered when presenting their inventions. The cadets who saw it were wondering, what's he doing? Hajin also thought that it was really a pathetic presentation. While glancing at Naun who was now burning with anger, Hajin thought, in the end they couldn't change the presenter. After finally finishing his presentation, while rubbing the back of his head, Oh Junsik then apologized. He was too nervous earlier. Naun and the other team members could only be silent hearing that. Naun then angrily thought, seriously he said that while laughing, realizing her bad mood. Hazuki then calmed her down and asked her to forget it, but Naun certainly wouldn't just calm down. While clenching her hands tightly, she angrily thought that she would come to him later after class, but her attention was soon distracted when the teacher asked the next team to come forward. The team that came forward next turned out to be Hajin's team, but she then could only gape. She was very surprised to see Hajin wearing glasses. After arriving at the podium, Hajin then said he would start his presentation. he explained. Their team was responsible for the Wazin dungeon. It was a real dungeon located at the foot of the Sirak Mountains. Hajin then clearly described their findings related to the dungeon. Naun could only be surprised to see that. She was amazed to see Hajin could be so smooth in his presentation. Nervousness did not show in his tone at all. It flowed naturally. The teacher then interrupted his explanation for a moment. He said that he had a question. How can he estimate the opposing mana current with only that little amount of information? Hajin smiled at that. He then answered, it can be explained by this formula. The cadets were then equally amazed at his presentation. They were amazed to see him so fluent in his presentation. They knew he was smart, but they did not expect that he was also good at presenting. It was very unexpected. They also felt that he looked a bit cool too. Naun also blushed when she saw him at this time. She seemed to be fascinated by him. After a while, Hajin then ended his presentation. After returning to his team, he then high-fived with Rachel. Rachel praised his good work. Naun was silent for a moment seeing that. Seeing Rachel talking so close to Hajin, she could only frown. In the gym auditorium, Rachel had just finished her daily training there. With this, today's schedule was all finished. The presentation ended well, and tomorrow was the weekend. Besides that, she had also given Hajin the contract. They were going home together after finishing their classes. They chatted casually talking about the things that had been happening recently. The other members suggested to have a party. Hajin then asked, would she not attend the celebration party? Rachel replied no, she had some training schedules. Hearing that, Hajin then said he would go first then. Rachel understood. She then said goodbye to him. But, she then remembered something. She then immediately took something out of her bag. Hajin could only feel confused at that, while handing some kind of document to him. Rachel asked him to take it. Hajin was confused by that. While taking the document, he then asked, what is this? Rachel replied, the Royal Family Guild's preliminary contract. Hajin was then surprised to hear that. Rachel said that this one has much better terms than what he got before. In fact, she was the one who asked them to approach him, but it seems that they misunderstood a bit after seeing his rank. Hajin didn't know what to say to that. Amidst the breeze and the sunlight of afternoon, Rachel then said to him, so, I want you to carefully consider our proposal once again. After recalling that, Rachel felt happy. She felt that she had done well. While humming a song, Rachel then headed to the changing room. She would immediately change clothes, return to the dormitory, and sleep, but, just as she was about to enter the changing room, she suddenly heard the gossip of some people inside. They were gossiping about the rumors about her that have been circulating lately. Rumors that Kim Hajin likes he. They sounded incredulous when they heard that. They wondered, is it really okay for him to do that? The person who told the story said yes. She heard that he had even confessed his love to Rachel. Rachel was stunned to hear that. Her face then turned red from blushing when she heard that Hajin liked her. Rachel really couldn't believe what she just heard. She didn't expect Hajin to like her, but more importantly, where did they find out? They said that Hajin did look a little suspicious. Lately she kept following Rachel. Rachel then felt annoyed to hear them talking bad about Hajin. She resentfully thought, it's because they're on the same team. How dare they spread such nonsense? Since they're a team, of course he should be around her. But, as she recalled Hajin always protecting her, and his statement saying that he's her fan, Rachel suddenly felt doubtful. They kept gossiping. They felt doubtful. Even so, isn't their status so different? Rachel was silent for a moment hearing that, and as Rachel walked backwards, she suddenly bumped into someone, and when she looked back, the person then complained to her. That person turned out to be Naun. She was now with Yona. Naun then asked, what are you doing? Rachel anxiously said, it's nothing. Naun could only feel confused. Hearing that, she then irritably told her to lift her foot that stepped on her. Rachel finally realized it. She then immediately lifted it and apologized to her. Looking at Naun who was about to enter the dressing room, Rachel then realized something. If she entered the dressing room now, then, after the two of them finally entered the dressing room, the gossipers then told the rumors that had been circulating lately to them. Rachel immediately panicked hearing that. She was confused about what she should do. If the ridiculous rumors continued to circulate, she was scared. And just as the gossipers were about to tell something about Hajin to the two of them, Rachel suddenly walked in at this moment. Their attention was immediately distracted and shockedly turned towards her. Seeing her, the gossipers then frantically wondered, did she hear us? they were feeling anxious at this moment. They then immediately said they would leave first. Naun was then surprised and confused to hear that. She told them to finish their talk first. She asked what was wrong with Hajin, but they seemed not to listen and just ran away from there. Naun could only feel confused seeing that, while Rachel herself sighed in relief seeing that. She was grateful for having succeeded in preventing the rumors from continuing to circulate. Yona seemed to realize something after seeing her behavior. While Naun herself was dead curious at the moment, she was very annoyed that they did not finish their talk. Yona suddenly asked Rachel at this time, "Come to think of it, you are on the same team as that person, right?" Rachel was then confused about what she meant by that person. Naun said, "Hajin," while pointing towards Yona. Naun said, for some reason, she couldn't say his name. Yona then felt embarrassed to hear that. She then immediately said, "Who said, I can do it?" She told her not to talk nonsense. Yona then asked her, "How does it feel?" Rachel was then confused by that. She didn't know what she meant. Yona chuckled at that. She then asked her, "Are you acting as if you don't know? The Royal Family Guild has contacted him, right?" Rachel was then surprised to hear that. Yona said that everyone already knows it. Who would have thought that a valuable Prilum contract would be used on a 334th rank cadet? It doesn't make sense unless the Royal Family Guild has gone crazy. She could understand if it was the work of someone who saw what he was hiding. The environment suddenly fell silent for a moment after Yona said that. Naun was really confused at the moment. She then asked, "What are you talking about?" While shaking her head, Rachel said that she didn't understand what she meant. Even so, they had the right to contact him based on the agreement. Hearing that, Yona then laughed. She said that she was just joking. She advised her not to use that right arbitrarily. It's not good to make enemies out of the people around you, right? Rachel clenched her fists tightly hearing that. She knew that Yona was giving her a warning. She probably wanted to tell her that she was the one who wanted Hajin, and told her not to cross the line. She really didn't need to keep Hajin if he rejected them. Seeing her silence, Yona felt that she might back down with this warning. She then told her, it was fate that they were in this situation. She then invited her to eat in her room before she went home. Rachel accepted her invitation. Yona gasped at that. Rachel didn't know why, but she didn't want to lose to her now. After the three of them sat together, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. No one said anything to start the current conversation. Naun, who was stuck between the two of them, could only feel confused at the moment. She didn't understand why the situation between them was tense. They were talking about things that only they understood. While looking towards Rachel, Yona then thought, she offered it just as a formality. She didn't expect her to accept it. She was confused. What was she thinking? After hesitating for a moment, she then asked if she wanted to drink juice, but Rachel replied no, and the atmosphere turned silent again after that. Yona could only feel annoyed at her answer. She then stood up from her chair, and went to the table next to her. While pouring the juice on the table into a glass, Yona then asked her, "How did you come to know about him?" Rachel was confused about what to say at this time. There was no way she could tell her the truth. She then just said that she only knew him naturally, but Yona certainly wouldn't believe that. Yona continued, "If so, do you also know why he hid his true self?" Rachel gasped to hear that. She could only remain silent. She didn't know what to say at the moment. Seeing that, Yona then smiled and said, "I guess you don't know, huh? It is indeed information that is hard to find." Naun was really confused as she listened to their conversation. She didn't understand what he was hiding. Rachel didn't evade. She really didn't know anything about Hajin's past, and also the reason why he hid his power. However, she then said, nothing would change even if she didn't know that information. Hearing that, while shrugging her shoulders, Yona then said, "Why wouldn't anything change? Many things would change. Essence of the Strait is much stronger regarding information gathering than most guilds in this country." But, before Yona finished her words, Rachel suddenly interrupted her. She said that wasn't what she meant. She believed she would be favored if she waited for him to tell her by himself. At least it was better than investigating and finding the information by yourself. Her words seemed to have successfully triggered Yona. She then could only remain silent. Rachel said that it was getting late. She would leave now. As she walked past her, she thanked her for inviting her to dinner. Yona could only be silent watching her exit the room. The environment suddenly turned silent at this time. Feeling annoyed, Naun then asked her, why were the two of them talking about things that she didn't understand at all? She told her to speak in Korean. Naun's words really didn't make sense, because the two of them had been speaking in Korean. At the Carrot Cafe, Tomer was hanging out with her two friends at the moment. Her friend then enthusiastically gossiped something to her. Did you know, Hajin likes Rachel? Tomer then pretended to be surprised to hear that. Her friend continued, she thinks she hasn't heard the rumor because she came from outside, but recently Cube has been buzzing because of the rumors. Tomer said that she didn't know that. She was of course lying, because she was the one who had spread the rumors. Her friend, who was a little quiet, then said, lately they have been together a lot. But isn't that because they are on the same team? Tomer gasped hearing that. Her friend continued, and, once Rachel graduates from Cube, she will become the captain of the Royal Guild. It could be that she was just adding to the relationship from the beginning. Hearing that, her friend said that it sounded reasonable. Hajin's rank increased to 334 recently. So he deserves to be in the Royal Family Guild, which is ranked 60th in the world. Tomer was then anxious to hear that. She was confused. It shouldn't be like this. Her plan was to familiarize herself with some Cube cadets, then lead them to spread the rumor. That way, Rachel would distance herself from Hajin because of the rumor, but she was feeling anxious at this time. Don't let the rumors disappear. When the two of them had started to think positively, Tomer then quickly said, but isn't the saying that there's no smoke if there's no fire? But they already didn't feel interested at the moment. Seeing that, Tomer anxiously thought that she had to make them interested again with the rumors. She then said, before she saw Hajin looking at Rachel, his eyes looked very soulful. Tomer posed so exaggeratedly when saying that to them, she herself even felt that this was a little excessive, but it unexpectedly made them feel interested. Tomer did not expect them to believe her nonsense so easily. It was because they were at an age where they were very interested in other people's relationships. Her friend then enthusiastically said that she had expected it. She asked, was there anything else? Tomer then thought hard about what other stories she could bring to them. She then said, when she and her team went to the cafe earlier, but what she didn't realize was, her smartwatch was secretly active at this time. Her smartwatch was being hacked at this time. The hacker then logged into her messenger and read one of the messages sent to her. Tomer, next Wednesday in class, take the item, it will help you in your mission. He felt interested to read that. The hacker turned out to be Hajin. He had guessed that Tomer came to Cube for another reason. Last night, he met Tomer at the convenience store. Tomer greeted him when they happened to cross paths. As the two of them chatted, Hajin thought, it feels like he is meeting her more and more often these days. But then he was surprised when he saw the watch Tomer was wearing. He felt something strange about the watch. After he hacked it, Hajin then realized, the watch was indeed fake. It looked like the real thing, but it couldn't deceive his eyes. As Hajin scrolled through her messenger, she then saw the details of the mission carried out by Tomer. Reading that, Hajin thought, it seems that Tomer was indeed targeting Rachel, even though he had to use ADSP so that she wouldn't realize that she was being hacked. But he got good information. Tomer wouldn't think that she had leaked the information. Hajin then felt happy when Tomer got a new message. Wednesday's class is mock Relic War. There is a management center on the lowest floor in the underground area of B3. The item has been placed there, at 11 p.m., the management center. Reading that, Hajin pondered for a moment. There is not much time left. He must move quickly, but he was then surprised when he suddenly got a message at this time, and when he checked it, he was quite confused because it was a picture message. He wondered, who was it from? After he opened it, he wondered, was it from Rachel? She sent him a picture with a long text and asked, could he teach her how to do it? But after he read the sender's name, it wasn't her. She was struggling with the problem in front of her right now. Her mind was really stuck and didn't know what to write to answer the problem. The person who could be so stupid was certainly Chai Naun. She was really dizzy at the moment. She didn't understand what it meant at all. She had studied the notebook, but she couldn't solve a single one. This damn phenomenon 2 analysis kept talking about calculations, but she didn't understand it at all. She seemed to be in the library at the moment. Rachel was seen sitting not far from her. She was also studying the same as it seemed. Looking at Rachel, who repeatedly checked her smartwatch, she seemed to be immersed in her thoughts at the moment. Naun felt that this seemed to be difficult for her too. When thinking back about the dizzying problem, Naun could only sigh in frustration. She also thought, this must be an easy problem for Hajin. Naun then thought of something when she remembered about him. She then planned to ask Hajin for help in doing the problem. She repeatedly wrote the message that she would send to him. But she also repeatedly deleted it because either she felt the message was impolite or she felt like an idiot in the message, until finally she found the right sentence. Can you teach me how to do it? after Naun sent the message to him, she then arrogantly thought, she almost finished it. She asked him just in case she was wrong, but after 20 minutes, she didn't get a reply from Hajin. Naun irritably wondered. Did he ignore her message? She felt annoyed at this moment. Did he think he was the only one she could ask for help? And just as Naun was about to leave there, a message notification suddenly rang from her smartwatch. Naun blushed at this moment. She knew who was sending her a message at this moment. While giggling, Naun then put her bag back and sat back there. The reason why Hajin took 20 minutes to reply to her message was, because it was quite time-consuming for him to write an answer that could make Naun understand it. He realized how stupid she was. Hajin smiled slightly. She works hard in everything she does. She was also like this in the previous presentation. In the future, she will be a better hero than her own brother, but Hajin then remembered something important when he thought of Naun's brother again. He forgot because he was used to life here, Chai Jin-yoon, even though he was in a coma due to being a demon seed, but he would then become a demon after the incubation period was over. There weren't many heroes strong enough to defeat him. No one knew how long it would take Chai Jin-yoon to wake up from his sleep, so, before that happened, Hajin clenched his hands tightly at the thought, but the problem was, only he knew the reason for Chai Jin-yoon's current condition. That meant he couldn't ask for any help. It was difficult for him to approach him alone, unless he was in disguise, but he then remembered something. He then took out the business card that the boss gave him at that time. At that time, after the boss saved him from the wrath of a Jin, she then approached him and invited him to join them. She also gave him some kind of invitation card. Hajin was quite surprised when he saw the invitation card. It was an invitation to join the Geronimo Mercenary. Geronimo Mercenary. It was one of the top-level mercenaries that existed today. However, it was actually just a disguise for the chameleon troupe. He didn't know why they chose to recruit him instead of Shin Jonghaack. I don't know how far the storyline would change with this. If he got help from them, it was possible for him to kill Chai Jin-yoon, without anyone realizing it. Hajin was silent for a moment when he came to that conclusion, but he then gasped when someone suddenly called him. It was Evangel. While rubbing her eyes, Evangel then asked, "You haven't slept yet?" Hajin apologized to her. He asked, "I made you wake up because the lights were still on." Evangel answered yes. Hajin then carried Evangel's small body and invited her to continue sleeping. Hajin thought that he had to slow down. If the incubation period of the seedlings was about 5 to 6 years, then he still had 1 year left from now. He was sure there was a way to solve this. Hajin then secretly glanced at the invitation card that the boss gave him. He then seemed to know where he was going next. The next day, Kim Soo-hyuk then gathered all the cadets in a room. He explained, "So, you all may already know it, but today's practical training will be mock relic war." The cadets looked very enthusiastic to hear that, while some of them were not happy, because they did not want their rank to drop because of this. Hajin himself looked normal to hear that. He thought, for relic, usually the country that found it will be the owner, but there are many countries destroyed by outcall in this world, so, in the current situation, the relic found in the empty land belongs to the finder. In order to get the relic, the guilds and even the Jin will fight each other. It is known as relic war. In other words, Hajin knows. This is a training for them to experience what a real relic war is like. Kim Soo-hyuk continued. The size of the relic excavation site is extremely large. The theme itself is melee. The command hierarchy, the method to contact other team members, and the location of the relic is unknown. They must choose a wise decision at every moment. During the training, the white team will be in charge of defense, and the black team will be in charge of attack. When the instructors judged that they had received severe injuries, or if they shouted "I surrender," then they would be disqualified. After explaining at length to them, Kim Soo-hyuk then snapped his fingers. Hajin was then shocked when a veil suddenly covered both eyes. Not only him. The other cadets also experienced the same situation as him. They frantically wondered, "What is this?" They couldn't see anything at all. Seeing the panic of the cadets, Kim Soo-hyuk then told them to calm down. He explained, "It's my mana, so you don't need to panic. I blindfolded you so that we can place you into different locations randomly. We will move now." Hearing that, the cadets then walked behind him. The scene was very chaotic, because the cadets could not see at this time. It made them push each other and accidentally step on other people's feet. Hajin himself was in the middle of them. He then thought, He guessed it is not surprising for a high intermediate hero to be able to blindfold this many cadets. Even so, with the 1,000 miles eyes he has, this does not affect him at all. When one talks about a relic excavation site, people will usually imagine about ruins, but the latest cutting-edge technology used makes it more like an underground bunker. Because there are many people with extraordinary talents in the world, Hajin then looked around to check the details of his opponent, on the first floor of the basement. The number of people stationed here is about 15 cadets. Second floor of the basement, there were 25 cadets. Chai Naun was on the third floor of the basement, Rachel was also there, and 15 other cadets. Realizing that, Hajin felt that there would be a big fight between the two of them. Hajin then took a step forward. As for himself, he was on the fourth floor of the basement. Looking at his clothes which had now turned black, Hajin realized that he was on the black team. He actually wanted to find out where Shin Jonghaack and Kim Soho were, but it couldn't be helped. Looking at the room he was in, Hajin wondered, was this part of the residence? But he was then surprised when he looked in a direction. Seeing the person in the room next to him, he didn't expect it. Right at that moment, Kim Sohyuk then announced, the location of all cadets had been determined. The relic could be guarded by NPCs or moved to various places. The white team must guard the relic, while the black team must steal it. The countdown will start now. After the cadets were placed in each room, the doors separating each room then closed. After that, Kim Sohyuk then told them to prepare and start the countdown. After the practical training finally began, Hajin then prepared his gun. The veil covering the cadets' eyes had been removed at this time. While reading back the message sent by the agent to Tomer, Hajin then thought the relic that Tomer was supposed to take was in Area B3 on the lowest floor. The lowest floor, that means the 7th floor of the basement, but this became a little complicated. Yona was in the next room, and she was on the white team, which meant she would be his enemy in this practical training. In order to get to the corridor from there, he would definitely run into her, without knowing who she would be dealing with. Yona then said, I know there are people there, I heard everything. She asked, which team are you on? I'm the white team. Seeing no answer from him, Yona then believed he must be from the black team. While opening the door that separated the two of them, Yona said that she felt sorry for him for having to experience this when the practice had just started. After the door finally opened, Yona told him to just think he was unlucky, but she was then stunned when she finally saw someone she was going to fight. She didn't expect it to be Hajin. The atmosphere suddenly became silent when they both fell silent. Seeing that, Hajin was confused. Why did she suddenly stop her attack? For some reason, she felt Yona looked a little tense. It was natural because Yona really looked up to him. Her attitude changed to be very alert at this time. Yona anxiously thought that this was very bad. She never thought he would be her first opponent. She then gasped when she saw Hajin suddenly raise his hand. She then nervously told him not to try to do anything strange. Hajin could only be dumbfounded at that. He really didn't know what she meant, even though he just wanted to scratch his body because it was itchy. But Yona certainly didn't know that. She was already very nervous at this time. Ho's weapon was an ordinary trainee gun, but he could fire a shot strong enough to penetrate the enhanced protection energy. She wondered, what should she do? Should she fight him, or, looking at the closed door in the narrow corridor behind her, Yona felt she was doomed. The corridor outside was very narrow, and it was a one-way corridor. No matter how she escaped, she was still within range of his gun. While tightening her grip on her whip, Yona then calmed herself down. She thought that this could be a chance for her. She had only estimated how strong he was based on her observations so far, so this was a chance for her to find out his true strength. Seeing Yona who suddenly put up a fighting position, Hajin then confusedly called out to her, but Yona suddenly used her whip to strike towards his hand. It made his gun slip out of his hand, and as the gun flew upwards, Yona then wrapped her whip around the gun, and took it. The incident felt so fast that it made Hajin seem as if he couldn't react. Yona was then happy because she managed to take the gun from his hand. She didn't think she could really take it. Looking at Hajin who was just standing there stupidly, Yona wondered if he really wasn't that great. Yona then arrogantly said to him, without a gun, even you won't be able to do anything. But, she was then shocked. The gun she had taken from Hajin suddenly disappeared from her hand. Seeing the gun that returned to Hajin's hand, Yona shockedly asked, when did you take it back? Hajin replied, just now. Yona could only feel confused hearing that. She didn't even see him move earlier. Did he use magic? Hajin was a little confused about how to explain it. He then told her to just assume so. Yona really couldn't understand it. Hajin didn't explain further. He thought, because exactly. This wasn't magic. The reason behind it was very simple. From the beginning, Hajin had wrapped the ether around his gun just in case in this kind of situation. Their situation was again at a stalemate at the moment. Neither of them started moving again. Yona realized that this situation was very bad for her. The room they were in at the moment was very narrow. She would still be in the range of his shots no matter where she ran. She also wondered, it would definitely hurt if she was shot. Right, if she was disqualified now, she would die first. Seeing Hajin who was about to pull the trigger, Yona could only resignedly close her eyes as if waiting for her fate. After his battle with Yona ended, Hajin then exhaled. Looking at his bruised hand, Hajin thought, his bone must have been broken if Yona's attack had hit him right. Yona was indeed very strong, but, looking at the vast room, he did not expect such a vast lobby to be empty like this. Hajin wondered. Had they gone to another area? All Relic War participants are equipped with a life signaling device. The purpose of this device is to display the user's HP in numbers that others can see. This is a device that can indicate whether the cadet can still continue the training or not. So, if he uses his notebook to collect data from the GPS device, then he can check the live GPS data using the linked smartwatch. For example like this, he could now see Tomer's position during the training. She was in the toilet on the 7th floor of the basement at the moment. Judging from the lack of movement from her, Hajin was sure she must be standing there while waiting for the item. Hajin paused for a moment. He then decided to find out the other locations first. Rachel and Naun were on the 3rd floor of the basement. They were fighting right now. As for the 5th floor of the basement, Kim Soho and Shin Jonghaack were both there. They seemed to be heading towards each other's position right now. Hajin was very excited to see that. That's a huge matchup. He wondered if there was any CCTV near them. After searching for a while, Hajin finally found it. He then immediately hacked it to watch the fight between the two best cadets in Cube. Seeing him, Jonghaack then said that he knew this day would come. Soho was the same. Hajin now completely forgot about the training and focused on watching the fight between the two of them. After they both took fighting positions, Soho then told him to come forward. He would show the difference in strength between them, and while Hajin was busy watching the fight of the two of them, someone suddenly darted past him at this time. It made him surprised and woke up. Seeing the person who quickly climbed the stairs to the next floor, Hajin thought, that's really a noisy way to go through this area. But it managed to make Hajin refocus on his original goal. He had to go to Tomer now. After he looked at the clock for a while, Hajin then immediately set off. Somewhere on the 3rd floor of the basement, a cadet looked very desperate when faced with the opponent in front of him at the moment. He then immediately said that he gave up. Right at that moment, his eyes were suddenly covered with a black veil just like when this training started. The reason why the cadet could be so desperate to give up was because the opponent he was facing at the moment was Chai Naun. This was her 3rd kill. She felt this was quite easy. She didn't expect, in just less than 3 months after changing her main weapon to a sword, she turned out to be this good at using it. She felt she was quite talented in using a sword, but her attention was then immediately distracted when someone suddenly called her. It was her friend named Jiun. Jiun was very happy when she saw her and immediately ran to her. She was grateful for being safe. Seeing her, Naun then asked, "Where have you been?" Jiun said, "While she was hiding, she was suddenly caught by the black team. She could barely escape earlier. She also ran out of arrows. When running away, she really felt sad when remembering that." Naun chuckled at that. She was sure she must be tired. She also felt happy to meet her here. Even though a support like Jiun was weak in direct combat, she could provide a lot of help in combat using her buff skills. With a beaming face, Jiun said, "Even so, I can defeat one person by using the weakening debuff." Hearing that, Naun then said, "Then, let's go get points." Jiun was surprised for a moment by her invitation. But she then immediately accepted her invitation. She also told her quite important information. Rachel is on this floor. Naun was surprised to hear that, but her attention was then immediately distracted when she heard the sound of footsteps from the direction of the stairs in front of her. Jiun said that she was also very surprised at that time. She immediately ran away as soon as she saw her, but Naun then asked her to be quiet for a while. With a vigilant attitude, Naun then looked at the stairs in front of her. Naun then put up a fighting stance and asked Jiun to stand behind her. although she was confused by it, but Jin obeyed. Shortly after that, the sound of footsteps kept getting closer, until finally the person was in front of them. They were both then surprised to see that person. She turned out to be Yona. She looked very tired with her breath panting at the moment. Seeing that, Naun then immediately walked up to her and asked, "Why are you sweating so much? Are you dealing with someone?" While wiping her sweat, Yona replied, "That person." Hearing that, Naun then knew that she meant Hajin. Hearing that Yona had just faced Hajin, Jin then asked her, "Did she beat him?" Yona was quite surprised by her question. Jin asked like that was because the distance between the ranks of the two of them was very far. Yona felt hesitant to answer. She then recalled the incident at that time. When Yona was resignedly waiting for her fate, Hajin suddenly tapped her on the shoulder. While walking past her, he said that this was just the beginning of the war, so he told her to relax. Yona was then dumbfounded by that. She then looked back, and saw Hajin, who was now walking further away from her. While acting strong, Yona then replied, "Not yet." She felt embarrassed to say the actual result. She was the one who was almost defeated by him. Hearing that, Naun then confusedly asked, "What did he do?" Yona said that she was not sure. While chuckling, Jin wondered, maybe he was looking for Rachel. Naun was then confused to hear that. "Why did he do that?" Jin said, "Because he liked Rachel." They were both then stunned. Naun was then very surprised when she heard that. She could not believe what she had just heard. With shaking hands, Naun then imagined that situation. She stammeringly asked, "What was she talking about?" Jin asked, "Did she not know?" It was a rumor that was widespread in Cube lately. Hearing that, Yona suddenly said that it was a bullshit rumor. They were both then equally surprised to hear that. Yona herself actually just heard the rumor. This mock relic war has a high percentage of their grades, so there is no time for them to waste by thinking about that silly rumor. Yona then asked, more importantly, has she found the location of the relic? Jin answered yes, she got one. She found an NPC on the way here. While Naun herself was still deep in thought at the moment, she still couldn't believe what she had just heard. Yona was happy to hear she had gotten the relic. She then invited them to move it to the first floor right now, but Naun was just in a daze. She still couldn't wake up from her shock. She then called Jin. Jin confusedly turned to her. Naun said, "As Yona said, the rumor might not be true. Most likely the rumor started to spread because they were a group." Hearing that, Jin also felt that it made sense, but everyone was talking about the rumor, so she wondered if there was a possibility that the rumor was true. Hearing that, Naun immediately said that it was impossible. She was very sure of that. Yona chuckled at her attitude, but her attention was then immediately distracted when she felt something from above them. She then could only stare in horror when she saw various arrows raining towards them. As the arrows came closer and were about to hit Jin, Yona worriedly called out to her. She then immediately moved closer to her and quickly dispelled the arrows using her whip. Jin was then shocked at the sudden turn of events. Luckily Yona was able to react quickly, otherwise she might have been disqualified by now. After they woke up from their shock, they then asked her if she was okay. Yona then calmed them down. She said that something like this wouldn't hurt her. She told them to put it aside. Hearing that, while taking out her sword from its sheath, Naun then angrily asked, "Who did that?" She told them to get out. Shortly after that, they then heard many footsteps moving towards them. The perpetrators of the arrow shooting at them turned out to be Rachel and her group. Naun was then shocked to see that. She then angrily called her a coward for making such an attack. But Rachel didn't care at all. She then took out her rapier, and calmly told her group to attack them. Hearing that, they then immediately moved to attack them. Seeing that, Yona then immediately told Jin to hide. Jin understood, but even before she could run far enough away from there, an archer from Rachel's group then shot at the road in front of her. They seemed like they wouldn't just let her get away from there. Naun then felt worried seeing that, but her worries ended badly for herself, because her opponents immediately took advantage of her distracted moment to attack her. Naun then immediately moved back to open the distance. Seeing that, a swordsman from Rachel's group optimistically thought, with the two of them here, even a Chai Naun shouldn't be able to win, right? Naun was silent for a moment. She looked very annoyed at this time. She then told them to move aside, but her voice sounded so faint that the two of them couldn't catch it clearly. While swinging her sword at them, Naun said that she was very busy, so she told them to step aside. Her attack was really strong that it could knock them both out easily. As for Yona herself, she was now clashing with a swordsman. their fight seemed to be quite fierce. Because Yona was seen breathing heavily, after observing her for a moment, the swordsman then knew, she was holding them back from approaching Jiun. He wondered, did Yona always do sacrificial acts like this, or maybe, a conjecture then appeared in his head. He then immediately told them that he thought Jiun was holding the relic. He asked them to find her. The three of them then felt anxious hearing that. Shortly after that, Jiun's hiding location was soon discovered by an archer from Rachel's group, and just as the archer was about to threaten her to quickly hand over the relic, he was surprised to see Naun quickly moving towards them, but Naun was then surprised when she saw a sword slash that slashed the road in front of her. Naun immediately turned alert seeing that, it was not a slash that she could casually parry. The power of the slash was so strong that it seemed to split the floor in front of her. Naun knew, the only person with a technique that had this much power was Rachel, and as Rachel moved to attack her, Naun immediately moved backwards to avoid her attack. Rachel was quite surprised to see her able to avoid her sudden attack, but her attack certainly would not stop there. She then relentlessly moved to attack Naun. Naun looked quite overwhelmed in deflecting her attacks. Even her powerful sword that usually won the fight quickly could be beaten back because of her strength. She admitted, she was really strong. Naun knew that Rachel realized that her sword skills were lacking, so she cornered her. Naun could only curse her helplessness at the moment. She was already troubled just by blocking her attacks. She was also feeling quite annoyed at the moment, but she certainly wouldn't feel hopeless just by that. Naun then increased the power of her attack, which made Rachel retreat backwards, not wasting that. Naun then coated her sword with her mana. She really didn't want to lose against Rachel. She was determined to win against her this time. After that, Naun then slashed her sword towards her. Rachel was surprised to see that the impact of her sword slash could be so strong. She also realized, her energy suddenly changed. She also admitted that her mana was really amazing, but she was still inexperienced in using it. Rather than trying to counterattack, Rachel thought it would be better if she dodged to wait for an opportunity. But a very unfortunate incident suddenly happened to her at this time. Her leg suddenly sprained when she was about to move to dodge. The two of them were both surprised to see that, not wasting the opportunity. Naun then immediately rushed to move to attack her. When her attack was about to land, Naun then asked her, lost where your focus was, and when Naun's sword attack finally landed, the impact was so great that it destroyed part of the floor in that room, but fortunately Rachel was able to quickly dodge the attack. She almost met her defeat earlier. Rachel then planned to shorten their distance, but he was once again struck by misfortune. The floor she was currently standing on turned out to be so fragile because of the impact of Naun's attack earlier. Rachel then could only be shocked and she saw herself plunging downstairs. Naun was just as shocked as she was when she saw that unexpected event. Not only her, Yona, Jiun, and all the members of Rachel's group who saw were equally shocked. They then worriedly called out to Rachel, who was now free-falling downstairs. The fight between Naun and Yona against Rachel's group came to a halt as they witnessed that a huge hole was created where Rachel fell earlier, but fortunately the distance between each floor was not so high that Rachel could still survive. She really did not expect the floor to suddenly collapse like that. After they finally woke up from their shock, they then shouted that the floor had collapsed. Hearing that, Rachel came to her senses. There was no time for her to think about this. She had to return to her group immediately, but she was then surprised when she heard the sound of footsteps from behind her. It turned out to be Kim Soho. Seeing Soho, who took out his sword from its sheath and his white uniform, Rachel could only lament her misfortune. Why should it be now? Not giving her time to think further, Soho then immediately moved to attack her. A thunderous sound was then created due to the clash between their attacks. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the basement, Hajin was there now, looking at the CCTV installed. Along the way, Hajin thought he should be careful so as not to attract suspicion. While standing right in front of the toilet, Hajin paused for a moment. He then clumsily said, "I think I will look for the relic in the toilet." After saying that, he then went inside. When he got inside, he was then confused and surprised when he saw someone hiding in one of the toilets there. After he opened the toilet door, he then saw a man shivering in fear while holding the relic in his hand. Hajin did not expect that there was really a relic here. Hajin then casually took the relic from the man's hand, while crying in fear. The man then immediately ran from there and asked him to spare his life. After the man ran far enough from him, he then slowly disappeared. Seeing that, Hajin thought, the hologram really looks like the real thing. He also felt it was quite ridiculous. After all, he found the relic by accident. He also felt he should immediately think of a way to get rid of Tomer. While looking down, Hajin thought, Tomer is right down here. She is waiting in the toilet on the 7th floor of the basement. Hajin then rechecked the message that the agent sent to Tomer. There is a management center in area B3 on the 7th floor of the basement. The item is placed there. Pick it up at 11 p.m. because the management center will be completely empty at that time. Hajin pondered for a moment reading that. There were 15 minutes left before the appointment time arrived. He wondered, what should he do? But, he then immediately thought of a plan, while looking towards the vent above him. Hajin believed this vent should be connected to the 7th floor. After thinking of the plan, Hajin then started the action. He then used Stigma's mana, and turned it into smoke magic that could put Tomer to sleep. Right after that, a smoke then appeared from his wrist. Hajin was happy to see that it worked. Now, he just needed to let the smoke pass through the vent. In the toilet on the 7th floor of the basement, Tomer was seen sitting in the toilet while waiting for the appointment time to arrive, but, she then felt disturbed by the sudden arrival of smoke into her room. She then flung her hands to drive the smoke away, but it was useless, because the smoke magic moved based on Hajin's wishes, so it was useless for her to try to fling it away. Hajin then controlled the smoke to enter Tomer's nose, relying on the ability to penetrate objects from 1,000 miles eyes. He then saw Tomer, who coughed for a moment and stood up staggeringly. Tomer felt very sleepy at this time, but she realized that she should not fall asleep here, but she seemed unable to resist her sleepiness, and finally fell asleep there. Hajin then felt happy to see that his plan was going perfectly. There were only 7 minutes left until the appointment time arrived. In a place that looked like an office room on the 7th floor, the entrance to the room suddenly opened at this time. It was certainly Hajin's doing. The room was the management center mentioned by the agent in the message he sent to Tomer. Before entering the room, Hajin nervously wondered. There was no one inside. Right after he finally went inside, he then saw a box on one of the desks there. Hajin wondered, is that the box? And when Hajin took and opened the box, he was then stunned when a bright light appeared from inside the box. Inside the box, there was an item called the Weakening All, an all that would weaken the target when it hit the target. This was reinforced with advanced enchantment weakening. Reading that, Hajin amazedly wondered, what kind of all is this? This even has advanced enchantment. Hajin swallowed. Although this item was not a relic, but this was worth at least hundreds of millions, and the thing that made him happy was, this thing was now his. After getting what he was looking for, Hajin then immediately returned to the 6th floor. He had deleted all the CCTV recordings, so all problems were resolved. But he was then surprised when he saw Rachel there. He was confused why she was on the 6th floor, besides, why her appearance was so shabby like that. Hajin then approached her and whisperingly called her. Rachel was very surprised when someone suddenly called her from behind. Seeing her reaction, Hajin immediately said, "It's me." He asked her to calm down. He was also from the black team. He also apologized for surprising her. Rachel immediately felt relieved after knowing it was him. Hajin then asked, "What happened? Why do you look like that?" Rachel was silent for a moment. She then said, she was trying to do an ambush, but unfortunately she failed. Hajin could only be silent to hear that. Rachel continued, then, she met Kim Soho. She desperately ran away, but Naun and Yona chased her, and when she managed to escape from them, there was a mage who shot magic at her. Hajin could only sigh at her story. She had apparently gone through a lot. Rachel then asked him, how many people had he defeated? Hajin replied, 0. He asked, what about you? Rachel helplessly replied, she only defeated 1. Hajin was silent for a moment looking at Rachel, who sighed with disappointment. If left alone, she will get a low score in the Relic War. It is not a difficult matter to catch up with the score. It doesn't matter if he is in the middle rank, but not for Rachel. That's because her goal are set really high. Hajin said that it's not too late now. He then showed her the relic he had found earlier. Rachel was surprised to see that. She asked, did you find this? Hajin did not answer and told her to take the relic to the top floor. She was faster than him. Rachel was then surprised to hear that, and when Rachel was about to refuse that, Hajin immediately interrupted her and told her to just take it. He said that he wanted to help her. Hajin's face looked very serious when saying that. Rachel didn't know what else to say at the moment. Hajin continued, and at the end towards his right, there's an emergency staircase. There won't be that many people on that side. but Rachel still felt hesitant at the moment. Was it okay for her to do this? But her attention was soon distracted when she heard someone angrily calling her from behind. It turned out to be Naun and her group. Hajin also felt quite anxious seeing that. It seemed like it would be difficult to deal with 6 people with just the 2 of them. Naun was then surprised when she saw who. She also saw Rachel, who was holding the relic at this time. She then said to her group that Rachel had stolen the relic from someone else. Naun and her group then angrily rushed towards them. Seeing that, Hajin then immediately told Rachel to leave, but Rachel was hesitating at the moment. Seeing that, Hajin once again told her to leave. He said he would buy as much time as possible. Rachel could only be stunned to hear that. Her heart was beating very fast at the moment. With a blushing face, Rachel then thanked him. An archer from Naun's group was then surprised when she saw Rachel running away from there. She then said, "Did you think I would let you go?" She then immediately shot an arrow at her. And when the arrow shot was about to hit her, a bullet suddenly blocked the arrow. The archer was then surprised. When she saw the arrow sent back towards her, the bullet shot was certainly Hajin's doing. She could only feel annoyed at that. The archer then told Yona that she would pursue Rachel with Junyoung, but Yona immediately rejected her plan. She told them not to split up. He was a tough opponent. Seeing Hajin, who was now standing alone there, Naun then asked him, "Do you intend to fight 6 people alone? Are you crazy?" Hearing that, Hajin just answered casually. When looking at the corridor where they were, Hajin was quite grateful. Fortunately, there were many objects that he could use as handles here. He might be able to escape with parkour. Hajin then said to them, "We will only know the results when we try." Hajin's goal was not to fight them, but to buy time. Seeing Yona and Naun, who were just silent, a man with an axe in his hand then asked, "Why are you so afraid? It's just a boy with a gun." While coating his whole body with magic power, the man then said, if no one came forward, then he would go first. Naun could only feel surprised when she saw the man come forward so carelessly, as if underestimating the opponent in front of him. Hajin did not panic at all. With a calm attitude, he then shot the man using his gun. It succeeded in making the man afraid to come forward and retreat backwards, but the man was then surprised when he saw a whip and arrows streaking past him. The whip and arrows were of course from Yona and the archer. Right after the man failed to attack Hajin, they both immediately attacked towards him. Seeing the 2 attacks, Hajin then activated bullet time. With his reflexes increased many times over, Hajin then easily dodged that 2 fast attacks. Not only that, with an accuracy that was impossible for ordinary humans to do, Hajin then aimed at the arrow that shot towards him. After the bullet hit right at the tip of the arrow, the resulting repulsive force caused the arrow to turn back and attack the axeman. He was stunned and broke out in a cold sweat at the sudden change. He was then sent flying backwards when the arrow hit him right in the forehead, but fortunately the arrow was not so strong that it could pierce his head. But it did manage to cause a bruise on his forehead. Hajin himself was shocked when he saw the arrow hit the man instead. Not only him, Naun and her group were too. The environment was suddenly silent as they both watched the man who was now lying helplessly on the floor. Naun then immediately walked over to him and asked, "Are you okay?" The man was really shocked and didn't understand at the moment. With a face that wants to cry, he then asked them, how could they attack their own team members, but his complaints were useless because a black veil suddenly enveloped his eyes at this time. It showed that he had been disqualified. He could only feel annoyed and frustrated about it. Seeing that, Hajin thought, it seems that his HP is really running out. It's a coincidence, but his attention was then immediately distracted when he heard Yona speak. Yona had guessed that they couldn't underestimate him. With full alertness, Yona said that she didn't expect that he had even calculated the direction of the bounce. Hajin could only be stunned to hear that, because he himself didn't even calculate it. His real intention seemed to just want to fling the arrow. While Hajin was fighting against Naun's group, Rachel herself was now running fast up the stairs to the top floor. Rachel wanted to believe that this was not true, the rumor that Hajin liked her. When she heard the cadets talking about the rumor, she felt that it couldn't be true. She felt that it was just a rumor, but that was because she wanted to think rationally. Even if she knew the truth, that meant, Rachel really couldn't feel calm at the moment. As Rachel continued to climb up, she then reached the floor where her group was. They were then surprised when they saw her. They were happy to see her safe. Seeing the object in her hand, they then asked, "What are you holding?" Rachel took a breath. And when she was about to answer, they were then surprised. They then immediately told the other team members that Rachel had stolen the relic. They were then shocked to hear that. They all then felt amazed and happy. Rachel was silent for a moment hearing that. While looking at the relic in her hand, she thought, I shouldn't have taken this from him. Rachel was not in a position to allow her to harbor feelings for someone, because, for the good of her country, her parents, and the royal family guild, she decided to sacrifice everything. She had not given up on something she wanted to protect, but, Rachel then held the relic tightly. But at this rate, she might end up just having expectations of his emotions. Rachel then called them all over. She said that there was someone they should help on the 6th floor of the basement. Rachel seemed to decide to help Hajin at this time. But, when they arrived at the 6th floor, they then saw a scene that surprised them. Seeing several cadets lying there helplessly with their eyes covered with a black veil, they wondered, what is this, what happened, is there help even needed here? Rachel was really surprised to see that. Hajin, who she thought would be in trouble because he was attacked by 6 people, apparently managed to defeat several of them. The swordsman then asked her, who needed their help. Rachel was confused about how to answer his question. She then said, she thought their help was no longer needed. This was a surprise to her. She knew Hajin was strong, but she didn't think he could fight 6 people at once. But, their attention was then immediately distracted when they heard the sound of footsteps from behind them. The swordsman then immediately greeted the person. Rachel then happily looked back. She thought it was Hajin. She asked, where have you been? But, the person turned out not to be Hajin as she thought, but Jonghaack. With a grin on his face, Jonghaack then walked up to them. Moments ago, on the 5th floor of the basement, when Kim Soho and Jonghaack finally faced each other, seeing Kim Soho in front of him, Jonghaack said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He arrogantly asked, are you racking your brains to find a way to escape right now? While taking out his sword from its sheath, with a big smile, Soho said, not at all. Seeing that, Jonghaack said that he was really looking forward to how long his pretentious attitude would last. He then told him to come forward. He would show the difference in strength between them. Soho just smiled at his dismissive tone. After taking a stand, he then rushed to attack him, but Jonghaack was able to quickly block his attack. Soho had expected that. He then told him that he would not be going easy on him. Jonghaack was not afraid to hear that. He was even happy. He told him to show his best ability. After that, they then repeatedly exchanged attacks. The fight between the two of them was so fierce because there was no noticeable difference in the strength of the two of them. Jonghaack then took a step forward, and forcefully thrust his spear towards him. But fortunately Soho was able to quickly dodge his attack, but it managed to create a gap in his movement. Jonghaack was then happy to see that. Not wasting it, Jonghaack then jumped up, and strongly thrust his spear down. His attack was so strong that it cracked the floor that Soho was originally standing on, but fortunately he was able to quickly avoid the attack. Jonghaack was annoyed to see him continue to dodge like a rat like that. He was determined to hit him in the next attack, but, he was then stunned. He could only feel confused seeing his spear stuck in the cracked floor and could not be pulled out. He could only curse. It was hard for him to believe that he had made a beginner mistake like this. Realizing that, Soho then attacked him using his foot. It made him fall to the ground and made his spear slip out of his hand. Seeing Soho pointing his sword at him, Jonghaack could only groan in frustration. Soho said, he told him he wouldn't go easy on him. Hearing that, Jonghaack said, who said it was over. Soho was then confused at that, not explaining further. Jonghaack then destroyed the floor to his left. When Soho was about to ask what he was talking about, he was then surprised when he saw a gas pipe next to Jonghaack that had been destroyed at this time. After that, an explosion then occurred due to a gas pipe leak. Soho then covered his face from the dust and gas floating in the air. After the dust and gas slowly disappeared, he was then surprised when he saw Jonghaack, who had disappeared there. Jonghaack went down the stairs to the lower floor after successfully escaping from him. While looking up, Jonghaack muttered. He was caught off guard for a moment earlier. He promised to repay him next time. That was the reason why Jonghaack could be on the 6th floor at this time. He then greeted them. But he then felt confused when he saw Rachel's face. Seeing Rachel, who seemed to have a suspicious expression when looking at him, Jonghaack did not understand what he was thinking at the moment. Seeing the 3 disqualified cadets in front of them, the swordsman then asked him, did he do this? Jonghaack was silent for a moment. He then confirmed it. Rachel gasped at that. The swordsman himself felt that it made sense. Because he had cleaned up the cadets, he felt like they didn't need to come here. As for the actual incident, after Jonghaack lost to Soho and went down to the 6th floor. He then found Yona and Naun, who had difficulty facing someone who was fast enough there. Seeing that, he then gave a surprise attack by throwing his spear and managed to defeat 2 cadets, Jonghaack thought, although it felt like he stole a kill, but it was true that he was the one who defeated them both. Rachel was silent while clenching her hands tightly. Jonghaack then asked them, in any case, now I can take over the leadership of the black team, right? They happily accepted it. The swordsman then asked Rachel, you will come with us, right? But Rachel said that she would separate. The swordsman was then confused to hear that. He then invited her to come with them, but Rachel once again refused. She said that she could move alone from now on. The swordsman still tried to convince her, it would be better if they moved together, but Rachel once again refused his invitation. She thanked him for his invitation. After saying that, she then walked away from there. Rachel's reason was simple. She didn't want to be on the same team as someone who stole other people's achievements. Seeing Rachel, who was now walking farther and farther away, Jonghaack irritably thought, why do I feel that I am to blame? Not caring about that anymore, Jonghaack then invited them to move. After that, the mock relic war proceeded very quickly. As Jonghaack's team continued to move, they then gathered the surviving members of the black team and managed to steal 2 relics. Rachel also got a satisfactory result by using guerrilla tactics. Beyond the team victory, they both managed to secure satisfactory individual achievements. As for Kim Soho, he really showed his outstanding leadership and fighting skills in this training, plus the relic owned by Lee Ji-eun. They managed to move a total of 5 relics, and for Hajin, he managed to survive Yona and Naun's combination attack and managed to survive the relic war in his own way. His way was very simple. He just waited inside the toilet until the training ended. He also hacked the CCTV near the cadets to watch their battle, but Hajin suddenly remembered something. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he still couldn't remember it after trying hard to remember it, so he put it aside. He thought that he would definitely remember it if it was something important. In the toilet on the 7th floor of the basement, after who knows how much time passed, Tomer finally woke up from her sleep. Her head was still feeling dizzy at the moment. She could only curse that she could fall asleep. She didn't forget the mission. She had to find the item, but she was then surprised and confused when her watch showed 3 p.m., but she didn't put any suspicion and instead assumed that the watch was broken. She couldn't believe that they told her to use this in the mission. So she then took out the cadet smartwatch that Cube had given her, but the time shown by both smartwatches turned out to be the same. Tomer could only feel confused seeing that. What happened to the watches? After she opened her smartwatch, she got one message that she had not read. It turned out to be a message from Cube announcing the end of the Relic War. There were 12 cadets from the black team, and 11 cadets from the white team. The black team managed to get 3 relics, while the white team managed to get 5 relics. The MVPs of the white team were Kim Soho and Chai Naun, while the MVPs of the black team were Shin Jonghaack and Rachel. The white team had won the Relic War this time. Tomer was then very surprised to know that the Relic War had ended. She then immediately got out of the toilet and rushed towards the management center. After a while, she finally arrived in front of the management center. Tomer seemed to be running so fast to get there so fast, but it was useless, because the management center was closed at this time. Tomer shouted in frustration at that. After being repeatedly thwarted, Tomer's mission progress while in Cube was 0%. After the training was over, Kim Sohyuk then gathered all the cadets in one place. When the cadets rested their bodies there, Kim Sohyuk then took their attendance, but when he called Tomer's name, there was absolutely no answer from her. Kim Sohyuk chuckled at that. He wondered, if Tomer was not finished, what was that kid doing? Putting that aside, Kim Sohyuk then said he would announce the details of the results and the MVPs. The black team, 12 survivors, and got 3 relics. The MVPs were Rachel and Shin Jonghaack. The white team MVPs were Kim Soho and Chai Naun. 11 survivors and got 5 relics. Based on those results, he then announced, the winner was the white team. The cadets who were on the white team then cheered happily when they heard that. But not for Naun. She didn't look happy even though her team had won. She annoyingly muttered, what good is it even if the team wins? The reason Naun was so annoyed was simple. She couldn't finish her battle against Rachel. She couldn't even beat Hajin even though she had 5 people helping her, although Shin Jonghaack also intervened in the middle, and also, the rumor that Hajin liked Rachel. When Naun was thinking about that, Yona suddenly came up to her and asked, "Did you think about Lee?" Ji-eun's words. Naun then felt embarrassed when caught like that. She then denied it. She said that she didn't even remember what she said. But Yona certainly didn't believe that. She then asked her, "What if he gets snatched if you keep acting like this?" Naun gasped at that. She then blushingly asked, "What do you mean by snatched?" She told her not to talk weird. Yona laughed out loud at her attitude. Naun shyly said, "What is so great about him to make her think?" Yona was pensive for a moment. She said that she didn't really believe in such rumors. But what if his feelings changed because she stayed away from him too much? Naun could only be silent hearing that, seeing Hajin who was now chatting so close to Rachel. Naun said, "If he changed that easily, it means he's not for me." Yona chuckled at her answer. She then ignorantly asked her, "Who do you like more, Kim Soho or Kim Hajin?" Naun was then very annoyed at her attitude. She then annoyingly said that it was not what she thought. But Shin Jonghaack suddenly walked up to them at this time. He then asked her, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Yona felt so happy when she saw him. Naun then tried to change the subject. She asked, "Your team lost, right? How do you feel?" While pretending to be handsome, Jonghaack said that it was unfortunate. But because he became the MVP of his team, it was good enough. He also said that it could not be avoided, because she was on the white team. The antenna on Naun's hair immediately stood up when she heard that. With a proud attitude, Naun said that he had a point. Yona was speechless seeing her attitude, but their attention was then distracted when they saw Kim Soo-hyuk scolding someone at the moment. That person was of course Tomer. Kim Soo-hyuk then irritably and angrily asked her, "Why did she stay in one place during the training?" He told her to try to explain her behavior. Tomer's face was so pale and haggard when she heard that. Seeing her not answering his question, Kim Soo-hyuk then yelled at her. He told her to answer him. Is it just a joke to her? The cadets then confusedly wondered when they saw that. What happened? Jonghaack then said he would leave first if there was nothing else. Yona then said goodbye to him. But Jonghaack's attention was not at all on her. He asked Naun not to forget to send a message. Naun could only feel confused hearing that. Why? Yona herself could only feel depressed at this time. She then called her. Naun confusedly answered her call. Yona asked, "If you don't like Kim Hajin or Kim Soho, maybe the one you like is Jonghaack." Hearing that, while making a face like she was staring at a crazy person, Naun then asked, "Are you crazy?" Seeing that, Yona immediately knew that Naun didn't like Jonghaack. She then told her that she was envious of her. Naun could only feel confused by what she was talking about. The reason Yona could envy her was simple. Naun had 3 people that she could choose from, while she herself didn't have any. That fact really made her sad. With that, the last midterm's large-scale practical training, the Relic War, officially ended. Hajin's body was shaking as he finally returned to the dormitory. He seemed to be very tired at this time. He didn't write the Relic War episode in detail, so he was still there just in case, even though nothing happened until the end. While complaining of fatigue, Hajin thought that he should deliberately disqualify himself. When he had just gone inside, he then saw Evangel who came to greet him. Hajin's mood immediately increased when he saw her cuteness, while carrying her. Hajin said that he was hack. He asked, "Did she have fun?" Evangel happily replied yes. Seeing the spirit animals in the room, Hajin felt that she must have had fun. He then asked her, "Didn't you forget what I told you about the spirit animals?" Evangel replied yes, she shouldn't let them go outside. Hajin confirmed that, but he was then confused when he saw Evangel looking all over his body. Evangel asked, "Where is the food?" Hajin completely forgot about it because he was too tired. While feeling sad, Evangel asked, "Did he not bring the food?" Hajin immediately calmed her down. He said that he had ordered something on the way. It would arrive soon. After telling her that, with a sense of urgency, he said that he wanted to go to the bathroom first. After distancing himself from her, Hajin then immediately opened his smartwatch and ordered various foods online. He then breathed a sigh of relief after successfully completing that. But he was then surprised when he read a news from his smartwatch. It was news about the success of the Packhorse Master Guild in the Suwon Magic Cave raid. He was originally worried because there was no news from them for quite a while, but finally the news appeared. Then, he wondered, what about the shares? He then decided to check how much the 1.5 billion he had invested had increased, and how surprised he was when he saw the shares that had now jumped dramatically. He was really very touched because the 1.5 billion he had invested had now become 13 billion. His thoughts then turned contradictory. he wondered, the amount would continue to grow, right? But he felt he should sell it now just in case, whatever the case is. He's now rich enough for him to fool around and do nothing for the rest of his life. After calming himself down, Hajin then sadly thought, even so, will all this money disappear when he returns to his original world, in a city in Korea? At the Geronimo mercenary office, a man could be seen working in front of his computer at the moment. The man turned out to be Jane in disguise. She was now looking for a job that the trainee mercenary could take. There was a requirement in the mission for the entrance test. The mission was to kill as many people as possible, but the target had to be someone who deserved to die. After searching for a while, she then found a suitable mission. She then immediately contacted the boss and said that she found one. The boss asked, what was the request? Jane replied, Italian mafia, suspected of being a Jin. Jane then explained the mission in detail to her. The boss was quite satisfied with the mission. Jane then hesitantly asked her, did you get the answers you needed? Would Kim Hajin join the chameleon troupe? The boss said yes. He gave a positive answer. Jane was surprised to hear that. She asked, what was his answer? The boss said, he said he would contact her later when there was time. He immediately gave an answer on the day they gave him a business card. Jane felt something was wrong hearing that. Wasn't it 2 weeks ago? The boss confirmed it. That meant they would soon receive his call. She told her to accept the mission, and just as Jane was about to say something, the boss said she would hang up. Jane could only remain silent. She really couldn't understand her boss. She wondered, was it because she never socialized, or was she just not good at understanding situations? Jane decided to be ignorant about it. She just did what she was told. Near the Cube Girls' dormitory, Hajin was seen casually walking there. This was his first time near the girls' dormitory, and while he was looking around, he then saw someone he knew. It was Rachel. Hajin then immediately walked over to her and called her. Rachel was quite surprised when she saw him. Hajin asked, was she on her way to the library? Rachel confirmed it, because the midterm exam was approaching. She then asked, what was he doing here? Hajin said that he had business here. Seeing Rachel's haggard look with bags under her eyes, Hajin felt that she looked a little tired compared to usual. Even though there was still time before the exam started, Hajin was confused. Why did she study so hard? A guess then appeared in his head. Don't tell me it was because of him. Hajin was silent for a moment when he realized it. He then said to her, by the way, lately you have rarely asked me about academic matters. Hearing that, Rachel thought, it feels like she took advantage of him when she found out that he liked her. She then said, trying to solve it yourself is also important. She also advised him to study too. Hajin said that he didn't mind that. He told her to just ask him what she didn't know. Don't hesitate. Rachel thanked him, because she couldn't bear the shame. Rachel then said she would leave first. Hearing that, Hajin then said goodbye. He was surprised to see her walking so fast. He was confused. Was studying that important to her? After that, Hajin then continued his journey. The reason why Hajin was near the girls' dormitory was because he had an appointment to meet Yona there. Yona seemed to be waiting for him there. Hajin then called her. Seeing him coming, Yona then asked, so, what business was he looking for? Hajin said that it was just a trivial thing. He asked, you started a pharmaceutical company, right? Yona was surprised to hear him know it. She was silent for a moment. She then said that she had no intention of hiding it, so it was only natural that he knew. All her acquaintances were the same. Maybe it had been a month or two. She asked, so what? While throwing something at her, Hajin told her to catch it. Yona then quickly caught it, but she was then surprised when she saw something that Hajin threw earlier. It was a 5-year-old wild ginseng. The ginseng was accidentally found by Hajin on the way back from the Gammak Mountain dungeon that he and Soho cleared. He had long been confused about what he wanted to do with the ginseng. Because now his money was more than enough, he didn't need to sell it, so he thought it would be better if it was used as an elixir. Having decided that, he then immediately started the action. He planned to use Stigma's mana to turn the ginseng into elixir, but, let alone turn the ginseng into elixir, the Stigma's mana was not even active at all. He could only feel frustrated by that. He had no other choice. He then thought of someone he knew who had enough connections and had the facilities to make elixir. That person was of course Yona. Seeing the wild ginseng in her hand, Yona then asked, did you give it to me? Hajin told her to think of it as an investment. He told her to use the ginseng as research material for now. She could pay him back through high-quality elixir. Yona was really confused at the moment. Wild ginseng was rarely found these days. Even at the Violet Banquet, She was confused as to where Hajin got it from. Seeing her silence, Hajin then asked, "Is it possible?" Yona was silent for a moment. She then said, "Of course," she assured him. It would take time, but she could return it to him with interest. Hajin was happy to hear that. He knew that Yona wouldn't reject it, because Yona's pharmaceutical company was destined to succeed, but that was another story for the next 10 years. Since she had just started, it would be hard for her to find materials of that level. Yona was then surprised when she got a call from someone. She then asked Hajin to wait for a while. Hajin understood. He wondered who was calling her that she could have such an expression. Seeing Yona's face that looked very serious, Hajin thought, it might be better if he eavesdropped a little. The person who called her seemed to be at a hospital. He said that he was at Daehyun Hospital. It was the hospital where Chai Jin-yoon was. Lately there were strange rumors circulating among the nurses, rumors that Chai Jin-yoon's fingers were moving. The details still had to be confirmed, but Hajin could only be silent hearing the news. Yona then said that she understood, she would contact him later. While putting on an attitude as if he didn't know, Hajin then asked, "What's wrong?" Yona falsely said that it was just a matter of network management. Hajin understood. Yona said yes, but she then hesitantly asked him, "Why is your expression like that?" while turning his face away. Hajin said that it was nothing, he would leave first. Yona was then surprised to see him suddenly leave just like that. She then shouted thanks to him for the wild ginseng. She promised to repay him many times over. Yona was still feeling confused at this time. Seeing Hajin who walked further away, she was confused why he suddenly behaved like that. After finally arriving at his dorm, Hajin then opened the Book of Truth. Hajin was silent for a moment. He then asked the book, "When did the devil's seed inside Chai Jin-yoon's body sprout?" But he didn't get an answer after waiting for a moment. Seeing that, Hajin felt that his magic power was not enough to ask such detailed questions, so he then changed his question. How much had the devil's seed sprouted in Chai Jin-yoon's body? Right after he asked that, the stigma's mana and the Book of Truth then lit up, and an answer then appeared in the Book of Truth. The devil's seed in Chai Jin-yoon's body had sprouted by 89%, knowing that the devil's seed had still not sprouted. Hajin guessed, the fact that his finger was moving might just be a reflex movement of his body, but the latent development period that he set was for 5 years. Because now 4 years had passed since Chai Jin-yoon was in a coma, the remaining time meant that there was only half a year left. While Hajin was deep in thought, he suddenly got a message from someone. The message turned out to be from the boss. She asked when he would contact her again. Hajin just stared at the message without replying. He really felt dizzy at this time. Half a year, that means after winter ends, and before spring arrives, he must kill Chai Jin-yoon. While Chai Jin-yoon looked like he was fast asleep, the monitor that was monitoring his body suddenly showed a movement at this time. In that quiet night, in a hospital ward that had been inhabited by a comatose patient for many years, a sudden change occurred in the monitor that had been running in a monotonous line, and Chai Jin-yoon, who had been motionless like a dead person, his finger suddenly showed a movement at this time.